Hey, sorry, I was on the starting screen. I was just looking at my tree trying to figure out where I could free up a point. Put a socket in so I can put this jewel back on. And thank you for 30-day watch streak. Fruit salad, you're a madman. I appreciate the hell out of you for hanging out with me every day. I can't pop these off. Okay. Well, shit. What I should do, rearrange some stuff. Why did I have two of these with the same? Did I put the wrong one in? I did put the wrong one. Yes. You were the new one that I just bought. How you doing today, Fruit Salad? I hope your day, Sunday is going well. Nothing stupid. Wait, these two don't need to be here. I just realized. Very nice. I knew it. I knew there was something extra happening over here that I didn't need. I knew it. Just couldn't figure out where they were coming from. I'm a dumbass and didn't pay attention to the number of sockets on these. Well, actually, no. That's still okay. That still works. Small socket. Boom. All we needed. We can ignore that one. Oh. Well, I mean, thanks for hanging out for your whole sub anyway. I have one more point. Where should I put it? Put it back from where I took one out. Where did I take some? Right here. I mean, I only lost like 100 life. Like it's not too bad, and I got all these buffs to my turrets. Okay, there's that. That should help with some stuff.
My mana is spent.
What puts down two at a time? Oh. Totem mastery. Yeah. I have another totem mastery. This. I'm looking at a different build than I was at the other day. Where's your totem mastery node at? Oh, I see. Right here. Well. Goodbye. Try this. See what happens. Alright, wake up, rat. Rolling into a map. See if you guys do better than you were doing. Been working on collected stupid things for Maven. So, kill her dumbass. And gotta collect 10 friggin' frag. Well, can't you upgrade the? Isn't there part of the passive tree that some kind of upgrade to? Oh yeah. Well, that one we don't care about. We get a total of what, 14% increase. 14% chance to get a double out of 1. I don't know. Well, either way, let's go see if we die real quick. Desert Plateau. My auras are on. There it is. Ooh, nice. Well, I don't know if they're stronger or all these mob features. If something's working.
They are coming.
Stop telling me. I don't know who they are.
My mana is spent.
I need to figure out how to get more friggin' totem. I have 6. Is there more than you get more than 6? I assume there's a minion. My one witch had like 100 something minions. I can have more than 6 ballista things, right? Sure hope so. Really stupid. All. I don't care. Whoa. Oh shit. Wow. I don't think I've ever actually found an empower support on the ground before. Take some scarabs, obviously. Oh yeah, anyway, I had this video to watch too on the side in case you're bored. If my stream deck works. Well, okay, is it lightning flashing in the game, or is that me pushing the thing? I think it's me pushing the thing. Either way. I have to fix that. Wait, why can't I see this? Oh! I just turned it off. Why can't I see it now? Oh, probably because it's the wrong setting. That is why. This one. Okay. And this is called How Evil is Every Primarch. So we can learn about how evil the Primarchs were while we kill guys. Well, now you can hear
or
it.
even Sanguinius. Are they truly the paragons of virtue that the Imperium paints them as, or do they have a darker side that often gets overlooked? Well, today we're going to find out. Joining me are two incredible Warhammer creators, Icy Pie and Pancreas No Work.
Hello, I am
This
Pancreas
way,
No Work,
exile.
and she Warhammer on my fantasy till I Halo.
My mana is
I'm
Huh?
supposed to beat that. I'm Icy Pie. I make videos on the internet. Thank you.
To keep things fair, every Primarch will be judged using two criteria: intent, cruelty, and accountability. Using these 3 categories,
think my damage
place
went up
every Primarch
a lot.
into one of 5 tiers.
Like 4 divs.
Chaos Incarnate, Very Evil, Evil, They're Alright, and finally Angel. So without further ado, let's jump straight into the cow hole and find out who is the most evil Primarch of all.
Okay.
So, today on our wonderful show, we're going to be using 5 tiers to rank the Primarchs on how evil, Knievel, and malicious they are truly across Warhammer 40k. So we have our 5 tiers. We have Chaos Incarnate, Very Evil, Evil, They're Alright, and
Yeah,
Angel.
explained that, didn't we?
We're going to be doing this through 3 criteria. Intent, did they mean to do evil? 2, cruelty, how willing are they to inflict suffering on others? And 3, accountability, how responsible are they for their actions? I think that's pretty much about it. We're going to go through each of them, starting with Lion, ending with Omegon, and we're just going to yap about how messed up and evil these fellas are. Starting with Lion. How do we want to do this, fellas? Do you want to go one after another and say our pieces, or do you want to just yap? I really don't care.
I have a potential question.
Okay, give me
In terms of evilness and stuff. Okay, so listen, they're all genocidal, right? We all know that and stuff.
Fair, yeah.
But like, from the Imperium's perspective of good and evil, right? Like that's chill with them. They're completely fine with that. They say, you know, great, that's a good thing to do. Is that so? You know, we have our own definition of evil and reality versus what the Imperium thinks is good and evil. Is that like, are we making a differentiation of that?
That's a good question.
Right.
I think we should factor in the genocides as like a negative, but I don't think we should like that should.
Well, that's good. At least they think it's a bad thing.
Chaos Incarnate, just because they've committed a couple Xenos genocides. Like, come on, that's not that bad.
Yep,
like,
you.
who cares about the Eldar?
I don't care about the Eldar.
Try and get in with this, and suddenly, you know, I think I have anywhere else to be. Actually, you know, thanks for having me. You know, who amongst us hasn't accidentally done a little bit of genocide? It's just that little oopsie days.
Oh, text me too high.
I think a little bit of genocide is there are some issues with it, but I don't think we should like inherently put them in the Chaos Incarnate section just because of it.
You don't want to throw the baby out.
Well, but I mean, who did they genocide?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you don't want to throw the baby in the oven? Was that a Witcher reference?
Yeah, there's so many ways to take that out of context.
That was a great question, ICPI, because as you said, all these Primarchs have committed genocide on numerous levels.
Always throw the baby in the oven.
And they're all probably, if you would look at them
If you know, you know.
objectively,
If you
they're all
don't know,
probably
when the time
incredibly
comes,
evil individuals.
throw the baby in the oven.
That is like a normal thing in the Warhammer 40k setting. Unfortunately, is to commit mass genocide.
Sounds ominous.
So,
None of them would be leaving the Hague in our world.
Exactly. So wait.
Oh, they level up.
I was gonna say, I guess it obviously this goes back into like intent and cruelty is how exactly they go
That's no
about,
shot as
you know,
Doriani, right?
these genocides and stuff. I guess, you know, there is
Doriani.
differences
Well,
that
I
they've
just know
done
what it
throughout, or
is.
how much
It's
they've
not
actually
that-
done.
it's not
So I guess that kind of works into it anyway, right?
It is fucking Doriani.
There's levels to this genocide, man. There's levels.
Gross life roll.
Yeah.
Some of them only do a smidge. Just a little.
Just a little bit. Exactly.
Just a little bit of smidge of genocide
I mean,
mixed in with your
how much is
demigod
Doriani's going for
DJ
anyway
baby.
right now? Probably
Just
with low
comes
rolls.
prepackaged, actually. Just genocide and bread it into you. All right, so let's start with Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels.
I see.
Let's go
What
around the
about
room. How do we feel about Mr. L. Johnson, the boy wonder from Caliban? What do we think? Do we think he's a alright guy? Or do we think he's
200.
a scum of the barrel when
These
it
are
comes to
better
You know,
rolls than mine.
I'm not the biggest Lion fan in general. I don't hate the guy. He just doesn't speak to me, you know.
I could corrupt it.
Well,
I
explain
could
that
socket
more,
it and then
Mr.
corrupt
Baker.
it.
You know, maybe I see too much of myself in him. You know, he sits
Yeah,
in all the
never mind.
social gatherings.
How much
he
is
sits
an
there
Empower going
quietly
for
and awkwardly.
nowadays?
I didn't need that. I don't need him. This is not the Ryan Gosling. He's literally me that I want. You know, that's. I don't like the look in the mirror he's giving me.
I see.
You know, it makes
I see.
me uncomfortable.
That makes sense. That makes sense. How do you feel about his actions throughout the Great Crusade and the wider Horus Heresy? How do you feel?
It was worth a lot. I was going to sell that dude.
They were justified, or do you think he may have gone a little too over the line? When it comes to genocide?
I feel like my immediate place is like I'm fighting in my head between evil and they're all right. Because the one that always comes to the top of my head.
Oh yeah,
is
I wanted to check how much
money
money
right?
made.
But from all descriptions that exist of them, they were also pretty goddamn horrible. So it's
well,
like,
at least for the ship.
You know, not that I'm saying
that's not where I wanted
you
to
should
go.
just wipe them out, but like they weren't great.
No, I think you could say, and this might be a hot take, that they were justifiably genocide.
You know, one might be able to agree with that.
Might say that. How do you feel about this, Icy Pie? Where do you think he should land?
I mean, I guess I try to look at how he treats his sons, right? A lot of them treat their sons differently. Some of them very cruelly, as we're going to get into.
33 mil.
And I don't remember
Getting
Lionel
close.
really being that bad.
Quite the jump over the
as far
last
as
day.
I know, at least.
It was 21 million yesterday.
See, there's something that gets to me on that note. Actually, funny you bring that up.
Sure, what's up?
I always forget his name, right? But the psyker.
You're talking about Nemiel, yes.
Yeah. You know.
I think
All right, Maven hunt continues.
Either way, I know that was an accident, right? But you still slap the guy's head.
I don't think I have to do these, but you know, the ones that I need to do.
And that, yeah. And it wasn't really like a deservable reason too. He was kind of like, hey, like maybe we shouldn't be disobeying the Emperor's decree.
I don't remember.
And then the lion just bitch slaps his head clean.
And it's like, you know, I know it wasn't on purpose.
Smooth
kind of had a moment of shock afterwards. But what that makes me think is like,
it's this one.
You know, extrapolate on that a little bit. How many times has there maybe just been in a general theater of war where he overreacts?
That's what we do.
But his overreaction is like, and now that planet is blast.
Yeah, that's
like if you're gonna.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's
I feel like
wars
the
for the
gets
town,
a little
citizens.
emotional sometimes, and in those emotional states, he does kind of silly things. Like
demanding.
During Angels of Caliban, when he drop pods, his whole entire arsenal of drop pods just to flush out Conrad Curves
Good play.
on Gilliman's own planet.
Soulstorm.
It's a little crazy.
Story mode.
And then he also blows
I do have
up
that.
Livonia while
I played like the
still
modded
focused on
version.
the planet.
Some of these I feel like, you know, sometimes you gotta go.
Dawn of War, right? Total War's the other.
Right? You gotta do what you gotta do.
Dawn of War,
but I think
Soulstorm,
sometimes
that's it.
he
That's what it's
jumped to
called, Dawn of War.
you gotta do what you gotta do before he actually had to do it.
Yeah,
Dawn of
that
War
is a
4 looks
perfect way to
sick.
say that. Yeah,
We're definitely playing that when
I
it
would say
comes
that
out.
he's not an angel. He's not all right, and I would say that he may even be worse than evil.
I might even get that new Total War Warhammer game.
Or just flat out like you didn't.
I've never played Total War.
You could have talked about it.
Like OG Warhammer, like Warhammer Fantasy. I've never even looked into it. I don't know anything about it. I just know that it
Death
exists.
Star, I'm gonna cyclonic torpedo your planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are making good points, though. I can't deny that.
If I would say, you know, if we were gonna include 40K, I'd bump him down to maybe even they're all right. You know,
Right, because he got better a bit.
he got
right?
better.
Like,
He forgave
He
people
wasn't
instead of
as
the 40K.
genocide-y.
That's basically like holy shit.
Oh, that reminds me. I found one of them
that's character
expensive
development
charts.
right there.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a big
Yeah.
deal.
The
That is
one that's worth a div.
But
I'm gonna use that bitch.
are we gonna factor in?
I'm gonna try and find a bunch of them.
Heresy events? 'Cause then we have to
Fuck
talk
selling them.
about the demon
Try and give me
Primarchs.
some
We
loot.
want to just not talk about the demon Primarchs and all their heinous activities they've done.
Probably not. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably the least knowledgeable about, you know, Great Crusade Horus Heresy here. But if we go further past that, go past that, it gets very complicated. So it's probably best leave it at Great Crusade for at
You guys
least
download
this tier
PoE
list.
yet?
Yeah, I would agree. Maybe a little bit of the Horus Heresy actions. Maybe we consider the Loyalist Primarch's actions during the Heresy, and then maybe not the traders, or is that just?
I mean, you don't have to.
It's a little.
I feel like
Is there anybody? Oh, no shot. I've been looking for this bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the lion.
There's
was
no way I'm gonna be able to finish
glassing
this without getting hit.
planets
But
during the heresy,
fuck it.
even though he was
Here,
considered
Mom.
a good guy. So I
That's
guess
some
we could
fight.
consider the heresy. Too.
I didn't know he spawned in these other maps.
maybe
To be
not
fair,
like
when I was fighting him
I
the
guess
most, he
we'll
was
take it back.
in the
So,
Strand. Because I was in the Strand.
That's
I
a-
never
that's a-
left the Strand.
So how do we feel about the boy?
Mana is spent.
Like a nice evil.
I can see that. Or I can see Barry. I don't think he's that evil.
Come on,
Like,
man. Look at just standing there. Shoot him.
Their evil is like they're like committing evil, you know.
And like for a lot, you know, sometimes he did at least think, you know, he's doing what had to be done. Some of these bastards did not have that idea in mind when they started getting a little bit wacky.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I think evil is a good spot. Actually. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I was thinking, I feel like there's gonna be worse people. If we need to, we can always
Whoa.
them up. If not, but I feel like there's much worse people on this list.
Yeah. Okay, so Lionel Johnson takes the.
Oh, he got me. I knew he was gonna get me.
Now moving on to Fulgrim. Fulgrim is interesting because he was actually kind of like a.
Hey, challenge curate. I got the challenge. Oh, hell yeah! And we got the drop. What's up?
You don't want to be like this.
And we get lots of Berisium.
This is awful in every way.
This is why we're looking for this.
He was a pretty chill dude. He
Sorry,
united his planet.
Primarch guys. I forgot all about y'all.
he
I'm way
peacefully
too excited
overbuilt.
about this.
He encouraged like perfectionism in his legion. That's about it. I could really say it positively. Does anyone else have any positive things for Fulgrim?
I mean,
You want to be
had a
invincible?
good
This
friendship
shield's
with
great.
Ferris Mandus, like,
During a
actually
block build,
cared about one
gives you
another
something
and,
like
you know, traded
99.9%
gifts and stuff. I feel
block
like
shield.
that's kind
The
of
one
like
that I just got.
that's so guy. Yeah, he's a so well. He's
And if it's
social
a high
guy who
roll, that
shows
could be worth
he,
a couple of
actually
beans.
cares about
That'd be pretty
something
sweet.
like that stuff. You know that's a big deal. Even if it's just one other person. But
I don't
are
think
we?
Ult's big
Sympathy
boost.
in there.
Yeah, are we including who gets the sword and stuff? Obviously, there's complications with that because
He's getting like
Need a way to
actively
trigger
corrupted by chaos, and then there's obviously
the
him
Ballista
becoming a
totems
demon
when I
Primarch,
dash, and then I'll
there's
only-
the whole
it'll be a one-button
shenanigans
build.
during the siege of Terra when the man decided to
And I'll just be able to
crush up
dash,
the
dash,
civilians
dash,
and turn them into
drop
drugs.
Yeah.
But I don't.
So
Yeah,
there's
that's,
that. There's that whole thing.
I don't think I could do it with a 6-link
That's the
body.
question. Do we want to get some post-chaos corruption continues, or do we want to just
You'd have to have extra
done
sockets
when they're
somehow.
still
I'm not even gonna look at this because I don't have
not
shit.
touched by chaos?
See,
But, pulled now
on that
from
note
nothing.
is why I'm almost tempted to just put him in evil. Not even because he doesn't turn into.
They
a
always
monster,
drop
it's
the
just
same
like,
color
It's
because
the
they're
highs and the lows.
unidentified.
Like he
so
was a pretty upstanding
never-
guy prior to chaos,
It's not like a different
and then it
color.
was an immediate 180 into
Or,
hell.
It's yeah. I feel like the Emperor's Children
right now, it's just a
fell
heavy belt.
incredibly fast compared to like the other Trader Legions. Like they gave in like that.
I think I read this is pure rumor and hearsay. Don't take this as gospel. But I heard that was
Probably have
because
quite a
like
few scared
the
players,
series was
so-
originally planned for like 10 books, so they had to get the ball rolling, and then it turned into 80 books.
Yeah, I think you're right.
okay.
Yeah, because I think Horus Rising. That's why Horus's Fall to
What
Chaos.
do we get? What do we get? What do we get?
In my opinion,
Keep your life
horribly
to your
written.
own.
Nothing. That's not mage blood. What do we get?
Heresy,
17,
but the
15.
jump
Oh
from
no
Horus's
shot!
Fall, Horus
Max
Rising to
roll
False Gods.
and a high
is,
ward
like,
roll. Oh
Like, he's like awesome in Horus
no!
Rising, and then in False Gods, he's like a completely different character.
Oh yeah,
Then he
this
falls
does
to
trigger the
chaos,
socketed
even
spell.
though he knows Erebus is openly manipulating him. It's just like it's.
What's going on here, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what's going on.
But
here. But
this
that's
shield
besides
is
the
how I
point. We can talk about
recover
that when we get to
Energy
the
shield.
bald menace over here. What do you think, Icy Pie? Where do you think Mr. Fulgrim should go?
Okay, so in terms
What are you
of the
going
sword,
for,
right? So he was a
Spallin?
stand-up guy, a very nice person. A lot of people liked him before the sword, and it's not like the sword, like he got corrupted by it, right? How much of that is really his fault? It's
Whoa.
hard to like say how much did he really want to go to the side of chaos if that was constantly corrupting him, and then in turn he corrupts his legion, right?
That's a good point.
Right?
That's
That
right.
is true, but also Gilliman got stabbed by the same sword and just kind of went, nah.
Okay, well, I guess so, but like, stab,
They start at
sure,
46D?
That's about 5 seconds of chaos.
They start at
whatever
46.
happening. Dude, Fulgrim was holding it for
Are
years,
you fucking
right?
kidding me?
Would Gilliman have been able to stand up to that? Probably
you know
a bit
what?
better.
You know what? Actually,
These are all
I kinda
13%,
got- we were talking about
14%.
Horus for a second, and I kind of lost track of it.
I don't know what
No,
we're talking about.
Right, I kind of got lost in who we were talking about for a moment. I thought we did a rapid jump, and I was just rolling with it.
No, you're
No, you're good.
UNID
I mean,
for 50D.
I mean, quickly though, I agree though what you're saying about Horus. Like I really hope they revisit that. That's a big
I
deal
haven't-
that
man,
they really
no,
should
I haven't
go
seen a
into
single
and make
15
sure
yet.
that all makes sense. Horus being like the best guy ever to super mega evil. And
I don't
like,
want these
a
mirror
couple-
guys
I don't
in
know.
here.
I
Like,
agree.
no, I don't have
We'll save that
17.
slander for when we get to him.
15%.
They honestly should rewrite the first like 5 books and make them 10 books.
Wow.
They could
And mine
make
has a
them
better ward
complete
roll than that.
and just correct all the character arcs. Because I don't know if you guys know about Fulgrim. So technically,
Do I have the best
He gets his soul imprisoned at the end of
non-corrupted
Fulgrim by the
fucking
demon of
Svalin on the
Heiro.
market right now?
And then
Right.
he
right.
gets freed off screen by himself, and he's
There's only 2 that have more than me on the market. 3 that have more higher stat 4.
He wants to fall to chaos.
I'm not gonna
So
corrupt it
maybe
because it'll
he's not
disappear.
As good
But
of a guy as we thought.
we are gonna sell
if
this
he's
hoe.
just so open to it. But that's
after
also
So
maybe
Faust
long
is-
of corruption though, right? Did he even get a chance really? Right? Like
So,
He-
yeah.
He talked to Eldrad.
55
Talk to
if you want the
chief
max.
expert on Slanesh
You want the
and
high
sit down
rolls?
with
You know
him.
what? We call that
Yeah,
60 because
but-
we got
but
2
could you
high
make the
rolls.
argument that
We get a
that
little
was
greedy.
because
We
of
get a
the
little
layer
greedy,
play?
see if any
Do you think the
Oilers
layer
out there
play
want
just
it that
had some
bad.
influence on him?
He did seem to be listening to
Damn,
Eldrad
that's the
and
first time I've
collecting
ever gotten
dialogue,
like
walked
a
up with
good
your
drop
sword,
off
my
the ground
liege.
that I could sell for some decent cash.
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
No, I think
That's
I
never
think
happened
you're right,
before.
'cause didn't he have the chance to destroy Horus's fleet, and then
Oh,
the
yeah.
blade was given to him or something like that?
Yeah.
Don't need that
Yeah,
for me.
this is tough. This is a tough one.
I think
Yeah,
I
what
think
is
he should
Zoras-
be put in there
supposed
all
to be
right.
just some-
If we're assuming that, like, you know, a lot of it was because of the sword and didn't have the chance. Like, he got addicted
I
to
don't
this
remember
chaos
what they
stuff
are.
very early. And once you have that addiction, we can see from everyone throughout all of history of Warhammer.
I get a
it is
Ramako
very,
Shaman
very
tattoo
hard to
as
try and
well.
avoid that. Right?
But
Very
could-
few exceptions made.
But here's a counter.
Faust
Could
is-
you make the argument that it was so easy for him to fall to Slanesh because of his personality? You know, his whole thing about perfection and being like the best you could possibly be. Isn't that perfect
200
for
C.
falling to Slanesh? You know, he's already set
Yeah.
up. So maybe actually that kind of works for your argument.
I'm not stacking spell damage at
Maybe
all,
he
so I'm
was,
gonna
like,
sell this bitch.
predisposed to it, and that's why he was screwed from the beginning.
I'll
Does that
put
make
the
sense?
word out.
Yeah, no, I agree. He wanted to prove himself because if I recall, his legion was very like small at the start and basically wasn't
Oh,
able to
somebody
do
buy it
that
already?
much. And he wanted to be so perfect at everything, but it did consume him.
I bought
don't
it.
think,
I'm
you
such
know,
a-
he tried to be
oh my
perfect
God,
necessarily
I
did, but that
have.
was just what
You know what
had
they
so
say.
I
much
want-
creeping
The early
to him,
bird catches
right?
the worm.
You know,
Yeah.
and they used that.
I'm
You know
such
what
an
I mean?
idiot.
If, you know, if he knew that was going to happen, maybe he
I
could have
want-
changed it. But yeah, I agree. I think that. I mean, that's
I just
definitely
spent
I
a
think
divine.
why it was like the one thing they had that made them so susceptible to Slanesh.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because
All
it's
in
just
order.
it's just sad,
I'll,
man. 'cause
let you know.
Fulgrim was like, he was a cool guy, man. And
All right,
he just
try to get my
falls
money
so
back off of
fast
that.
in His own book.
I'm such an
that
idiot.
I feel like you don't really get
Alright,
the
we're
chance
still
to
alright, I mean-
know him before he completely falls to chaos. Besides his own.
Got a couple of
yeah. I don't know,
Baldos
Do you
too.
agree with this spot, Pancreas?
I'd say yeah. He definitely.
Like,
needed some
I'm
more
not a
time to
gambler,
cook,
so I
but
don't
as
really
it
care about the
stands,
puzzle
I feel
boxes,
like
but
it's like
it's probably worth
he
selling
needed,
them
he
to.
needed to take a look at what perfection means because he kind of he needed to take a look inside
gamblers.
himself, I feel like, and be like, why am I trying to be perfect?
I'll
Is it
just
because
make you
I want
some
to be
more
the
money.
best guy I can be, or is it because
I
I'm a little
have-
too full of my own shit?
Puzzle
Yeah.
boxes.
Yeah, I would agree. Do you think he should be higher, or do you think he is all right, good?
I think
I'll even
alright.
cut you guys
I
a
think
deal.
early
This is
on,
trading
if we're
higher
just
than
doing
that.
human
I'll cut you a
values,
low ball
all
on it.
right.
See, look at
He's
that.
all right. Yeah.
Bam.
Okay.
It's a very hesitant all right.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Yeah, but so
Blood
he
out.
could make the difference though,
Yes,
is the lion
yes. I'll
was
shoot at him.
glassing planets and killing
Check
billions
something.
because he thought he was doing the right thing. I think Fulgrim probably, if he was put in the same boat and he was still human, not corrupted Fulgrim, he'd probably hesitate, maybe. You know, he'd probably try to deal with things a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. He'd try and do it a little nicer.
Yeah. Okay. So we can always come back to this too. We don't have to be dead set on this. Perturabo. Oh man, I think Perturabo's got to be like up here somewhere, low key.
He's at
I
least
think I tried this
very
before and I
evil.
don't understand how the
'cause,
damage
like,
numbers
upon
work.
meeting his, or no, like after with his he was campaigning for his legion for a little bit, and then he decimated them, like killing 1/10 of every what was a company or a squad or something.
Wait, what is
like
mine?
that?
620, I think it was?
1/10 of everyone, like all of them.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Yeah. And then he destroyed his own homeworld, right? When they rebelled against him, and then he choked out his own his stepsister. So I
Where's
mean,
mine?
there's a lot of
520.
stuff against him, and that's even before the heresy.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, wait, this
Didn't the father also genuinely love him, like his human father that found him and stuff, and
Yeah,
did not give a single shit.
It was his. Relatively
Kinetic
recently, I read his Primarch.
Well, I
book,
guess it doesn't
like,
need to be a
Olympia.
kinetic
It's
wand.
a
It could be any
very
kind of
like
wand, but-
mercantile in a way place where it's like using each other as like a social norm, like which obviously isn't great, but everyone knows like if you're talking to someone, right? Like let's say you and me are going.
And you
out
couldn't
for
even
evening,
craft
right?
the good cold
there are
damage
some
modifier
reason
is
we're
tier
doing
3
that
cold.
beyond just going to have
Lazy.
a couple a good time, right? But everyone involved in the situation is aware of that, and then you still have a good time anyways, right?
Cold
So it
damage
evens out.
over time.
Yeah, Perturabo didn't get as far as but also I still just want to hang out with you. It's a productive thing. We're gonna use each other's talents and both.
Mate,
come out
I'm
on
just
top.
gonna have to do it
And
the
then we're
old
gonna
way
hang
and get
out.
out the alt.
He didn't get to the, and then we're gonna
spam the
hang
shit
out
of it
parts
until I
as
get
a
through
bitter
it
asshole.
two, and then I hope I slam a third.
I think that's the perfect.
Might
way
just
to
have to do
explain
it the old-fashioned
His whole
how.
character is that he's convinced himself that he's taken
Next wand I
advantage of
buy
or
is
not seen
no
as,
less
like,
than
a
tier 1
valuable
mod.
aspect, and then his twin sister
On the
calls him
damage.
out on that, and he kills her because of that. Is that right,
Yeah.
Pancreas? You just read it, right?
Yeah, and he was he was sad after he did it, but like you choked your sister out.
Oh,
you don't you don't get to go, oh, I feel sad about
okay.
that now.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's
I want to say like.
All right, hold on.
His sister was one of the only people he actually gave a shit about, and he killed her.
What's
brutally.
high price
I
on
feel
it?
like
600?
I'm leaning towards Chaos Incarnate just from that.
That's
and then
definitely
everything
not worth
else he did
600.
be-
I mean,
beyond
okay,
that,
that's
I
high.
feel like
Look, here's
was
what's higher
there,
DPS. We'll
but-
take this one.
Yeah, he just wasn't a very nice guy. Like he
Damn.
was pretty evil. Could we say that he was
With the attack speed modifiers.
malicious by nature? Could we say that?
Yeah, those are
I would go
those
so
are
far as
good.
to say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean I agree. He just seemed like he.
Oh man,
just
these
kinda
are all
was a
good.
prick
Wow, this is
just to be a
definitely
prick,
200 div wand
you know?
right here.
Like he didn't have to
Well,
decimate his legion just because they were
change
moving
that
a
out,
little
but-
slow. He didn't have to kill his stepsister. He just kind of like acted, and then he cared about the repercussions, but not really, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Or
I
give me one that's
agree.
not
I feel like
200
this is the
div.
right
Give
play
me
for
something
him.
a little more real.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
make sure
okay.
we get the div.
First Chaos Incarnate is Purdy. I wonder how the Iron Warrior fans will take that one. Jagatai Khan is next. How
My
do we
price
feel
range
about
is like 60
Jagatai
div.
Khan?
I mean, he's
Tier
genuinely
1.
actually a pretty good
Good
person.
chance,
Isn't he? Like,
honestly,
projectile
yeah.
speed, and
Because
attack. That's pretty
he
good.
took over his
Yeah.
planet and then he ruled peacefully, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and the people he took over from were like pretty not great people. Like, he did do some Genghis Khan kind of stuff, but also again, kind of like the Rangda. They were a little bit asking for it by being
Jeez.
assholes themselves.
Yeah,
Tier
exactly.
0
Right.
lightning damage.
It's
That's
not
crazy.
like he destroyed his planet.
Ew,
like
for 50
Kurz
divs, you put a
or
chaos
Purdy,
damage
you know,
multiplier?
he-
Nah,
he
ain't
took
nobody
it over
buying
and then
this.
Ruled peacefully, because I feel like most of these Primarchs had to fight to take over their homeworlds. Like Fulgrim did too, and obviously the
Not for
Lion
50
had to kill a
divs,
bunch
maybe
of
like 10.
the beasts of Caliban.
Monsters.
Yeah, so I feel like
Like,
that's
look at
just
this
like
one.
goes
This one's
without
just plain
saying.
better.
Yeah. But overall, he did pretty
Wow.
decent.
Is he?
he
Is
also
No,
he
it
lets
has higher
people
DPS than that
take
one
like
did.
hobbies and stuff too.
Yeah,
Like,
he encouraged
creative,
them like, dude,
philosophical.
Just hang out.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he
Yeah,
our
so
first angel?
I think he's one of the best sections for it.
I think he also
A lot
he
of
was
people
like
trying for
the
50.
he was on like the outskirts. He
crap,
rarely
one of
fought
these.
other humans, just like Xenos, and most of those Xenos I think were like
Totally.
orcs, which I'm not gonna judge someone for killing orcs.
Yeah.
I might judge them negatively anyways. And I think he even said right before the heresy, he's like,
I think
yeah,
it
the
takes strength
Imperium
based
blows.
This
I'm
is
not
the
joining
same as
the
some other
demons."
ones up there. It's just
Yeah. I think that's,
25
that's a
gives
good
less.
point.
pretty much
Wow.
it. Yeah. Because I
You've
think
provided me like
Yeah.
the one worse option than that. No.
Yeah, and he didn't even when the half his legion rebelled, he didn't even kill the rank and file. He chose to either let them serve with the Magyar Monsang,
Old damage.
or he
Ew.
gave them like an honorable death. Like he would. I think the Khan is an angel pick.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think
Pretty-
he's gonna be one of
pretty
the
Because
best.
none of them bullied and stuff.
He's a goat. He's a goat. Oh boy, I'm
Surprising.
very curious about this next one, guys. Lehman Russ. Let's start with you, Pancreas. How do you feel about Lehman Russ as a Primarch and as a
Not
morally sound
Stash.
individual?
In spite of really
What?
hating
Haven't-
his kids, I
I
actually
haven't-
quite like Russ. He's got some introspective
Oh,
moments. He
as-
seems, he's at least a little bit aware he's a monster, which I feel gives you a couple points.
Yeah,
But
I'd
like,
say so.
it's kind of like, I'm aware, kicking puppies to death is a bad thing. If
True.
I do it, it doesn't really matter if I feel bad
Right.
about it. I still kick the
Definitely
puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tier
Yeah,
2.
So
another great analogy from you. What do you think?
he was also. Oh, sorry.
No, keep going.
He was pretty excited to burn Prospero. Like, even kind of like, I feel at least my reading of the story and the heresy was like he's
on fire.
kind of aware something
he won.
fishy is up, but he just
Temporary.
wanted to
It is
burn
level
down
86,
Prospero
but-
anyways. So he kind of
Should
really
have a chance. to
was
go
almost
higher.
looking for excuses to do it once the
Or
order
the
Yeah.
came
possibility
down.
to, I should say.
To add to that, it's
You're
very
right.
interesting. So the black books add like a ton of context to that,
Credit.
and you can actually see like the paper the Emperor gives him, and it never says anywhere explicitly that he was said to kill him. And then Horus sent a message to him saying that we don't know exactly what was said, but it's implied that he told him to kill
that was
Magnus.
keepable if
So
that.
then it's like, do you listen to the Emperor's
Crit
orders or
modifier
do you listen
was-
to Horus's orders?
Your multiplier was
And
higher too.
you could make the argument that the Horus is the War Master, and he's closest brother with Lehman Russ. Why wouldn't he trust
Oh, I
him?
can't see him.
But at the
have
same
on.
time, like you said, Lehman
Oh,
Russ
I
didn't even
probably
wait for his
craft
whole legion
fossils,
to be
huh?
assembled. He seemed like
But I
he was
forget which
really,
fossils I
really
think.
eager and ready to go to kill.
Maybe I could switch it up, go
Magnus
delve
and
for a little
Glass's
while,
planet.
look
He
for some
seemed
fossils.
like really jazzed to do it. So I think he definitely deserves negative points for that.
That's been a
And
few
then
leagues
he
since I've tried
literally
delve.
didn't try to, I don't know, capture Magnus with like a elite guard or something like that. He just decided to glass
Need
the
for
planet.
Steve is back.
He just bombarded and killed 30
Need for-
million without
Need for
really
Steve said,
trying. He
"You
tried to be
think you're gonna
diplomatic for
what?
1 hour,
To
and
where?"
that was it. So I think
And he
Right,
said,
deserves
right.
negative.
Nah.
What do you
I'm
think,
the
guys?
delve guy around
I mean,
here.
I agree with that. I was going to ask about Prospero since I haven't read it myself. About
Steve
his
is
intentions
a
with that, but if
mythical
that's true,
legend
that's
above
one of his
among
brothers.
Path of Exile.
I mean, I know that's his
Yeah, everybody
orders,
knows
right, to
who
a certain
Steve is.
extent, but
Because you
I
always
agree,
see
he
his
didn't
name
really
pop
fight,
up
He didn't really think
all
think
league
about it
long.
Too much. He kind of was completely fine.
because
with
he's
it,
just
so-
constantly delving.
He did try
The
and help
entire
Anger, like,
world
the
gets
Night of the
notified
Wolf
when he hits a
thing.
new
Like, that
peak.
was
There was
kinda
somebody
his
else that was like
genuine,
a
I wanna
Twitch
help my
streamer
brother out. Like,
that
it's
was
gonna be
digging.
tough love,
They were
but that's
delving.
about the only thing that'll work on Angron. So
I don't
he
know,
did
2
try
days
with
ago or
that. I
something.
feel
I
like,
saw
a
them at
couple points should be given for that,
2,500
but
or
then,
3,000.
They ended up-
Today,
Magnus-
Steve just
Yeah.
hit 7,000,
Magnus
6,900.
is just like,
It's
I
been
don't know.
2 days and
It's-
he's already
it's also
doubled the
Magnus's
distance.
fault,
Like,
too, if you really
don't
think
fuck with
about
that,
it,
man. He is
because
not
he
to be trifled
disobeyed
with.
Oh, yeah.
orders,
There are
but
things
he
that
al-
lurk
he also
underground
didn't- even as a Magnus
that
fan,
scare
Magnus
the
is not
strongest
weak.
exiles
I
out
still
there.
think he's a giant more because like he could have.
Delve is a weird,
Like been outside
Delve is
the
a weird
planet. He could've
wasteland of
traveled
just
to Terra and submitted himself,
awful things.
But instead, he just turned off the security on the entire planet.
He's got to be so
told
fucked. All the
fleet
guy
to go
does is
away,
delve,
didn't
though. He's
tell
got to
any
be
of his
just
legion
wiping
that
his
the
ass
Space
with
Wolves
the
were coming
vines.
to kill them all. He just kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna let it happen. So I mean,
He's
Russ is at
rich,
fault, but
rich,
so
I
is
know it.
Magnus. You know what I mean?
I
We
wish
can
he
talk
just
about
had
it
it
more
like
when
a.
we get to
Even if he
the
didn't
red
talk,
bar.
like he could just
Right,
have a
yeah.
screen
There
capture
were a
of his
lot
screen
a
up
lot
at
of
all
paths
times.
that
I would
could
just
have
watch.
been
I'd just sit and
taken,
watch all
none
day.
of them were.
Like drooling,
Yeah,
hanging out of my mouth.
honestly,
Like
when
it's
you
amazing.
really read about all the Primarchs, they're all just kind of like
I've only ever seen him
gigantic
once.
man-children. Like they don't really make good decisions.
But
like
when he
they're
pops
supposed to
into
be
town, it's like, whoa!
demigods among the
Yeah.
human race.
You're
but
not
they
supposed to
really
be here.
exemplify the stupidity and the recklessness of humans.
what was
I
it?
feel
Oh, yeah,
like
these.
they're so powerful, and maybe because of that, they think they can like make bad decisions
Right, well, I'm gonna
or
do.
make the decision that's probably not
Faustus,
best.
I need some
You know what I
currencies.
mean?
I
Yeah.
have.
I will
no,
say
I
the
want.
Horus, the original, I think it was like an either
Where
I think it is Chaos Space
are-
Marine Codex, the Burning of Prospero was
Fossils.
just like Emperor said go take care of it, and it was just too quick for Magnus to do anything. The silly goofy moments came
Yeah.
with the Heresy series.
Yeah, they really fleshed everything out.
Okay,
It's
Kinetic,
kinda
more
crazy.
elemental,
I think
no
they're adding
physical or
another
chaos.
codex to the Prospero, right? Isn't that
And
what the
then
new
back modifiers.
reveals? They were adding another like codex to the Battle of Prospero, or am I wrong?
Gas
Unsure.
possible.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But back to Russ.
And maybe
What, how do we feel?
sanctified.
He destroyed Prospero. What
Or-
else? What else do we think we could do
No,
in
not
this
at
game? He was generally nice to his sons, right? He was decent to
Yeah,
his sons.
overall not a bad guy to him.
I do have this one note. During his own Primarch novel, he dismissed a commander's concerns about civilian casualties and argued that the weak deserve no
What did I
protection.
say I want?
So I don't know how we feel
You know,
about
that's
that.
That's not great. That's
That's not a
definitely
great
not
look.
ideal.
No, it's a TMZ caught his ass. on
Prismatic?
that. I think we
We're
could
not
put
trying
him
to
right
trade
next to
puzzle.
maybe the
Nine.
lion and just put him in evil. Because I feel like he thought just
Yeah.
like the lion, what he was doing was
Let's just do this
justified.
just to
We'll make
experiment.
it happen.
On the like killing millions of people obviously is not the greatest thing to do. I think he was more of
I
a
wish it just said fossils instead of delta.
the intentions were sound.
More
but
elemental, no
morality
physical or
took a
chaos
back seat.
elements.
Morality, not great.
It's
Not
rated.
great. How do you feel about that, Icy Pie?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
More
Perfect.
attack
All right,
modifiers.
moving on to my
I'll
other
put the
cookie,
word
Little
out.
Thorn.
And
Uh,
then
honestly, random
what's the other
question.
one I say?
Who's everyone's
The
favorite
sanctified is gonna
before
be
we
fucking
continue?
expensive.
I'm just curious.
40 C
We'll do
for one,
Loyalist and
yeah.
Trader.
I'm a basic man. I like Gilliman.
So I'm not gonna do that
Gilman
yet.
and who's your favorite trader?
Let's go. Ooh, I don't think about them.
Or
I don't think
critical
about them positively that often.
That's fair.
Probably Lorgar, honestly.
I like that pick. Lorgar's been growing on me lately.
All
I
in order.
really like it. I read his
All
original
in.
short story or short novella, and I was like, that's a really lot of depth to him. So I feel like the memes really don't do him justice. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, what he did
Make
wrong
it
was not be a
happen.
Reddit atheist.
Yeah.
That was
Literally.
his biggest sin.
I mean, can you fault the guy?
So we
His city got
can-
his whole
These
perfect world
three
got
here,
torched.
and then
because he
blammo!
killed a guy
Oh,
who
it's gotta
could
be
light
rare, I
up
forgot.
like a freaking god. A god.
Oh, we hit it with
I
that.
didn't like
God,
that.
yeah.
It's kind of crazy. And even
Lightning
in the,
damage,
the
crit
first
strike.
Heretic book.
Yeah, okay, so I
Lorgar's
can
like,
definitely
"I
hit
was
it like
doing this
that.
for years, and he never said
It's not
anything.
terribly
I say
bad.
something.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. What about you, Icy Pie?
I really like Vulcan. I'm not gonna lie.
You a big Vulcan guy? Okay.
I actually am. Like when I first learned about it, I really like the guy. He seems like such a nice dude to hang out with. Chaos?
What should I do?
Shit.
Should I just keep
They're all
going
just
after the Maven?
terrible.
That's fair.
They're all just
That's
so,
fair.
They're so,
That's fair.
I think I like Angron actually.
Whoa, I like that.
Angron pick. All right, all
Hit
right.
that one.
Yeah, I like
Did I not
Angron.
do
I
this one?
guess out of all of them. He's
Angron doesn't get
simple.
enough love.
Oh, was the Maven not turned on?
He
What
really,
the hell?
he really doesn't. He really doesn't. I think.
All right, I'll
he's
do that
actually
again,
A
I
pretty
guess.
interesting character, but I mean, you can say that about a lot of them, I guess. I'm surprised
Whatever.
you both said Lorgar though. Like that's a usually uncommon pick, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people hate Lorgar, and I think it's because of the memes, man. The memes are too widespread.
I think it's 'cause his
They
name's
don't understand
Lorgar.
The hype of the bald Aurelian dude.
They
don't
are
understand the
not
hype.
knowers.
They don't know ball, bro. They don't know ball.
I'm clearly not a no.
All right. So yeah, but I like
That is the case.
Vogeldorn's my favorite loyalist. He's just. What do we think about Dork? Personally, I think he might be an angel pick. that's just I can't think of anything he did.
I
bad.
need chance orbs. What did I pick those up for?
Fortified Terra. He was generally nice to the civilians on Terra. I think he even like tried to restart the Remembrancer program during the Siege of Terra to record human history in case like something went wrong.
Which a couple things did
A
go
couple
wrong.
things did, you know. I think generally he was a good guy. Like I don't think
Matt.
bad. I mean, he probably killed a bunch of people during the Great Crusade, but who didn't at this point? You know what I mean?
I mean, he's awesome. I mean, to be honest with you, do we even have to bring up the fact that
mana
Korn
is
tried to
spent.
like make him submit for like years and years in that like different dimension?
I will
And he
take
just
those.
basically taught him like the perfect rebar spacing for like, you know, putting cement and concrete together and shit like that for 100 years
Oh,
until
yeah.
Korn gave up. You know?
That's
Yep.
another great point, I see. Another great point.
Yeah. Dude's incorruptible.
The bad things he did is
Primarchs
like
are
because he just
autistic.
doesn't know how to
I
talk to
see.
other human
That
beings.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like
He's
did he was it Kurz he took a no who did he Garrow
Yeah,
who did he nearly
Geralt.
like, punch to death because he doesn't know how to handle like
Garo.
criticism.
Garo told him that Curse had betrayed the Emperor. Punched his head clean.
Yeah, the idea was just so beyond him. He's like, I have to break your neck.
Like, sorry, dude, your head's looking a little too punchable right now. Yeah, I think that you could say that's the worst thing he's done. But even then, he didn't do it. He didn't lie and he didn't do what the lion did.
No,
Bitch slaps.
he held off from killing.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that kind of funny? That's like a throw for the Primarch. Oh yeah, he stopped himself. from
Shrine.
punching someone.
Yeah,
Summit 1G clip.
good job, man.
He had restraint that's better than like 80% of them.
Yeah.
I think my damage definitely
Like, why did the Emperor
all
like,
those
push
the kids I sent out to them was
They're all
worth it.
just like goobers, you know? That's some sense.
All right, let's see if we get killed by the Brisbane.
Angel?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of dudes.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. The Dorn agenda lives on. Okay, Conrad Curry's next. I feel like this is like one of the easier ones.
You after the ads, I hope.
The dude flayed people. I mean, at one point he built a statue and flayed people and talked to it because he wanted to.
Hell yeah, whoop their asses. Ain't nothing to it.
Not great.
That's a
Not
little
great.
chance of
He
you know,
destroyed
alchemy.
his
Now
own
those, dude.
Killed millions. Tortured Vulcan mentally, physically during the beginning of the heresy. He terrorized McCracken.
Abyssal junkery. It's all that was.
So the conversation isn't where he is evil. The conversation is what
Raider
will make
of
him
this
not
one, not
chaos
a.
incarnate.
Alright,
Has he done
with
anything good?
Asliides.
Can anyone think of that?
Here's
Low
a
item
good-
levels,
here's a
but
good
whatever.
generator. Could we argue that it's not because
Wanna
it's not
do-
his fault? It's because he's
Mineral. Oh wait.
Make that
Speaking
argument
of
that
minerals
maybe that just
harvesting, I
places
want to
him in
do
very evil.
these
Instead
for a
of-
little
That's 'cause
while,
of
and
his
then
power, right?
I don't know, maybe
That was
try
like
something else.
Site or
Yeah,
whatever.
but
Like
yeah,
they're
so
screwing him up.
He was convinced
Just to,
that
you know,
the Emperor
switch
was
it up.
going to kill him because
Oh, maybe
he
I ought
was
to go
so
do some more of them
Correct me if
undersea
I'm
things,
wrong.
because I've been getting quite a
So
few
he
maps and
decided
stuff.
to take that path because it was the only certainty.
I don't know, maybe I just need to not feel bad about playing PoE so much and having a really good time.
More or less.
And then I'll just have fun
Yeah.
and watch videos and stuff, and you guys can hang
Chaos
out.
Incarnate would
you
be
know,
malicious by
do
nature.
bullshit.
Do we think
Whoa!
Curse is
Tier
malicious by nature?
4!
Do we think
How many
maybe
materials
his
does that
insanity
give me?
drove him to
We're hitting
commit
50
these
mil
acts? And
ASAP,
you could
boyos.
also make the argument that
Goddamn
the only
right I'm
reason
gonna make a
Loyalists
mess.
even made it to Terra is because Kurz's vision saw him getting killed by Maven. That led the line of Sanguinius and
Stay away from me.
to abandon Imperium.
Big bear.
Just put that out there. Just put that out
You gonna blow up or
I
something
don't know
stupid?
if that makes him better person than skinny.
I don't think that makes him a better person, Ion. I think that's just kind of a happy little accident.
Okay, that was
I think you're
definitely faster than
Feels
the last time I
did
fought.
he,
It's not time for
ever
pills yet,
show
Sensei. It's only
enjoyment out of the
4:30.
things he did, or was he just like, yeah, it is what it is. Who cares anyway?
You know,
Jeez, so scare me like that. I thought I'd been here like all night. I hadn't noticed. Come on, man.
Insane, but also
Right.
he kind of flipped.
Not time for pills yet. Doesn't it say like 10 p.m. right on the thing?
Stop doing it.
Pretty
At
sure it says
worst,
10 p.m.
it
Eastern is when I have to take
well,
my
you know,
pills,
I still
you guys.
gotta skin people, and it's like you really don't.
Or do you just like doing that to fuck with me? I gotta get you some more alerts, don't I?
Again, you feel a little bad about it. That's
What kind of alerts do you
I
want?
can't give you credit for it. You're still.
Oh,
Yeah, he
well,
never
then I
really
appreciate you thinking of
regretted
me,
his
brother.
actions. It was more like he just kind of kept doing them.
How are you doing
because
today?
That's the only thing he thought was like.
How was your
truth
Sunday?
Or what he was meant to do. So. Yeah, maybe.
How's your
Well,
how's your new
it's
monitor?
crazy because
Forgot to ask.
He thought he deserved to die because of his actions, and that's why he let
Welcome back
himself
from the ads,
succeed.
by the way.
So I guess maybe he did feel a little bit of regret for what he did, but he never.
Felt
It
a
never.
little bad.
Does it
never
make you a better
stopped him.
gamer?
Or maybe he felt he had.
Is the
to do
frame
these
rate
actions to
unbelievable?
reach The path that he saw was the future. I don't know if that makes sense.
Did the Emperor ever? Did he ever speak to the Emperor about this ever?
Of course.
Once? That was problem.
When they first met, they kind of had a bit. He didn't even really have a talk. He just kind of chilled Kurz out a little bit, and then never again. No.
Yeah. As
So he's
the father tends to do.
He's like, yeah, I got Kurz, like, I got this
Hell
bad
yeah.
impression here. The Emperor's like, have you tried not being a little bitch? Oh, I guess I'll try that. And that was it.
Literally.
That's it.
Literally.
Yeah,
Oh man, nah.
Because Kurz saw
Man,
the heresy happening,
that's
and he saw those
bullshit.
brothers dying, and he told Fulgrim about it, and then Fulgrim told Dorn.
Man, I'd have been on the phone complaining to somebody so damn fast.
So Dorn
No.
kind of came
What
at
do you
him
mean
like,
ain't nobody home? That sounds like somebody tried to snake your monitor. Fuck you.
And, Kurz,
Nobody home. I took the day off especially for the monitor, you pricks.
I mean, could you make the argument that it's the Vision's fault and not
Oh,
Kurz's
really?
fault?
Man,
Or
oh man.
is that
Well, that
just, like,
sucks to hear, man. Hopefully you get it figured out.
It's hard because I definitely see there is a good argument to be made that a lot of how different he would have changed if he didn't have that ability or have an ability similar to Sanguinius. Like Sanguinius' future sight is different, isn't it? It's a little bit different to how his works. Is that
Yeah.
right? Or
I think
Yeah.
they're
What a bum-ass way to start the weekend.
But I think
Not-
Sanguinius decided to take it as like
What a
he could
bummer.
try to avoid that fate. While
Yeah.
Kurz took
He
it.
Let's
certainly
finish the map.
handled
They
it
did
better.
finish the map.
Yeah, Sanguinius definitely handled it better.
okay, so if that's true, because I thought it was slightly different, but if the cases they're pretty
I could be
similar.
wrong. Pancreas, is that wrong?
No, that's kind of
I
how I
should redo
read
my
it, too.
flasks.
Okay,
Their
so
foresight is confusing as hell. I wanna
Right.
say that.
Also that.
right, so if their ability is about the same and they both took two different paths from it,
Like this one's good. 'cause
there's
got
an argument
the
to be said that the power is a
increased
great
effect.
problem for them, but it's not the only attributor for him becoming evil, and he did a lot of horrible, unforgivable stuff, no matter what. More than most of these people.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I'd be
guess
pissed.
Chaos incarnate.
Greetings.
Unless you guys really think very evil.
No, I agree. I don't
Nah,
see an argument
all these
for.
are
I mean, I see the argument that maybe the madness could have been the fault, but then again, Sanguinius was dealing with the same
Huh?
shit, and he
Fine.
didn't choose to skin
Yes.
people alive. You know,
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Here you belong.
so there's that. Yeah. I'll
I-
think
fuck
Kurz
yeah,
is
man.
an easy chaos incarnate when you really look at it.
Greetings.
It's a shame. It's a shame unless it's. in
I
the
don't
books,
know
it's a shame
exactly how
Sanguinius
much
and Kurz
420
never
euros
talked. I feel
is
that
in
would be a
American
super
dollars,
interesting
but
thing to talk about their
fucking-
abilities and how they
if
view
it was
it.
American dollars, it's still
Must have been
$400,
They
man.
had
It's a lot
like
of
a
fucking money.
conversation
$400, $400. I don't give a fuck who you are.
Wrong, right?
Yeah, I think it's in Pharaohs, the book Pharaohs. I think they had a fight, but it was really brief, and then Kurz blew off his son's arm with a bomb,
Chicken
and
nugget.
then retreated, as Kurz naturally does. So they didn't really have like
man.
a long conversation about it, but
Woo!
it's obvious that Kurz
$500 bucks?
Sanguinius
What's
to
that?
fall down this path of decrepitcy and corruption,
Yeah.
but Sanguinius.
Okay,
is
that just
perfect.
makes
He
it
also,
worse.
yeah, he wanted Sanguinius dragged down to his level.
yeah.
Man, you know how much shit you can
you're
do
not
with
a good
$500?
person if you're doing that.
That's
Yeah,
honestly
that
a
actually convinces me too.
Yeah, that's a common theme, honestly, with Kurz, because he wanted Vulcan to kill him just so he could fall to his level. Like, I think Kurz knows he's a piece of shit,
What a bummer.
and he wants the other Primarchs that are
Well,
the
keep my
better
fingers
half
crossed,
of the
man.
Primarchs to be, like, as decrepit as
Also
him.
be pieces of shit.
Yeah. He's like, come on, guys, skinning people alive. It ain't that bad. It's a good hobby. Trust me.
Water's fine. Come on in.
Yeah, come on in. Let's get to work on this poop statue. It'd be perfect for Dad.
It speaks
Alright.
to me.
It speaks to me. You won't believe
Oh, yeah?
it.
That's cool.
It says
That's
the
good.
darnest thing sometimes. All right, Sanguinius.
I did
X,
install that yesterday.
Did Sanguinius ever do anything horrible? He sacrificed himself to fight Horus. Maybe he killed a couple of his own blood angels because of his fear of the red thirst. But does that?
No, I don't want to
make
do
him
Promenade again. We just did that one.
Like
Do
horrible.
a different one.
I don't know.
It's
What do you think,
something
guys?
even. It's
Didn't he
Caldera.
promise to help
I don't
his,
remember what
his
Caldera is. We'll go that
sons
one.
and everything? Like he had a big speech at
Oh,
the
yeah? Well, that's
beginning
good.
when he met them to help them through the problems that they had and stuff, and they were
Quiet
like,
down,
so
Beetle.
inspired by him. I mean, that seems like a very good argument to say he's a really good person, right?
He did
Oh,
try.
yeah,
My
it's
mana
this.
is
He did
spent.
try.
And his legion was pretty shitty from the beginning. From like before he met them, they were like eating people.
Right.
Yeah, I think Sanguinius is like the prime candidate for Angel, which is kind of like
Oh, that's cool.
the Angel.
I do like
But
skill
literally, like,
trees.
I don't see any faults with them. I mean, the dude was like flying around the palace, fighting battles, inspiring people. He went to go fight Horus, even
Nothing
though he
in the
thought he was
chest,
gonna
babe.
die. Maybe like a negative is he shot Curse into space during a rainstorm, or was it after the rainstorm, or sometime during that
Yeah,
period?
that's what I was. Yeah, I gotta be real. I can't consider that one a negative. I agree with you.
All right.
You know, it would have been interesting.
Well, I
though,
mean, I
if
guess.
Curse came with Sanguinius
Worth
to
checking
the siege,
fractures in.
and then there might have been like the possibility of Curse being redeemed, but I don't know if that would ever happen. It would have been interesting
Yeah.
I think so.
because I could see honestly.
Oh,
him putting,
well,
like,
for you, that
I
probably
could
sucked.
see that happen. I don't think he was going to kill Magnus for breaching his super secret Red project. Like he probably would have forgiven.
I don't even have
Curse.
to
That would've
target
really
this game and I can barely hit anything.
Anyone else want to say anything about Mr. Hawkboy over here?
I
Sniping.
don't like Sanguinius, but yeah, put him in Angel.
What? Okay, so let me hear why you don't like Sanguinius, because I've heard this before, and I didn't get the
I
full
see.
story.
What the
So
hell?
I used to be one of those people that thought Superman was boring because he's just super perfect, amazing guy.
Yeah.
I kind of, that's the point. But when I think back to that, and I feel like Sanguinius actually is what I thought Superman was, where it's just like they.
That
Just made
sounds
him,
like a zap
super
zap
perfect
gun.
and everything, Imperium standards and all that.
Wasn't there an arc rifle? Or no, there's something like that in
What's his character flaw?
Hellbenders.
He's a vampire.
Zappy gun.
That's not a character flaw. That's a condition.
Yeah.
And it's just, and everyone loves him, and he's the bestest friend ever. And even Horus loves him, and everyone ever. He's awesome and great. He's just boring. I just find him boring.
Okay, that's fair.
There's-
That's really fair.
There's no.
The
there's
most
no
boring
spice.
friend.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think that's like his whole character is
Huh.
and
Oh, good thing you got that.
because like you said there are technically no flaws. I'm sure his Legion has the red thirst, but I don't think Sanguinius has that. I don't think he even has that. Right? Yeah, like I agree.
Give me all of your gold.
Yeah, I still love the guy, but I get what you mean. What do you think,
This way,
Icy? Any more thoughts or
Don't tell me where to go.
how do you feel about Sanguinius? Since I asked Pancreas, how do you feel about the
I don't know if this
magnificent
is the
Hawk?
greatest kid. I've recently been watching my adventures with Superman very recently. I actually came to like Superman a lot, which I agree with Pancreas up until a certain point. I thought he was better. But I don't know, like, I don't know about Sanguinius. Like, this is just about, like, I guess, super good
Alright,
guy,
come on.
goody
Where's
two-shoes,
the
no
high
American
tier
spent
plant?
or whatever
What you want?
kind of
Where's the
characters.
gold?
But I think
Where's
some
the
would be good, like Goku or
Well.
Superman, that, like, just them trying to remain good and trying to be the best person they can be, right? When everyone else is doing evil or whatever else, like that. There's something cool to that, but it depends on how it's done. I don't know about Sanguinius himself, how they. I'm guessing it's kind of not. They don't go that deep into it. So I agree. I can totally see what he's kind of saying now. I think it's fair.
Yeah, and to add to that, like even when he's tempted by chaos, I think in like Fear to Tread,
Wrathback?
they offer Sanguinius the
back
chance
ass.
to kill himself, or I think to step into the balefire, whatever that is, to save the Red Thirst, and he does it without like he's gonna do it without hesitation. So it's like there really aren't any flaws. Maybe the flaw is that he's too but I get what you're saying.
Right.
All right, let's move on.
Destroyed.
Ferris Manus. I personally do not like Ferris Manus at all. I think he's a complete. What do you guys think? I think he's just. I think he's
It's
just.
okay.
Stupid.
No one likes Ferris Manus. No, the people who wrote the books for him don't like him. Iron Hands don't like him. Nobody likes him. I'm gonna be honest.
It's. I know, and you're an Iron Hand fan. Like, how do you feel about this guy? I feel like he has so many like statements like, "Who's the greatest jungle ever?" But when we actually see him do stuff, he's like stupid. Like he's legitimately stupid.
It's true. It is. He is the
I don't know
biggest
anything about the
potential
guy.
man ever.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, everyone, even like I think Horus is like, oh man, this guy's so good at war, so awesome and stuff, and he just gets fucking
Right.
killed. Like the first one. Yeah.
Immediately loses his head.
Exactly.
Literally.
You know, it
Literally.
set a good precedent. I do have some small. I like honestly, he's gonna be in there all right, and this is why he's gonna be put in there. There's not a lot to him. He doesn't get enough time to really explore much of him. And you, like you said, the problems you just talked about are there. But at most, okay, the few good things. When he was sent to Medusa originally, he helped his people by killing I think it was a Necron. I think it's confirmed it was a Necron creature, and getting the Necrodermis and all
Why is
that.
that
He did slay the
unfiltered?
monster to help his people. He did want to stop the Iron Hands from self-mutilating and putting robot arms and stuff. He was quoted saying that he did want to repair that when this Great Crusade is over.
Whooped his
that
ass.
He wanted to help them, and I think that's a good enough thing. He just never got the chance.
I did get a bit stronger,
Beyond
didn't
that,
I?
I haven't got a chance to read about him myself just yet. Someday I would like to, but I don't know how he was in battle.
Nope.
Like the Iron Hands as of right now are extraordinarily cool.
Journey
in
well.
40K.
The only reason
Like,
she's there is because she
everyone
IDs
hates them
shit.
that even interacts with them, but I think that is stretched too far for Ferris Manus himself.
Tier 2
But
evasion?
I would say
If that
he's
was
there
86,
alright,
it'd probably be
and I
worth
don't
something.
think there's much
That's
else
not
beyond
worth
that
shit.
with him. They just don't. There's not enough.
Do you think his personality warrants him putting into evil?
Business,
Because I
business.
feel like
Nope, not
sometimes
currency
he would
exchange,
do
Faust
things
is-
just to spite people, and then like during this Vaughn, he didn't. Well, I guess that's not even him being malicious. It's him being stupid.
Yeah,
Tier
he's
two,
stupid. I
what's
agree.
that
He's
fat
stupid
word?
as
It's
hell.
called
But
50
I mean,
called
you
50
can't-
C.
that stupidity isn't
For a
necessarily
mid-tier
evil,
fracture.
right?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Nope. No,
like,
no, no,
I
no,
mean,
don't sell
I
it.
don't really have a solid argument of not putting him in all right. What do you
Well,
think, Pancreas?
Yeah, Pancreas. Sorry for my Ferris Manus take.
Oh, no, you're good,
Go
man.
on.
Sometimes you gotta have it. But I mean,
Yeah, see what this could be used
wasn't
for.
around enough. I find him kind of boring, but I don't want to make him moral
You should
judgment.
probably
on
make some more
someone who's
Baristas.
boring.
Like this
I
chance
know,
some
he's
more
a-
of this
he's a
shit.
nothing burger.
And
There's
King's
nothing.
March
There's not
probably
much
got
to
all
cling
this
on
money
to,
right
so
on
it's-
me now.
He's all right.
Well,
Then we're gonna have
pretty
to go back
much.
to doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm like on the chief
Voyages.
opinion that they should have given
Our
like Ferris
currency
Manus
balance
his
is
own
down to
Primarch
half.
book, or at least like I wish he got like a trilogy, but that's never gonna happen. So if they gave him like a book like Fulgrim called maybe like Ferris Manus or some shit, I don't know, that would have been like the perfect segue into the book Fulgrim where they would kill him. You know what I mean? But he's just
Yeah.
like kind of like there. Like he's just kind of there and then he dies.
You got
You know,
bell,
I
a
don't know,
ring,
it's one of like the weakest parts of the heresy that
necklace.
Ferris Manus is like this
bell.
really cool Primarch. He's glazed to hell and then he
Oh, that's
dies
more
in the
junk.
5th book, I think. So like,
One.
not really much to go off there. But I'm okay with putting
Jewelry or
him in.
something.
They're all right. I mean,
Yeah,
he just doesn't have a lot of
weird to have.
lore. He probably was a dick during the Great Crusade, but everyone in
Just
this
a little,
was not the greatest
Sort
individual.
or just like
during the
organized
Great
things, so it just
Crusade,
sucks
so-
everything in.
Yeah, I'm okay
Back
with
into the
that.
corner. That's all I want.
Moving on to
That'd be all I need.
Angron.
We haven't got
This is
anything to
another
do.
As long as we're not running
This is
mappers, we
it.
shouldn't
Okay,
be
so
draining too many
I'm gonna
funds.
put this out there
I'm
before
on
we
it.
continue. Could you make the argument
We're gonna
that
have
Angron
fun
was
with
not
that one.
malicious by nature, but was controlled by the butcher's nails to murder
Let's fill
all
this
these
guy
rogues?
up.
Do you think that had an impact on his overall evilness or morality?
I'd
I
say
think
yeah.
so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
He had,
Oh,
if I recall,
that's poor-
he had the original
judgment on
Butcher's
my part.
Nails. I think all of his sons had like a kind of like knockoff version. Is that
Three.
right? It was not as
Yeah.
intense and
that's
stuff. So he had a really bad rap on it.
Heiro.
You're a fake and a fraud.
Onward and
On top of that, I mean, he tried to help his people, did he not? He started a rebellion and everything, trying to like, because he was a slave, like the rest of his, most of his people, and he tried to up.
Why do you don't stack next to each other? I'll never know.
Denver came and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you," and he's like, "Nah, I'm busy," and he teleported him away, and that kind of sucked. That was not a good start to the to the relationship there.
No, but you're right. Yeah, he just kind of got like dealt a wrong hand. Like he crash lands on a planet. The Eldar immediately try to kill him. He's so wounded he can't fight back when the slavers take him.
What have you got?
The slavers have him there for years, I think, and
We're
then
gonna
he won't
have
kill
fun with
his
that one.
father figure, and then they put the butcher's nails in his brain. He kills his father figure.
4 hours.
Then he decides to rebel, and then the Emperor just takes him away
About
in the midst of a
17 hours.
massive battle, without really any warning or anything.
I really
And he can't
must
even get the
visit
butcher's
Tail
nails
Nui
out of his
again.
skull because they've essentially replaced a portion of his brain. So he's just kind of like dealt like
I'm gonna
a
go check
horrible,
how many of these I got.
horrible starting hand.
We're gonna need to start racking up on
but
some
then,
gold
I mean, he
again.
doesn't really try to like change, you know. his
Right, not
ways
as many as I was
really. He just
hoping.
kind of like he just accepts the
I
butcher's
did
nails and
find
just keeps
Anchor
murdering
Field
people just under the Emperor's name. So it's just kind of like I don't know. Like it sucks, and the butcher's nails do control him, but he also doesn't really try to not murder people. You know, I don't know. How do you feel about anger?
I guess I'll just keep farming some sharks.
You know, I'd honestly put him in Chaos Incarnate.
Well,
but with the caveat, like, it's not his fault. But like at the end of the day, he'd still like he did the same thing Perturabo did, but regularly, where he decimated his legion. But if it took him, it's because if it took him like longer than 22 hours to wipe a world clean, he's like, all right, 1 in 10 of you gotta go. It's just what do you gotta do? It's like,
that's a good point.
Maybe it's not his fault, but like you're still
down
a
the line.
monster. It's like the best thing I can say about him is like he's a rabid dog. Like no, I don't feel good about the dog with rabies, but you have to put it down.
Yeah, I agree.
Channel. I feel like I've done channel
he got dealt
before.
a wrong hand, but he didn't
This is
really
14.
try to
Tier
change.
14. What are
He
these
just
tier
kinda
14?
accepted
Why are
that
tier
he was
14
a
maps in
monster,
here?
He just kept killing people.
Have I been doing 14s this whole
So,
dang time?
I think
Get these away from me.
That's
Why
a
are
bummer.
these here?
I was maybe hoping we could try to.
Why
push
did I
him
put
into very
14s in
evil
this?
Based on the defense
You all
of the
go
butcher's
away.
nails, but really you can't. You can't put him lower.
Okay, so maybe I didn't get stronger. Maybe I'm just an idiot and didn't see what level I'm running because XIV and XVI always fuck me up.
So badly, and he never gave it to them.
Yeah, I mean,
Same letters, wrong order. Can't tell.
He killed like what 9 of the officers
Mapos,
sent to meet
16.
him from the get-go.
Yeah.
Got any unique maps I haven't completed yet?
And then, he didn't stop the butcher's nails.
Take that
going to the
one.
Legion. You know, he kind
Right.
of
Hologram message. Fuck
He didn't
off.
take him out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Tried this
Yeah.
He
one.
perpetuated the
Did that
cycle,
one, did
and
that one, did
especially
that
he
one, did
knows
that
more than
one.
anyone how it feels,
This
but kind of didn't
one.
give a shit to the rest of
That
his legion.
one.
Like,
That one.
I agree. Chaos Incarnate's
Definitely
probably
got that one.
where he's got to be at,
Oh,
unfortunately.
3 little.
Yeah, I agree. Damn. What about
3.
Alright, Gilman, moving
What
on
do
to
they
Pancreas's favorite
call?
Primarch. We'll start with you, Pancreas. Where do you think Mr. Gilliman should go?
I think he's a pretty good.
I haven't
pretty
done a
good
nightmare
standing
map
cool
yet.
guy. You know, he did do a little bit of warring on his home planet, but he negotiated a very peaceful, you know, relatively
Try one of these
amicable treaty
while we're
between two
experimenting down
sides
here.
and, you know, got
Warlord
everyone on
maps.
the same page together.
I don't think I need those for anything just yet.
Yeah.
He always made sure to leave a world.
I do love
mostly
that
better
they
than
added
he
the
found it. He
pages
had the
and shit
most
in here. Oh, it's
he had the most diplomatic conquests, quote unquote, out of any Primarch.
Yeah.
He's you know, I feel like that's speaking to him. He you know, he tried to, you know, relate to his brothers, and even if, you know, he didn't get along with them like Ferris, he's like, you're still, you know, upstanding guy. I'd love to have you on my side, which proves even if he doesn't like you, he can work with you. He's not gonna, you know, just
Some of
be
these
a
gonna need a
5-year-old
little work.
child.
Yeah. I mean,
Some of these are gonna need a little work.
I agree. There was a conversation with him and the Lion about compliances, and of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, only 38 of them were taken through direct conquest, which means what the other 400 and I can't do math 62 were taken diplomatically. So I mean, that speaks for itself. Like, The guy, and he's like generally nice. Like he tries to empathize with human beings, tries to have conversations with them. I think he's an angel pick. What do you think, Icy Puck?
I mean, not much else to say besides, I guess he made his sons also into statesmen. Like once he conquered worlds and stuff, he wanted them to be able to, after the war was done, be able to rule the worlds.
Throw away some exalts and some valor.
Like he had plans for after.
Come on, 8 mods, give me the sauce.
Yeah. So I respect that a lot. I mean, you guys were talking about the diplomacy. That's a big deal for him, and I think that I agree. Angel, I feel like there's not really too much discussion beyond that.
Everybody go in this map stash. I love the map stash over here.
Gilliman blew up Lorgar's perfect city. How do we feel about that?
Let's do this one first, and then I'll go do these other ones.
Were they just killing civilians, or were the civilians evacuated? I don't remember.
They did evacuate everyone who would listen. Like they were like, all right, let's get you out of here. But then anyone who didn't listen
just got
did kind of explode.
That's a bummer.
Which, you know, not great.
The Emperor was present there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
So I don't know how Gilliman himself was acting in that situation. I'm trying to think of it as the same as like Lehman Russ's, but like
he was not there. He was not happy to be there. He was not happy to be doing what he was doing.
Yeah, it was more like good soldiers following orders, as opposed to Lehman Russ, who was like
changing my thing real quick.
It was like, oh, don't mind if I do follow these orders.
Like he really did. Like he's not gonna say Emperor. I don't know, man. This thing is kind of bad. You know, like he'll become another Lost Legion talking like that. So I mean, I don't really have a choice in this at that point. Not really, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's coming directly from the Emperor, it's kind of difficult to argue with the big dad, especially when he's like, go blow up your brother's cities, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's right there. It's like you can't really ignore the guy when he's standing 2 feet to your right, you know?
Yeah. All right. Well,
what am I doing?
I'm good with Angel. I can work with Angel. I think that makes sense. He was like, if you compare him to say like Kurz, they're night and day. You know what I mean? If you look at McCrag and you look at Nostromo,
oh, that's too many letters.
Completely night and day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on. Mortarion. Now this is gonna be an interesting one because technically he didn't really do that bad of stuff before he became all chaos corrupted. Like
Shane,
and that's probably a slower death than most. But I don't know if that's like, well, I guess that is kind of malicious in intent, low-key. Oh man, yeah. What do you guys
spend? It's definitely points taken.
Oh no! All right, we're leaving. Can't regen mana. Can't play.
Deploy mustard gas without
we out.
Some malicious intent behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know that's
no
not,
magic, no play.
You don't just do that off rip.
All right.
No, you don't. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tougher one because I mean he did like what most Primarchs did during the Great Crusade.
That's where I had to
put genocided a couple dozen worlds or so.
Okay. Splat.
I have one like specifically written down where he overthrew a cruel regime by completely annihilating every single being on the planet through bioweapons, and he's apparently slaughtered billions.
Hey man, that's not cool.
Yeah, I'm sure like other Primarchs did that, but it's still not a great.
Or it still seems to be going pretty alright, I think.
Especially with that, and also everyone else died.
Anybody ever check to see if it's worth going through and open every chest in a map?
Like during the war and stuff, like the Great Crusade.
Yeah.
Do that next league. How rich can you get only opening chests?
Maybe just like putting them in evil with Lehman Russ.
Nice.
I mean, the only thing I can think of, right, in his childhood, he willingly came down to the top of the peaks where the overlords were and came down.
That's the body armor I needed.
I'm gonna stay with my people and stuff. I'm gonna train them. I'm gonna try to take this place.
Maybe we can learn to craft it.
He didn't have to.
That's a good point.
Decided, right?
I used to be able to craft pretty decent. Well, I mean, I could follow a crafting guide pretty decent.
He did try to like fight back the Xenos who were.
Like I've made some pretty decent gear. Made a few hundred. Well, it only cost me like 60 divs crafted, but I mean that's probably like 250 div pair of gloves.
I know what happened.
Did that by myself.
But it was going that far to do forced into.
That was cool. It's very satisfying, the
Even
crafting in this
chaos,
game.
like directly before the siege.
Done with the bosses? All right. Well, hopefully they're all dead and you're
Does
still
it?
kicking.
Yeah, Typhus is a piece of shit.
What kind of bosses are in that game? Is it like Space Marine style? Or are they? I mean, obviously you're not
And
a Space Marine in
since
that
they're
game,
in the
but
warp, Nurgle infects the whole fleet with plague, and Mortarion has to watch as his sons slowly die. from this
that's
disease.
just the most recent shooter game I've
Except
played.
Nurgle or
So I was
must
trying to
be
think of
stuck
something
there
like, what kind of boss is that?
So, I mean,
But that knowing like what that game looks like, I've never played it. I don't really know anything about it, but I've seen the thing. I was just gonna ask if it's more like Borderlands. I was actually like, no bullshit, about to ask, like, is it more like Borderlands?
yeah, but then you could also make the inverse argument that
Look at this
still
guy,
kill
the freaking mind reader out here.
your sons.
That's wild. It was about to come out of my mouth, and then I heard the thing pop up.
Care about a select number of them, just because they're
I guess.
Because he also knew,
I bet.
He also knew they were gonna
Well, it is
fight.
downloaded, so we will be absolutely playing it.
Issues with that. You know what I mean? I think
So
Oh, it's just like the autistic addiction to PoE, the ADHD
here's the
is
thing
compelling
between,
me
like,
to
we're doing
just
this where like the left
kill,
is a
kill,
little bit more
kill.
evil
Like, we're still
than
getting
the
stronger.
right
We got
that
more
that
stuff
we're-
to eat.
yeah. So,
So-
let's correct this then. So we think Kurz is the evil.
All right, we might die here a couple times. These are usually pretty fucking annoying.
I think hold up. I think Birdie's more evil than Angron. Angron, you could argue, had like butcher nails, and you know, Perro did it for the love of the game.
Oh, plus stupid ass Maven. I forgot she could come into these.
What about this one? I think Leader's the best.
I do this for all mankind.
Woo!
Mankind more vulnerable.
Sometimes. I'm gonna say Lion over Lehman.
Yeah?
Is more evil.
Well, Space Marine's got a very unique
then
like combat
these two-
style.
They're like the same. Well,
That what I've seen of it looks more like a run and gun,
I
like
think
Borderlands
Far's
type.
better than
That could, like, you know,
Ferris, right?
shoot and move kind of deal.
Okay.
Not
No
a
matter
s-
what
Oh,
happens to
no, no,
Ferris,
no.
though, like they had like
Can't just
20
leave a
clones in him.
fucking Chaos Orb sitting on the ground.
You know, try to bring him down with him with clones, and the clones never go to chaos. Is
That's a
that?
good point.
There's got to be
Okay.
something for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll give him the edge there.
Okay, cool. I like
these
that.
guys are all like pretty equal. Sanguinius,
Like,
top,
like the characters, like
maybe
your
the-
perks
I mean, they're
interact
all,
with each other, like this
relative to each other. I mean, maybe Gilliman
to help your teammates and shit, kind of.
Like Dorn is a good guy, but he didn't do anything like particularly.
Oh yeah, I forgot I found this bad boy.
Yeah.
The
Greetings.
goat.
Keep your
Okay,
life
but
to your
back
own.
to this is all good, right? This is all
Yeah.
good. Okay, Mortarion.
Here we're keeping.
How do we feel?
Just 'cause you're
where do you
good.
think we should put him?
I
'Cause
feel
he-
like evil.
yeah, I feel like evil's the move.
All right,
'Cause He
cool.
did get screwed over by Typhus.
That's cool. I like games
He
like
seemed
that.
like a pretty good guy.
I really do.
When he was on his home world. in the
Team
very
games. Like
beginning.
that.
Maybe he like kind of became a.
I can't get
dickhead
latched onto it very long, but every
sometime
once in a
after
while I pop in
that,
Marvel Rivals for a
because he
little while,
started
and I do enjoy the team
using
gameplay
bioweapons
stuff.
to kill billions.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So I think
You know,
evil.
a couple.
Well, it definitely
a
sounds
couple
fun.
different left turns. he
Like I
could have
said,
been at
I've just
least all
the last
right,
couple
but,
days
you know,
have
he
been
did not
I've been
take
in
those
like a
paths,
funk,
did not
man. I don't
happen,
know.
whether or not it was his fault.
No, yeah, he got a little too friendly with poison, and they decided that
Yeah.
was kind of his thing.
Like none of my
all right,
interests
so
are
evil, do you
interesting
agree, Icy
today.
Pie?
Oh, really?
Yes,
Well,
I agree.
then maybe there's a
Evil
chance
is
that I'll get
more
hooked
evil
on it. There's
than Lionel Johnson, because
certainly a
Lionel
possibility.
Johnson glasses places,
Maybe that's why I
Mortarion.
don't want to start yet, because I still want to finish some
You know,
stuff
if
for
we're talking about,
PoE.
if we're comparing them in terms, you know what I? Yeah, like that's like.
All right,
one of those
so
is
now
quicker.
legendary maps.
Yeah,
One of
that's-
those is not like the other.
He's like, I'm gonna make suffering premium. That's what he did.
yeah, you're right. He's worse than the. Okay. Moving on, Magnus the Red. Oh,
The
boy.
Maelstrom of
I
Chaos.
feel like before everything went down, he was like a generally good guy.
My mana
Wanted
is
to,
spent.
preserve knowledge.
Yeah, your man is always
Like
spent.
protected civilians during battles, and then I think the overarching thing
Interesting.
about Magnus is he thinks he
I'm
knows
curious
better.
to see.
That's like his kryptonite. That's why he destroys the webway pretty much, and that's why he like lets Prospero get glass because he thinks he knows better than everyone
What
on
the
the planet.
I heard something
that-
drop. Get filtered.
You know what? I'm just gonna let myself get captured. I don't care about anyone else. You can destroy the planet.
What? There's nothing here.
I'll serve out my sentence, type of thing. You know? I feel like that's like his main character flaws. He thinks he knows better.
All right, lads.
Clearly, he's as stupid as the rest of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's about accurate.
Just chop my way through these guys
Where do
real
we put
quick.
him?
Back.
It's the question. Where
Some
do we
green
put
bears.
him? He's not an angel. That's for
Maybe like the top of there, all right.
Or like glowy green abysses.
But he tried to help, you know, he tried to help other
Dogmatism.
players, helping out those who are oppressed. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, didn't want to just, you know, go with, you know, Imperial Dogma, burn the knowledge, because I don't like what's in there. I'd say
Oh, that's
in
what that
general,
was.
a pretty good stance.
That was not on
Yeah.
book. So let me,
It's
maybe I don't know if I have that one or not.
intent. A lot of that was because he was an egotist.
Let's gonna go home and
thought he was
corrupt
right.
all those jewels and see if we get
It
lucky.
wasn't always necessarily because he's like, yeah, this is the right thing
Yeah,
to do.
yeah, yeah.
He's like, no, because I'm right.
I know who the mechanic is.
I mean, that's
I
like
played them a few
literally-
times
that's his
in
biggest-
Dawn of
biggest
War.
flaw. And like he ignored the council idea because he thought he knew better. He was,
Yeah.
I mean, his intentions were honorable, but once again, just I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm just gonna. Do
And, you know,
whatever
just
I
through
want.
general knowledge
I
of
mean, he even made a deal
the
with
lore in
Siege,
the world and everything. I know.
like before before even
Mechanics, guys.
heresy began.
Oh yeah,
he
that's
was
pretty
already
cool.
buddies
Do
with
they get
Chaos.
robot arms too?
So I mean, like.
Or can you like
intentionally,
modify
I
it
don't
and
think
put
he's trying to be evil.
whatever you want on different attachments? You get different attachments for yourself.
Pretty bad consequences.
Let's check the mechanic.
What do you think, guys? In fact,
So just to make sure I'm understanding this, so he basically didn't know.
Man,
how
big drops
really
getting
what
freaking big
chaos really was
filtered.
because the Emperor never explained it until like basically the very end, right? He was messing with
I
it.
don't care what
messing-
that was.
Like he didn't listen to the Emperor. That's true. He listened
Oh,
to basically
cool,
the
cool.
ones, But he didn't really know.
Very interesting.
how
Well, it
bad
certainly
chaos
sounds
was, right?
replayability
Up
is
until the
high.
very end. Is that accurate?
I gotta go all the way the hell back down. Oh, I gotta go all the way back around.
the Great Ocean, but I don't think he knew that the Chaos Gods were like
All right,
malicious
We'll
forces
tuck in.
of warp that would try to corrupt him. I
Going on
think
the
he-
long journey
he
back
genuinely
around.
knew that
Yeah, you
the
can't smash open
beings,
chests with
he
shield
thought
bash.
they weren't what's the word, like manipulative.
There's a recipe
or
here,
had
nice.
Their own schemes and designs. I don't think he knew about that, and I think he thought he was superior to all these
Oh,
beings.
8 classes.
Which is why he
Interesting.
made a bargain with a being that he didn't
Yeah.
truly understand, which was. So he just truly. to put
Shit
it-
on.
To put it in the most simple words, like he was maybe.
Oh, there's more.
the Emperor
Still shit on.
stuff, and Magnus did it anyways. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I'm trying to like. Even I feel like maybe there could be an argument to be said if Emperor told him really what chaos was about, would he have been more cautious and stuff? Maybe. But truthfully, from everything I've heard of Magnus,
Bada
I'd be,
boom.
even if he fully knew, I feel like he would still try to do
I
it.
definitely do have one of
And
those. I
just
knew I
because
would.
He feels like he can somehow
Yeah.
overcome
Yeah,
it. Or
spell
because
cold-
he's basically like the
spell
typical
cold
wizard
damage.
that thinks, right? Like even like D&D and stuff like that, that he can keep messing with magic, keep trying to push the boundary of learning and
you don't go
knowledge.
there.
So that's why he's
You go here.
with Tzeentch at this point, because I think no matter
I
what,
know I
his
have one of those. I'm
quest
just
for
gonna throw that
knowledge
away.
is
That ain't even
insatiable.
worth it.
So he's going to do it no
Let
matter
me
what.
clean
At
out
least
all
that's what I
these
take from him. So I don't think whether he
jewels.
like knew the true meaning of chaos
I've
or
been
not, whether it would really change
lazy.
anything. And I guess that's not evil.
There's one thing
though,
I
is
wish
it?
I
That's
could
just
like you
being
could do on the
really
affinity
stupid.
tabs, like
Yeah.
just general
But then
item
could you make
terms,
the
like
argument that his quest
affinity
for
this
knowledge-
quad tab
yeah, I guess he's not
to
really evil. He's not
you
like,
know,
trying
like,
to be evil. He's
jewels
just, yeah, he's
or
being
rings
stupid.
or
It's just so-
body
so
armor or
stupid. I just-
boots or
He's
whatever,
doing
you know,
stupid stuff. Yeah.
his I mean I
or
guess the
whatever
only thing
doesn't
that's, like, more to
have
say
like a
about it is
specific
that
tab.
a lot of the, a
Like,
lot of
even
things
just
he
make
did
everything that doesn't have a
had major
specific tab just
ramifications,
miscellaneous.
And I'm sure in the back of his mind he knew
All the
there was a
miscellaneous shit. I
risk,
got a
but
quad
still
tab
did it
sitting here
anyway.
waiting
That's
for it.
pretty bad, I
Like-
guess.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
That
with
that's
they're
just
alright, but I
the
feel like
ultimate
there- I
pure
feel like if I
laziness
knew
in
more,
my
there might
part.
be
Like
arguments for evil, but
like, what do you
I'm
mean I have
kinda
to
fine
filter it
going with
even
this
more
one.
by
Yeah,
myself?
I feel like he
Ew.
wasn't like trying to do.
You
these
know, that's
things.
that's
like,
me being
he
a whiny
wasn't
bitch.
Trying to be malicious. He wasn't like
But-
glassing
Yeah.
planets and stuff like that. He was trying to like
Just a
find knowledge. He
generalized,
was trying to generally
stash
protect
tab
people, it seems
sort of
like.
thing would be sweet.
And
Or
yeah,
just,
overall, he
you know,
seemed
common
like a
items.
Good guy. I just think his intentions.
Because you get all these jewels
he had good
everywhere, but it's
intentions, but he
just
was-
hall of
his-
space.
the
Just
way he
especially
went
for stuff
about
like that,
those
like jewels.
intentions
Like
was
just let me
just
put
wrong,
jewels
you
in a
know?
stash tab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's leave him in.
Or anything else like
Alright,
that
we
you
can
get a
come
shitload
back,
of,
we
you
can
know?
knock Magnus
It doesn't
around
already have a
if we feel like it.
specific.
Okay,
Because like, how are you going to
here's
do a
another
jewels
really
tab, right? Like
Horus.
all the other ones, it's certain. You know, there's
Yeah.
modifiers that are
Legend.
specific to
Let's,
everything, and they
let's
all
start
do
with
what they
you,
do.
Pancras.
But
How
gems
you
are all random shit. So it's like,
you know, on the surface,
how do you make a stash tab?
Not the
with those?
worst
But
guy. I know Horus
if I could
Rising
just
was like
affinity
3 different
this
instances
tab
of
to
him trying
gems,
to be diplomatic and it
perfect.
kind of going a little wrong. So that's I'll give him some points for that.
For when I
You know,
want
he
to
had a
smash
good
them all
amount of
together
that
and try
under his belt,
crafting on them.
before Horus Rising and all that. He, you know, he could be diplomatic
When I need
when
some
he
quick
needed to, a real
change.
charmer. And I don't think all of it was put
Or
on.
you
I
hear
think
even
in a lot of
tattoos.
times
Like
he
it doesn't
was
have to
just
be a
kind of being,
specific.
you know,
This one could be
charismatic,
a
cool guy.
its
The
own
intent is what's kind of
tab
getting me,
tab.
though.
But
Very,
even
there
if
was
you
an
don't
ego
do
in him.
that,
There was a reason he wanted to be
just
War
give me a
Master. I
tab
think
to
even
filter them all
beyond being
into.
the best guy
Just
for the job.
affinity
He was a good guy for the job.
tattoos.
Don't get me wrong, but I think you know there was some Lex Luthor about.
So they're all,
that,
you know,
where
they
he
don't get
wanted to be the
lost.
guy in
That's
charge.
mostly
He
what I'm
wanted to be
after.
the savior. He needed that, which
Because I'm gonna put them in the
At least
in my
that's how it
stash,
feels.
and then I'm gonna forget
No,
where the
I
fuck they
agree,
were.
because I feel like the beginning.
Once again,
of
that's
his
more of a
reign
me
as
problem
War
than anything
Master,
else.
He did certain things just to like try to show that he was that guy. You know,
All right,
like
which one's
he-
Four Joys
he
Asylum?
tried to
I don't
negotiate with
remember.
the Interx because he wanted to prove that the War Master can do things that the Emperor may not be able to do, or something that
Doesn't look
equates
like an
to the
asylum at
Emperor's
all.
leadership. You know, I feel like he was a good guy, but I think he was really arrogant, and I think he had a, like you said, a huge ego that he wanted to be that guy, and he wanted to be the first Primarch above all. You know, he felt like he was the
Map?
superior
Okay,
one.
level 83.
You know what I mean?
Alright.
What do you think, Icy?
I guess those jewels really did help.
I definitely don't think I can end this with saying Horus is they're all right.
It's good. I needed more
feel
damage.
It's gotta be more than that. But what was his prime reasoning for actually
Hell yeah.
abandoning the Imperium? Like what was the thing that actually made him change? Because I haven't
I'll
read
break
too
it
much of
down.
that myself. Yeah, give me
Sometimes there are
break it
regrets.
down.
So, Horus has had several failures.
Can't keep my knees bent for too long, they start hurting. Can't keep them straight for too long, they start hurting. What's a brooding astrolabe? Oh, the sacred
It was like a
temple.
whole thing. So he wipes out the Interx. There's like a lot of failures going
Those
on.
are pretty
in
cool. I
the
did
Master campaign. And then Erebus
an Abyss one. Is it an
Maven
Abyss one?
runs into this plague
That's cool for farming stuff. I like
So
that.
as he travels
You just
to
add
Erebus
specific
for
maps
the next
to like
7
add
months,
extra to
he's,
your
like, talking to him about
farming
just trying to like manipulate
scarabs
him,
and shit, whatever
that the
you're
Emperor's a bad
going
guy.
after, you know.
And this happens completely off screen in between Horus Rising and False Gods. And that's why
I
so
still can't
many
believe
people
I'm
don't
freaking out that
understand
I
what
got
the hell
that
happened
shield
to
drop.
Horus
I just was
during
expecting
that
it to be
time
another
period.
10% piece
But
of shit.
off screen, Erebus is like chatting to Horus.
I also can't believe that
getting-
those are
getting within,
50
his good
divs.
graces. And I think the beginning of False Gods, Erebus is like his sole advisor. Like, he doesn't really use the Warrior as much as he used to. And then Horus goes on to that.
If it doesn't buy it, what did I set it at? 70 or 60? If it doesn't do that in like 2 hours, I'll lower it down to 55 again.
He's like talking to him.
That was a,
he's
you know,
dying,
stretch goal.
And they're having like
See
their
if somebody
final
would spend
moments.
extra on
And
it.
then Abaddon,
Because it's like the best
Aximon,
one.
Erebus
Weird.
bring him to
Got the highest rolls on the market anyway, outside of the corrupted one. See, that's where you want to make some fucking money. Go spend 50 div on that shield, and then corrupt it. And either you threw 50 div away, or you made another 300
the
div.
greatest guy, which is all lies, obviously. And he's showing him like a future. I believe. where the
Gambler's
Emperor is-
paradise in this game,
he's
man.
actually showing him the future of 4K.
You like to gamble? Play PoE. Crap.
Erebus tells him that the ruinous powers.
You can lose it all, or you can
in
get
order to
super
save himself,
dumb
he
rich.
needs to accept these ruinous powers as his god, or he's gonna die.
Oh,
And
the map's
Magnus
complete.
comes. Magnus reveals Erebus.
My
as
fault.
Erebus, he takes off the fake
Bye.
mask Serjanus has been wearing, and he's like, Horus, this is a whole lie. He's trying to manipulate you. And we see it completely off screen, actually. Horus
I don't get
awakens from the temple, and
Alice
he's,
Boys
like,
for
doing
these.
fine. But off screen, he accepts the ruinous powers. He
Hmm.
banishes Magnus. He doesn't listen to him. And he accepts like Erebus as
What's
his new, like, true
Sanctuary?
advisor and stuff. He accepts Erebus's vision or goal, and that the Emperor is trying to become a god, and he has to stop that. That's like Horus's whole thing
Huh?
at the beginning of the heresy. But it pretty much shows that while like Horus was given like a tough hand, he could have just simply died and rejected
Nightmare
the
map.
gods, but
Goes
instead
in
he
there.
chose to believe in
Interesting.
Erebus and not his brother.
I don't know what.
and he
I've
chose
never heard
to
of a nightmare map.
betray the
This is
Emperor.
just T17, guys. Isn't
That's
it?
pretty much
This
what-
is
that's
this is the
Horus's fault with
T17
chaos.
zone.
It's really badly written.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I hope I did a good job of summarizing.
Were there
it.
any
I was just-
silly ass modifiers on the map that I didn't
Right,
notice?
Does
I mean,
that
that's
make
fine.
sense? Does
Yeah,
that make
that's like,
sense?
yeah, Pancreas, I guess, is that right? Or
Is that right?
imagine-
Pancreas?
I mean, that seems right to me. I haven't read most of the Heresy though, so I've read Horus Rising.
Powering.
Hey, there we go. That's a
Map.
That's my advice to anyone watching.
Hell yeah,
to
brother.
YouTube, don't read false gods.
Did I had
All
scarabs
right,
in.
I'll read
No, I
false
did.
gods first. That was my first.
Perfect.
It was empty underneath.
So, from what you've told me, what
This
you
is
told
literally
me
the
about-
T17
I mean,
like
I think
map
my biggest
area.
problem, like you stated before,
These
is
are
that
numbed
for Horus to be
T17
like
maps.
the perfect lad,
Which is cool,
and just a
'cause I
couple
like
books to
T17
go all the way
stuff.
to the opposite side. It's
But
very hard to
I also
believe
liked how
that I
hard
can
it
see
was.
That, even just from the way
I only
it's
had one build that could
explained
survive
how-
T17.
Like, I mean, we have to
And
just
only,
assume
like,
at
half
this
the
point
time.
that he wanted this to happen. There was more that
It was
he
Frostbolt.
wasn't satisfied,
Surprise.
or he wasn't really truly he wanted to be the ruler himself, or however else we want to say it. Even though, you know, he was pushed towards it by Erebus, he had
Ice Nova
outlets,
of
he had ways to
Frostbolt.
not call chaos, and he didn't take them.
Hey, big fella,
He's
relax.
evil. He's evil. Just what kind of how far evil? Like, how far are we going with the Horus Heresy from that? I imagine as soon as he turns.
Just all the
he's gonna stop
bubbles.
the
Get
man,
off
because
of me.
beyond that, it's
Frick
chaos.
sakes.
Yeah, because he just does a lot of evil stuff after that. But yeah, he could have died.
Wait,
Could've said,
Scour?
no,
Scour? We like Scours.
I'll die a hero, but he decided to be convinced by Erebus that the Emperor. even though he
Sanctuary?
knew
Is that the name of
Emperor
the
for
T17
decades,
zone?
and maybe a
Well, it was
century
one of
at
the
this point,
T17 zones.
that he was convinced that the Emperor was going to try
There's another one that was
to
like in
God,
tunnels, like
that
subway,
Horus
or not
was-
subway, sewer
Horus
tunnels.
thought
That was
he
cool.
the
And
guy to stop him.
that was one of the ones I could
He
beat.
trusted
It just took a long
guy
time
who was telling him that gods were real.
because he had so much health. I could live through all of his
So I
bullshit
think there's like
through
definitely
leeching,
some
and my mana
valid
never
argument
ran
to be
out.
made that maybe Horus is
He
now
regen
the,
10,000
the
mana
guy
in half
we
a
all
second.
thought
It's
he
insane.
was.
But
Maybe his whole charismatic personality was
I would just stand there
maybe that was all part of his goal to become
and well, shoot at him while he shot at me, and I could heal through everything. And it was either
You think?
I would whittle him down and he would die, or something stupid would happen, and I would have to stop.
Wherever you guys
Like, he'd do some weird ass ability that I actually had to move for, and I would like stop.
I feel like
Another
I don't
puzzle
know if
box,
you can
shit,
beat this
so-
and not put him and putting him in there all right.
Dude, we should start gambling puzzle boxes. Get them shit ass maps.
We're gonna get comments on.
What do you mean you put Horus in there? All right.
They're all right. Chaos propaganda. No, there's a whole Horus heresy after.
I can see the argument, you know, if we're stopping right before the big oopsie, but also.
Is there something
Right,
after
you know,
this?
I think
'Cause-
I'm gonna talk myself into evil the more I'm talking about it.
Or is Nightmare Maps just the
In a-
thing
in a-
you do
in a
on that?
really real reality
that space?
standpoint, like I do see what you're saying.
You wanna go
with
do
that.
Nightmare
I guess
Maps?
the
Go
only thing
here.
I see is that if he's
Like
supposed
that?
to be,
Is that what it is?
by the
I
Emperor,
don't
he's
understand
this
how this
perfect
works.
Dude, he's so smart, he's so handsome, he's so
I don't
amazing.
understand what's supposed to be the
You know, I don't
difference
know why he
between a
didn't
normal
do
map and a
hair on
nightmare
top of
map.
that, but
Actually,
he
Like, obviously the-
you know,
this
he's
is
supposed to be
because
so perfect in
the
a
map
basic
is
and
Sanctuary.
smart, and he falls so easily
What was
to
that?
chaos with that. I have to assume that there are
Don't care about that.
unconscious reasons that he wants to do this so badly that he guided himself to that. So
Portal.
I guess I'm leaning towards evil on that, just ever so slightly. I guess.
I agree because he falls very remarkably.
Where'd the portal
easy,
go?
Man. It's
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's
I
the
mean,
portal
if you
to the
put
boss
Gilman
room.
or Sanguinius in that position, I feel like the results
right.
would have been. They probably
Gilman
would
was in
have
that
died.
position.
Your mana always.
Would have really accepted
I don't want to
that
hear about your
instead
mana.
of
Right.
These Xenos, these gods you have no idea
All right, well,
existed until
drop
then.
portal
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ice.
Yeah, it's the same lady, same bird lady.
All right, let's move on to the other bald niggas, Mr. Lorgar. And I think Lorgar is kind of weird because before his perfect city got bombed, he he was a pretty good guy. He would build like perfect worlds. He would kill entire worlds that did not believe in
That was my fault. I died the wrong way. See? Told you we were gonna die.
Worlds where society was flourishing, but you also had to believe.
How much health does she have?
So
Did,
Can't
but
even
he
see.
was pretty damn good at convincing people of that. Also, I
Yeah.
can't imagine it was that hard. I mean, the argument could probably just stopped at just look at the fucking guy.
25% of my
only
XP bar
even
is
looking
worth
at
dying to
Lorgar,
that
he's like what,
17 more
12 feet
times.
tall. He's got
'Cause I don't remember any of the
glowing
moves.
eyes. Like, you know what? I think this guy knows.
So I figured out what that
something
was.
about God, so
If he showed up and was like, "My dad's a god," I'd be like, "I think I believe you 110%."
I'm with you. I'm with you. You guys got a free.
What was I doing? We got back to
I would believe the man too. An interesting thing.
A
if
what?
we're
A wheel?
talking about
Is that what he said?
Fall to Chaos, because Lorgar falls to Chaos 40 years before the Heresy. After he falls to Chaos, he tries to like put on the facade that he's like taking worlds. In the book First Heretic, there's
I'll work on that
one
later.
world where they didn't even try to do compliance. They just killed.
I don't have it.
200
That was,
million people
so that was
just
all the
because
legendary
They were
maps.
trying to show off for the Emperor. So I think
Yeah.
there's like a certain line. Are we talking post Monarchia, or are we talking like stopping at Monarchia? Like what are the guidelines?
Yes, we'll
here?
go to port.
I feel
now?
like
Did I run out of
stop at
Scarab?
Monarchia, because I feel like that's kind of because like by that point I'd almost include
Do I have any more?
because by that point like
Ooh.
he's the guy
Stop.
basically
Shut up.
who starts the heresy.
Nope.
So I'd say cut off at Monarchia.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So
I will say that he did get
You-
invited onto an Eldar craft world, had a polite conversation with them, and then burned the thing to the ground. Not a fan of that.
that's not very nice. That's not very
More
cool.
No,
and
I'm
what
not
else
a
do I
fan of
have?
that one.
I mean, at least he had a conversation.
Or
with
and
them.
oh
That's
yeah,
better than something.
harvest.
I see. I think
But
it's
it's almost
even worse,
worse,
that
yeah.
he sat him down, had a nice chat, and then went, "Thank you for the long philosophical discussion with me about
these
gods
in,
and
get a
the
little
nature of
extra
the
from
universe.
that.
Please bite the pavement."
Oh yeah, you guys had some very good
Got some
points. I'll have to take
doublings.
some notes. I'm gonna kill you all anyway, though,
Jeez.
but I'll think
Yeah.
about it next time.
Yeah, I agree.
Ah, fuck.
I don't know too much about Lorgar.
You gotta-
Heresy. I don't know much about his.
You got to put him in the map
stuff,
device
so
for
I'm
him to
gonna
work.
defer to you, Pink,
Dumbass.
on where you want to put him? What do you think,
I'd
Icy
say-
Pie? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I mean, I see. Do you got it? Do you have any final
do you have-
enlightening thoughts?
Exactly.
Well, they'll be on the
You
next
two
one.
love Lorgar. I'll be honest. I kind of
You know what?
trust you guys
We're just
with
gonna
this
fucking
one.
restart port. I don't care. I got a
yeah, I really
bajillion
don't got
tier
much else
16.
beyond that, to be honest.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
Just
real.
gonna restart.
I'd say they're all right, and the only reason I'm saying they're all right is because that craft world, man. That's I can't
Fair
look
enough.
past that. Kind of
The
fucked up.
the Eldar deduction. Where in they're all right.
Oh, I
I'd
remember
say the
this
bottom
map.
of they're all right,
Yeah.
Okay.
because that's the closer to Angel technically.
Gotcha. So Magnus is top of they're all right. So he's the closest.
Wait, is it top of they're all? Is it top of the category? Is closer to the one below it or above it?
Give me that.
Yeah,
Hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Old maps don't
yeah, you know what
care.
oh, then in that case, I'd say put Lorgar above Magnus.
If I can
that's
if I can
closer
farm
to
a
Angel.
bunch of gold, we can set some
Yeah, I mean, 'cause
mappers
it wasn't, like,
unleashed
the
in
worst.
Kingsmark. Maybe get a
I
couple
can't.
little decent
The
things.
biggest fault is again, like I said, he believed in gods in a universe where gods clearly exist, but one of the gods is in turbo.
You're holding the team together, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're different.
In my line of work, we call that the hard carry.
Oh, it's,
Nah.
look at what's his name? Fabius Vile. He has such a good segment with that. It still denies they exist and like truly exist besides being like just.
Look, man,
forces
somebody's
of
got to
nature
be the
that
one to do it.
do something, but
I'm
it's
just
semantics.
sorry
It's
you don't have any
semantics.
more help
Maybe
with
it's
you.
the Warhammer fantasy that creeps.
Well,
in.
hell yeah,
I'm
man.
thinking
Fuck
about
those guys.
Infinity
Let 'em die
and
then,
40K,
you know?
like, that's a god.
They don't
It looks
deserve
like
your
a
help
god,
if they're
it
gonna
talks
act
like
like
a god,
that.
acts like a god.
Bunch of
that's
savages.
It's got God shredding power.
Don't tell me what to do,
that can
lady.
Probably blow up a moon. I mean, that's a god to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Emperor definitely didn't do Lorgar any favors when he wore that gold armor, stood like 20 feet tall.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Didn't he also have like a psychic aura around him that made him look cold?
Oh yeah, that all died. That all died.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think I need to see any more. Well, I mean, I would like to see much more, but I think
Yeah,
that the
Lorgar-
damage definitely
I'm
went
not
up
man.
when I
Just
got the
ignore
new
drip,
gems
all right?
installed.
I'm actually really cool. I'm like,
Might be
really
worth
nice.
trying to level
You know
up a
what's
couple
funny
times here and get
It's
some
like all because of
extra
Lorgar.
point those.
That even Gilliman is now like kind of praised as like a demigod.
Nah, leveling on stream is boring. Well, I mean, it's kind
Reading an OG copy of Lorgar's book.
of sad 'cause you do that later on. Oh, nice, it's getting paid.
No, I think that's actually like I think at the end of
Not my stream deck, but I say, or Steam Deck, but if I say Steam Deck, it's the Steam Deck.
Well, shit, maybe Lorgar was on to something.
I really do like that Omen, fucking, or not Omen, whatever the hell thing I got, handheld PC thing I got is called. But in hindsight, I kind of wish I would have went with the Steam Deck.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
In PoE,
Okay, moving on to Vulcan. We'll start with you, Icy Pie, as a Vulcan fan. Where do you think he should go? Because he has the.
well, I can't level off screen without
with the Eldar,
playing,
and I'm pretty sure
or off stream without playing.
Is I mean, I feel like that still fits the whole genocide thing with everyone else, kind of to a certain extent, right? That's kind of like genocide's a nothing.
Solaris or
Crazy thing to say. Holy shit! I think they've all done it.
Again, you know, can't help being a
Yeah.
Gemini.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm
holy
wearing.
Shit. But okay, but listen though, Vulcan lets his sons, they have families, and he wants them to nurture bonds with them and stuff. That is a big deal. That is a tremendous.
That's fair.
That's a dog. He always advocated for them to protect the the citizens of the Imperium as much as possible. You know, to the extent that they're able to the fact that
I like
they
it
will put down their own
upgrades.
lives to a
I
certain
don't know why I
extent,
said it like
more than
that.
almost every other legion will, to make sure that happens. You know, there's obviously a limit. If they have to like save the Imperium or something, I mean, probably not. But that's a lot to ask for Space Marines. Where all the other ones, Iron Hands, would basically laugh at that and say that that's bad training. So
That's fair.
I'm trying to think what's the reason. For not
Oh,
making,
excuse me.
Anything?
Is that the last one?
I mean, I got the whole Eldar thing,
Alright.
but you covered that.
Well,
Yes,
I
it
hope
ain't that
this,
big of a deal.
Harvest
Harvest
Scarab apply to the, since it converts them. No, it should, because it converts the stuff at 250% value. So if I get more base drop, then it'll convert more into
If I remember correctly, wasn't that
tiers,
something like
which is what we want.
kind of had a hand in?
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Curse kind of manipulated it to Vulcan having to do
We're
it.
leveling
So-
and
I think
farming.
even right after
We're trying to
it
get
like, I know it wasn't
resources
Eldar,
to
but
send
like,
our
that
first
was
50 million shipment out.
Now
See
again,
if
I
it's
will
even
say,
works.
feeling bad about it doesn't unflamethrower the child.
Usually,
You know,
a
it's
50
just,
mil
again,
shipment.
It's
If
something
you're
that, you know, I
lucky,
think sometimes people don't consider.
you can get
you know,
a
you
mirror
felt
shard
bad,
or
you
two.
still torched the kid. But
Some guy
it
got
was like,
9
you know, for
once
the
I
most
saw in
part,
the chat, like an absolute madman. It's halfway to a mirror.
Right.
They're like,
right.
they were 6 foot
That's a good
45,
point.
or were they like
That's a good point.
65 div each? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, he did regret it, but that doesn't take back the action.
Oh,
So,
no.
but I mean, if you look at it objectively, I guarantee you,
Regal.
all
Good,
of the Primal's
nice. I don't know what that
also-
does, but
even if it's off screen, probably did something similar. They
Right.
probably,
Take
Yes,
it.
Yes.
yeah. I mean, they definitely killed a good amount of
up the
Xenos.
Forbidden Tome, who
Definitely.
reads anyway.
So I mean, I agree that maybe Angel. I don't know where an Angel though. Maybe like what specifically did he do besides like letting the
Nope, not that
Salamanders
way.
have families that is so like uplifting to the Imperium?
Just the general, like, you know, actually get a damn about the common man.
Yeah, respect humans. A lot of the other legions don't
Nah.
to a certain extent. They do see themselves as superior. It depends on which ones you're asked.
Nah.
I think
Yeah.
their opinions have changed over time. Some of them, but
It's a
he
long
started
ass
at the very
map.
beginning, like, hey, humans are equal. You know, at the very least, give them the respect that they deserve, and that's a lot to ask for in this universe, actually.
Isn't that crazy?
Ah, we're almost there.
Isn't that crazy?
It sure is.
Yeah. Where should we put
Gotta
him
run a
exactly?
5K to get to the boss.
That's the question.
You know, I feel like there or right above Gilliman's probably fine.
Honestly, I feel like Gilliman might be better because Gilliman's
Maybe
like
frig off your balls.
straight up blow up planets.
I see. Yeah, I will say, yeah, on Gilliman's front, like he watched his dad die in his arms. He knew it was normal people that did it, and then still was like, no, I can't turn
Dunzo.
into a monster. He made like. He had a Batman backstory. He easily could have turned into a real bastard from it and didn't. Vulcan, like, the only people that threatened his homeworld were Dark Eldar, who were the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
There was a lot less emotional weight in Vulcan being a good guy than
Channel? Which one are you? I think I know which one this is.
Honestly, that's a good point. Like the Drukhari are fucking evil. No one can ever disagree with that at this point. You know, so I think I'm okay with the placements then too. Then like this seems fine.
Yeah. Right? Okay, Corvus Corax next.
I go
Corvus
pick up that
Corax is
chrome though.
Weird because
Chromes
he
are
liberated
fucking
his planet
hella
and
expensive.
immediately started serving a tyrant. So his character
Somehow more useful than they were before.
How do you guys feel about it?
I think he's an expert in.
I mean, before you couldn't even put them in your sockets if they weren't the right
I
color.
agree. It's a weird situation because like he like convinces himself it's okay to serve like the Emperor, but it wasn't okay for the tyrants to rule his planet. It's like once the shoe was on the other foot, he didn't care anymore. You know?
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not the biggest Ravenguard knower or knowledge lore guy. Does anyone else know anything about Corax? He was one of the last Primarchs we found, so there's not a ton of Great Crusades.
All right. Cool.
Like a lot of man. I Games Workshop. I wouldn't worry about it.
And
I say that knowing Ferris Manus is it's not that I do kind of like their aesthetic and stuff, but generally he's a kind of a blank for me. I really don't know a lot about him. That's kind of my own fault though.
You know what's
don't
funny
need
is,
to do that.
I made a video about another Primarch actually not to include him.
I probably should. Probably
I
like
forgot to include him. Like I feel like literally
challenge. I feel like it probably is.
Never gets forgotten. Like he never gets remembered. It's insane. But
What was
I
that?
truthfully don't. I know he.
Oh, simple rope.
What did he? I mean, he totally
whatever.
did genocide, but what was like a? Did he do anything really bad during the heresy?
I know there was genocide. I mean, was there anything really bad though?
Much good either.
Yeah.
It's like the best you can say is like, you know, because he was the stealth guy, he'd limit mass casualties.
Was that me?
Because he just, you know, take the heads off. You
Or
know,
was that no? That was
stuff.
what's his name?
But it also like, I
What
don't
are you
even
doing hanging
really,
out here anyway, man?
I don't know. There's not much. There's not much fucking with him, dude.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I guess he sent his Terran veterans away at the beginning of the Crusade, and didn't he like send all the other Terran veterans to die?
Man, I'm moving fast as hell.
Like, didn't he do
No, that was that. I think Forrest made him do that pretty much.
Forrest made him do that. So I guess that you can't really fault him for that. So I guess that's not really a con. I mean, I guess we could just put him
That
here.
is what I thought it was. Why did I pick this up?
I feel like I can feel the Ravenguard
See
fans
what
just
this bad boy is.
their presence angry, coming with all the reasons why he's the best person
Listen
ever. I'm
here,
sorry,
put all
we
you
just
guys
don't know. We
away.
just don't know anything about this guy.
We don't know, and we don't care.
Damn.
Be on the other side of the ads, I hope.
I'm sorry. That was just too funny.
That's it. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're all right. I feel like that's safe. I
Not that
don't
great.
think,
But
you know,
like,
that should
did
be
he,
fine.
Did he do anything malicious? I don't think so. Did he do anything great? Like, he liberated his planet, but then that kind of like gets canceled out by the fact that
knuckle up
he
to my wrist
immediately
just cracked.
willingly served
Holy
a
shit.
tyrant and a slave,
Yeah.
a being who's not like the greatest guy. So there's
Wipe
that.
down.
Heresy, he just got wiped out at the drop site massacre, and then he tried to
Alright,
rebuild his
where do we wanna
legion,
go
failed,
next?
and then he kind of spent the rest of the heresy as a footnote, pretty much.
Plateau?
Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, that's literally it. Like I
Plateau?
can't think of anything of note off
Wait.
the top of my head that makes
That's
him
all right.
I just wasted.
either up or yeah.
I just wasted a
There'll
scarab.
be an essay in the comments
I wasted
about
3
it.
scarab,
There'll
2
be an
scarab.
essay of that.
Because I didn't go in the
All right, Alfarius and Omega.
dang Hidden Grove or whatever the fuck it is.
Alfarius is weird, man.
Sacred
It's
Grove,
like-
yeah, that thing.
I don't know if you guys have read the Legion book, but that's like the sole reason they fight for the traitors is because a Xenos.
I almost didn't go in it again. What the fuck?
All convinces them that
This way,
Horus's
exile.
victory is paramount to defeating chaos.
I am
It's a
down.
very convoluted thing.
It's gonna suck, but if he does that, it'll burn itself out, and if you don't, that flame's gonna keep going.
Yeah, and I love that book, but my issue with that is why did they trust the get-go? And they betrayed their father, and they seem like totally loyal to do this.
Yes, the fireworks.
And I feel like from there they just went. There wasn't like any hesitation. Like right when they decided to be traitors, they were. I mean, they did try to like. I think warn Ferris Manus of the Drop Zone massacre, but he didn't listen. But it just seemed like they. Yeah, obviously he's an Uber, but I don't know. It's like. It's a weird spot.
See? Love to see.
Trying to help the loyalists at some points, and at other points they were just straight up murdering loyalist societies. Like,
Primal
it's just as
Blister
confusing as they actually are.
something.
Yeah, this is very hard. This is I don't know where to begin with this one.
I'd say to be credited, she was willing to work with anyone if they think it's the right move and not just, you know, pure dogma. But then also, I think, wasn't Alfarius was on board and Omegon wasn't really, but he was
what?
kind of going along with it
That's
to maybe
the
mitigate it.
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because Alfarius died, and then Omegon pulled the Legion out of the war. So it kind of has like backing, but I don't know if it's ever overtly said.
Well, nothing
you
is
know?
ever overtly said with the Alpha Legion, because why make a mystery when you can
Stay
not
away
answer
from
the
me.
question and
All right, so stay away from that
Is that really
bullshit.
true?
Yeah, literally. It's schizophrenia final boss right here.
Really?
I really don't know what to do with it, because they were acting what they thought was like the greater good, I guess.
Okay. Well, that
But they
was
ended up like killing.
probably not worth it.
They killed a lot.
Welcome
of
back
people.
from the ad.
Like during the Battle of Pluto,
It's time to
they,
see me
like,
die.
Blew up a ton of like orbital platforms. They like gassed a bunch of people. They spread their agents around. And like the whole objective was what, to tell Born of true victory. I still don't understand. Like, I don't still don't understand why Alfarius won.
There's two of them. We're not sure where to put them. In order to balance them out, we just put one in Chaos Incarnate and one in Ancient.
Alright, well, we got some more resources, but we died once. So.
See, my solution is much less elegant. I'd say put them both in very evil.
That's doing pretty good too for a while there.
These are two great solutions. And then also a third solution was very a space to
Also that, yeah, it's looking mighty barren up there.
Say something has to go there, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't. We can't say they're both like very evil. They're right, because they could all be doing this for the good or whatever, but we don't know. Really,
Steve. But then, like I said, that my counter argument, I don't fucking like them.
Why
What hit me? I didn't see anything.
It's like reading their lore like half the time, like their first book.
All right, well, they're dead, so
Yeah.
moving
It's
along.
like that. I think was written pretty
Talked about
well.
picking that
Compelling
up.
Stuff actually, like, you know, there's some twists and turns. It's good. And then every instance after that, it's like I said, it's just like
Anything
they
down
don't
here?
give you an answer, or if they do give you an answer, they then end the book with, "But is that really true?" It's like that's not how you make a compelling mystery. That's how you make me not want to read any more of this. You're just gonna jerk me around for
Stay away from
every
me.
novel
Just
going
like
forward.
around.
I agree with that. That is very infuriating.
I feel like by the end of the heresy, they were just kind of like doing flips and tricks just for lulz. Like they were being so convoluted just to like do it just because they could. You know
All right, now we're just trying to get XP
It
back.
reads like the authors had that attitude in mind.
Yeah, they're like, oh, let's get this plan so
Taken,
convoluted
care
that
about
no one
poking.
understands what's going on. Yes, the perfect Horus heresy.
Congratulations. I'm unhappy because you've given me nothing.
But should we end this on a bias that we're so close? We've been very impartial
Sometimes
the
these
whole
lost
way. Just to say,
chess
the Alpha
dope.
Legion is they're assholes. Fuck them. You know, just put them in very evil.
Then these are just the
I
big
feel
because they're there.
Let's think objectively. So the Alpha Legion,
Hey,
Alfarius
buff
and Omegon sided
Legion or
with
something.
Horus because they thought they were being.
That's what we're looking for right there.
Xenos, who they
Gotta remember to search for
probably-
those if I find it,
They
all
had
these
just
maps.
met, and for the rest of them.
We need all the brain rot we can get.
Very anti-Xenos.
We got gold to make.
They wiped out their brothers and their legions because of said Xenos' plan. They killed millions, maybe even billions during the battle.
Clear out before we unleash the Rizian monsters because they're kind of.
I also have some for an actual unbiased reason to put them in very evil.
Let's
I
see.
believe
Okay.
there
That
was
should
at
be
least
good.
one instance. I think it was Corvus Corax they were working with.
822. That's one of the
Corvus
highest
seemed
ones
like
I've
there
seen
was a
yet.
much easier,
Hopefully
less
we don't get
collateral
deleted
damage
right
way to get this problem solved. But the Alpha Legion wanted their confusing hee ha ha random explosions everywhere. Just start putting bombs everywhere, goofy ass conspiracy way that got a whole lot more people killed.
Yo!
We could have killed like 3 select people tops, and we could have taken this world. But your schizophrenic nonsense way of doing things demanded you do what you did.
No,
And that it was like,
Joy Jesus.
Yeah, I think there's like a literal passage somewhere. But it's
Oh my god, it hits like a Mack truck.
By the beginning or the end of the Great Crusade,
See?
at the very beginning of the Heresy,
Jeez.
the Alpha Legion was just doing stuff, like blowing stuff up, assassination missions,
Fucking
just to see
destroyed.
how far they
What
could
the hell did I
push
even click on?
Their like strategy, just to prove. I think Alfarius was trying to prove to the other Primarchs that
Right.
his way of doing things was effective, and therefore he was trying to
All our
be,
XP's gone so far.
so convoluted and confusing to show that his way of warfare was effective. But at the
Oh yeah,
same
the
time, it
Parisian.
wasn't
That's
really-
where I was.
I don't know if that's makes sense.
It's like,
to us,
why
but
were
I
those
think
so
the
strong
Alpha
again?
doesn't make
Forgot.
any sense.
Yo!
They were like ego fighting.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, I mean that's a fair argument. They were knowingly being evil. And they were doing it just to prove they were better than the others. I mean, Mortarion, he wasn't gassing people to prove to the others he was better. I mean, he was doing it to take over the planet. You know, the Alpha Legion was doing it to show that they were the superior legion. They didn't even care about the compliance. You know.
Yeah. I mean, you guys want to do very evil. I guess I could be fine with that. I feel like there's got to be more.
What's your counter argument here, Icy Pie?
Pankers, you play D&D, right? You know D&D.
These are the last 2 bricks from that stupid vein.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be like, I don't know what the exact one is completely. True neutral or chaotic neutral, right? They're ones that are like constantly going back and forth to what they think is like the right thing to do in their own minds, right? Is that like kind of accurate, or because I see it as like if
Somebody kill this
even
fucking
all the
spider.
stuff they do is stupid,
Thank you.
Like,
Well, not worth.
even the most stupid stuff. It all falls under that one reason of, oh, but it's part of the great, just like with Siege, it's part of the greater plan. Like, is that really truly a good excuse? I don't know, maybe not. But in their minds, right, at some point throughout this whole thing, they think that this is the best thing to do for humanity? Maybe.
I don't think it was they were trying to prove that, though. I think at a certain point they just wanted to prove that their stupid, sneaky, nonsense way of doing it was just better than everyone
I'm
else.
bleeding.
Not even better for the sake of more efficient, just like, nah, we're better than you. Like, this is the way to do it.
And that's selfish. That's
Yeah. And I can't think of any like instances of Alfarius or Egon being like nice enough to like merit an angel discussion or an outright discussion.
Oh!
Yeah. The most they have is like they use their like chapter
Got too
serfs,
close.
or I guess legion serfs at that point, equally in important roles as some of their soldiers. But I don't even want to give them too much credit.
One
for that,
down, the other
'cause
one's almost down.
that's just like,
We have 0
you can be
XP
a
to next
perfectly
level.
disposable
Shit.
pawn just as much as a space
But-
marine can.
Yeah,
Like,
like
okay.
it's not
It's
like they're
okay.
getting special treatment or anything. They're still go blow this up. If you die, you die.
Yeah.
very evil. I can see it. Fine.
I can
It's
see
very
it.
evil.
Very evil. We say we want to give out Egon a different ranking, but I don't even know how you can quantify
How the
that
fuck?
when
No,
you
just I think put them just the exact same. That's the only thing you can do with it, right?
Fuck them both.
fucking both. I like it.
We got the Legion anyway. Let's
Come on, he's almost
we worked it
dead.
out. We lured it out to put them in very evil.
We did
It's fine, though.
make a concise argument why they deserve to be.
Yep, our biases are protected, but I do see the argument. I do see it, so
Please?
fair enough.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we did it. We have number 1 as the worst, evilest Primarch.
Frickin'
on
finally,
the
dude.
I don't really
Not
see
worth
any
at all.
arguments against that. The dude flayed people just for lulz. And then at number 1 we have Sanguinius in the
Absolute
Angel
waste of
tier.
time that was.
Who saw that coming? Definitely
What a
not me.
surprise.
What a surprise. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like.
Where's the boss
Thank
at
you
again?
Icy Pie,
Down here.
Pancreas No Work. Such a wonderful time working with you guys and discussing this silly.
I knew it wasn't worth it, but it's fine.
It's been
Thank
a
you again,
pleasure.
fellas. These guys are
Fine. It's fine.
This was fun. Happy to be here.
Totem nerds. Got your totems right here, douchebag.
Final push. General Grievous Angel here.
Why though?
Well, because he's really cool and
Y'all suck.
Jedi deserved it.
What? No
Jedi
shot.
deserved it. You think the children deserve to get murdered in the Jedi Temple?
Is it murder to rid the galaxy of Jedi filth?
Damn.
Do you think the Jedi
Damn.
were that bad that they deserved to get completely wiped off the face of the earth? Like, sure, they definitely
Yeah.
were bad in some certain cases, but they were still like peacekeepers, you know?
I think I am 12 years old and the four-armed wizard murdering cyborg is cool.
That's fair. I
Okay,
can't really argue with that.
I'm gonna argue something though. Listen, Grievous,
And therefore
one's
he's morally
estuary?
right.
Grievous was he was a Jedi LARPer. He was angry he couldn't do force powers and stuff, so he just killed everyone else to prove that he was better. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I like
Grievous is a
Grievous
LARPer,
too.
bro.
He's a
Hell nah.
all you stupid guys, you're midichlorians and you've got your force powers. I'm gonna show you guys.
Only 16.
It's great. We should do that next, actually.
Is this how the video is ending? Please tell me that's better than this.
No, it's ending like this. It's gonna abruptly cut. It's gonna abruptly cut very soon. It's gonna be Maul.
Oh, I thought it was gonna go back around to there.
Any day of the week.
It still
I'm gonna
might.
beat you to death with
Looks like it does. Yeah, we're good. I don't know if I have one of those or not. Liu Kang looking ass. Liu Kang looking ass hat. Oh yeah, this is what I came over here for.
This is it. After dozens of chapters, trader warbands, and an unhealthy amount of Black Library reading, we finally reached the end of the road. Today,
Okay.
your favorite fallen cow will be ranking every single Space Marine I've selected across this entire series, which is 75 Astartes in total, pulled from every chapter and warband that we've covered across all 3 videos. They'll be ranked strictly on feats, statements, and weapons with no favoritism whatsoever involved. We'll be also using the same rules as always. No demons, no dreadnoughts, and no ascended warp entities. But as long as the Marine in question is still fundamentally human, they count. This is the final conclusion to my Strongest Space Marines in Warhammer 40k series. A project that has taken several months to make, and honestly,
Yeah, I bet.
one of the most demanding things I've ever done on this channel. By the time I'm done, only one Marine will be left standing. One name.
Oh, I want to find out who it is.
Will it be Khan, Calgar, or Logan Grimnar, or someone completely out of the blue? But before we jump into these rankings,
Random
we're
guardsman.
obligated to place your bet. Right now, no backing out or saying you knew it all along. Drop your top 3 picks in the comments right now, or I will come to your house and milk you for every drug.
Well, I'm definitely not liking the video now.
With that out of the
Fucking
way,
threaten me with a
let's
good
jump
time, buddy.
straight into the cow hole one last time. Make sure you grab some chocolate chip cookies, a gallon of milk, and maybe
Milk.
just
He said
maybe
milk and ruined
an
it.
excessive amount of peanut butter M&Ms. Since
Ooh.
this is the ultimate conclusion to the
I could
greatest
go for
series
some
on
M&Ms.
planet Earth, let's make sure this power scaling chant really hits home. Say it with your goddamn chest, nerd. It's time to power scale.
All right, hell yeah. Scale the shit out of it. I'll die a couple more times
So
before I
if you
complete this
missed
map.
the last 3 parts, or if you're too lazy to go
Wait.
watch them, which I
haven't even
completely
finished this map
understand,
yet.
since they're
I haven't even
almost
started this map
3
yet, barely.
hours long
I thought we were still on the last
Here's a full
one.
recap of
Whoopsie.
every single Space Marine I selected from their respective chapter or warband. If you don't care for the recap, then skip ahead to
Okay, there's a lot going on right there. What the
For
balls?
those wondering and going to comment, where are the 30k Space Marines like Sigismund, Nasir Ahmed, or Naikoa Shirokin? Well, don't worry, I already covered them in the 30k version of this video, where I ranked the greatest Space Marines from the Horus Heresy. So if you want to go check that out after you finish this video, the link
I
will
see,
be
I
right
see.
here. But anyway, let's get into recap time, starting with the Loyalist Astartes, which make up 50 of our total picks. Yes, I know.
Why? What did I do
there
that's
are way
stupid?
too many loyalists
What did I do
on
now?
this list compared to traitors, but I promise it evens out at the end. Just trust me. Truthfully, Warhammer 40k loves introducing fool traitors only to kill them off in the same book just to make a loyalist look better. Is it lame? Absolutely. But alas, that's Warhammer. Starting with the Loyalist Astartes, from the Dark Angels,
Okay,
I
this is
selected
the arena.
the Supreme Grandmaster of the Unforgiven, Azrael as their champion, with Ezekiel, the Chief Librarian, taking the
Oh, they're all the way the hell over
After
here.
Dark Angels, we moved to the White Scars, where the choice was the Master Hunt or Solid Khan, an absolute monster with a kill list. That
Still alive?
of Craven Hunter, which was a horrible movie, by the way. Don't watch it. I literally just finished watching it just before making this video, and I thought it was one of the worst movies I've seen in my cow life.
How long do cows live? He slammed his dick in
Following
the
them
drawer?
are
What was
the
that?
Space Wolves, where, surprise, surprise, I picked the old wolf himself, Logan Grimnar, as their champion.
Okay, well,
with Ragnar Black
we only got
coming
harvest
in
scarabs
as the
now.
runner-up. Because Fenris apparently manufactures some of the
Oh
strongest
wait,
Marines in
the Waven has already
entire
witnessed.
Who
No!
knew? What the hell are they feeding these wolves? For the Sons of the Yellow Brick Road, we have Darnaf Lysander,
God damn it.
representing the Imperial Face.
Wasted 2
To be
scarabs.
honest, I truly wish
Which
my
one's
favorite Legion of
Phantasmagoria?
the 30K
I don't
setting
remember.
had more top-tier options, but we'll get more into that later in this video. Because
How many more do I gotta kill
and it
before
will
stupid
be
Maven?
Very, very long.
1, 2. I gotta do it right now. I
After
just
the
wasted
Imperial
2
Fist,
maps.
We reach the Blood Angels, who brought an entire roster.
Will
with
you
them.
let
Their champion was,
me?
of course, the Lord of Death, Mephiston, with the runner-ups being
Hell yeah.
Astaroth the Grim and Lord Commander Dante. After them comes the Iron Hands, whose champion was Lydric
Hell
Nelson,
yeah.
the Chief Librarian. And if you thought the Blood Angels
Hell
were a lot of
yeah.
characters, the Ultra Smurfs
All right, let's go get
completely
killed by the
blow them
Maven
out of
or whatever the
water.
fuck is
Their
going on here.
champion
All
is
these
the Lord of
all these
Wrath,
map bosses I just beat up. They're gonna try to kill me now, and they're probably gonna succeed.
Dimitri and
Does
Titus,
juice the piss out of this.
the Space Marine games, and the now warden Ultramar, Cato Sicarius, the Knight Champion of the Crag, and Varl.
All right, one down.
Chief Librarian of the Ultramarines chapter. Because although Gilman might not be the strongest,
Two.
his sons definitely.
You and what else?
Next up are the Salamanders, whose sole representation and champion is
Dickhead, Widow.
Volcan.
Get your stupid spider web away from me, bro. I don't want to play with you.
And rounding
Oh,
out
this guy's one of them?
Legion,
Fuck, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill this
led
guy.
by former chapter master and current shadow captain, Kayvon Shrike. From there, we move on to the many loyalist successful chapters, starting with the Blood Raiders, whose champion is Gabriel Andrews, the Angel of Retribution, and a certified demon. After them come the Flesh Totems, led by the absolute goat himself, Gabriel Sen, the man who solves every problem with chain blades and violence. Following the Flesh Terrors of the Black
Damn!
the ultimate
Can't believe I
space
died
races,
in there.
represented by Heiro.
I was so unlucky.
And then we arrive at the Carcharodons, the Space Sharks, whose champion is the Void
Right.
Reaper himself, Tyberos,
Cards,
the Red
Harvest
Wave.
Scarabs.
Taller than everyone in
85
the room,
Jewel.
allegedly including your favorite Primarch, and according to his art pieces, built like a walking war crime against
Hello.
anatomy.
Go with courage.
Where are you going? Vincent, we can't live side by side.
And of course, right after him comes Asterion Moloch.
Oh, I got some
Chapter Master
tattoos,
of
too.
The Minotaurs and the Bronze Bull, a man who supposedly can throw hands with the Custodes, which of course we will be talking about later.
Supposedly.
Then we have the Lamenters, the Minotaur's poor, unlucky children, whose champion is Malachime Phoros, the Watcher of the Deeps, a man cursed by fate and the Riders alike. Then we reach the
Can we
Exorcist,
reduce the
one
amount of
the
slivers
coolest
we need to
chapters
kill the
in all
Maven?
40K. These lunatics let demons infest their bodies just to purge them out of spite.
Oh, that's so cool!
Their champion
Fragments.
is the
All right. Like, I
librarian,
need 7 more of these things. That means I have to
Continuing
kill
through the loyalist
70
successor
more
chapters,
bosses.
We have the Raptors, represented by Elias.
70 more
Who
maps.
wins wars by simply refusing
Yo,
to
Jay,
fight
what's up?
fair.
How you doing today,
From
buddy?
there, we move on to the Howling Griffins, whose champion is Marcano, the chief librarian. Yes, I know you have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
Oh,
And neither did
yeah, you were talking
until
about
I made
almost
this
picking up
video.
Space Marine
Next
the
up
other day
are
because
the
it was on
Death
sale.
Watch,
If you
unsurprisingly
enjoy Path
brought
of Exile,
multiple
it's completely
Their
free all the
primary
time.
champion is Ortega Cassius, Master of the Watch,
You're more than welcome
and
to come
another
play.
massive space
Oh
races
yeah, nice
against
little
the
Sunday
Knights.
afternoon
He's
nap. Hell
supported
yeah,
by
brother.
Shoke from the
That's what I'm
Ancient
talking about.
Saint
Oh, do you?
and
Okay,
Zankiel,
cool.
the Watcher of the
I didn't know if you were a
formerly
PoE
of the
player
Dark
or not.
Angels, both of whom
All right,
are
so we're
elite
going back
and
for
powerful
stupid ass
librarians.
Maven
Then we
again.
arrive at the Crimson
I hate that I gotta
Fist,
kill her
led by a
10
lesser
times or kill his
Cortez.
bosses 10 times. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's shit. Me too. It's fucking different.
From there, we start
Everything's so
the realm
different
of the
now.
Grey Knights, who naturally show up in force.
Green, blue,
Yes,
or
I
red,
may have
what?
gone a little too overboard with the runner-ups,
What am I selecting
but
it
how
for?
could I not when they have
My
so
initial
many cool
knee-jerk
characters?
reaction is blue.
Of course, their champion is Galdor Drago, Supreme Grandmaster.
Well, yeah, I know
and
their
Blade of
colors.
Fate, followed by Anvil Thon, Hyperion, the Emperor's Wrath, and one of the most potent psychers in the current chapter, and fourth, Garen Grow, the curse bearer of the Black
go
Blade, who
do
exists in a permanent state of suffering
The
and
Strand,
Moving on,
because
we
that's
had
not
the
an
Scythes
awful
of Hammer,
boss.
who represented
I forgot we're doing
by
Maven, so we gotta do like normal, easy
There we
bosses.
reach the Emperor Spears, whose
Oh,
champion is Brand, the Spear Unbroken.
mm.
The Sons of Medusa
See,
follow, led by Valen Cal.
I still like initial reaction is still blue, but I'm like, nah, you gotta go with red. But then second reaction is not everybody's gonna go with red. So then I'm almost thinking like maybe green. You don't want to be like everybody else.
The Iron Thane, a
That's my
Tech Marine
opinion.
commander who made his
Green,
name
then.
during the Bad Dab Wars. After them come the Iron Knights, represented
Unless you
by
hate green, in
Cthulhu,
which case do
the
whatever you
Sea
want. I don't care.
Blades. A company champion who may be one of the deadliest duelists in 40k. After them are the Red Scorpions, whose champion is Sire Kerrigan, Lord of the Red Scorpions, a paragon of purity and discipline, taken to the extremes. The execution was followed with the Axe of Judgment. From there we move on to the Black Dragons. You know, the guys who look like unicorns, led by Zartath, the Dragon-Blooded, a survivor of countless years of Dark Elder torture and pain.
Oh, they took my freaking business.
The White Consuls are represented
No
by
strong
Sargon
boxes.
Diaz, the Twin Consul, a master of diplomacy and battle in equal measure.
I
while
need
the Dark
the
Hunters bring
shrines.
Chiron, the Night
And-
Reaper, a chaplain who specializes in terror and dueling.
Props.
Next are the Sons of Sanguinius, represented by Damien Morduon, captain of the Third Company, followed by the Marines Malevolent, and their champion, the man whose name literally rhymes with Ballista. Balak the Vilified. The Mantis Warriors follow with the Dust Prophet. Ahazra Redith, the chief librarian, and said to be one of the most powerful in 4K. The
Why did I get one of those shrines that gives me the skeleton minion? That's cool.
Well, the Mortifactors bring Magyar, the Bone Lord, chapter master steeped in death rituals.
Just
and
die
looking
already, man. Stop running around.
terrifying In all the best ways.
Nah, man, you don't have
Then
to.
we
I was
have
just
the
saying,
Iron
if you were
Snakes,
interested in
led
playing
by
PoE,
Captain
then
Kriya,
fucking
a disciplined
you
duelist
come
and
roll. Hell yeah.
protagonist of the
If
Iron
you're
Snake
nah, dude,
series.
don't.
The
I'm
Dark
not like
Dragons
asking you to
follow
come play with
Hyperion,
me.
who
Like if you want to
Kinetic
play the
Seer,
game,
a
yeah.
Primaris librarian whose visions are as deep and hostile as the core itself.
Yeah, I mean it's infinitely more complicated than Diablo 3,
The
but
Silver Skulls, who to close out the loyalist roster have Prognosticar Brand. a
all right,
series
man.
of
Well,
foresights, guides,
it's
and
different now. Well, I wonder how many years ago you played it. There's
With that, we
you don't
close
even have
out
to talk to
the
anybody. You don't have to go to a website
Then
to
we
trade
move on
anymore.
to
You can do it all
traders.
from
It
in the
would be
thing.
silly
You
of
can
me to not
sell
discuss
stuff right
the
in your
Primaris
hideout.
upgrades. Since every single
Oh
loyalist
yeah,
on this
how's that?
list, if they are currently alive in the current
You don't
season,
actually have to
should
interact with
have
people to
this
trade
upgrade.
anymore unless you're
Primaris
doing like,
Marines
you know,
and those who cross the
big deals.
Rubicon are physically larger and more heavily armored than Firstborn Marines. They possess 3 additional organs that make them stronger, faster, and more durable than their older kin. This excerpt from Dawn of Fire, Avenging Sun perfectly shows how powerful they are. The Barbar's warriors were fast, stronger than Space Marines of his type, and taller. His Sensorium passed as much information about their war gear to him as it could gather. The reactors were more powerful, their guns bigger and better. Without a full aspect reading, he could tell they were more what he could see. These were not Space Marines. They were something else. They were replacements. So pretty much every single loyalist on this list should be one.
They're bigger, better Space Marines, bud.
So instead of, repeating myself over and over and over and over again, I'm simply going to address it here once and for all. So keep that in mind as we continue this video. Now it's time to move over to the other side of the coin, the Traitor Legions and the Warbands of Chaos. Fewer in number, but stacked with lunatics, monsters, and some of the most powerful individuals to ever wear power armor. Starting with the Emperor's Children, we have Lord Commander Primus.
Well, Jay, if you do want to play PoE again, if you don't want to just jump into it face first, I will say I recommend finding something that you think looks neat and finding a guide, build guide for it. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
From the same legion,
So
but a
you won't have to
different,
guess
equally cursed warband, comes Xanti of the Adored, the Chaos Warlord, who may not make the smartest decisions.
They're literally
but
everywhere,
he does have
all over YouTube, all over everything.
buffing him, so points
Several
for that.
websites.
And rounding out the Emperor's Children, we have the Conqueror himself, Fabius Bile, representing the Consortium. Next up are the Iron Warriors, represented by Hansu, the Warsmith Reborn, or as I like to call him, Ferris Manus 2.0. Because, look at his metal arm. Don't they look a little too
Fucking
similar?
Spirit Halloween,
One
dude.
does
It's
have a
August
head and
9th.
one doesn't.
I ain't ready for all that shit, man. Wintertime, I have a
Come
feeling
on
the streams
now,
are gonna get
the
longer.
resemblance is uncanny. Following him is Vernock, Sergeant.
I have what they call seasonal depression. Plus, it's fucking cold outside in the winter. Fuck that.
Whose champion is Talos Valcorin.
Why did you just get louder?
Prophet of the Night Lords.
You went back
He
down.
combines foresight with his cunning and
Yeah, okay,
turmoil.
yeah,
The
whatever.
runner-up
They're all
is the Death of
delusional, I know.
Saints. Yes, Night Lord fans, I included him due to the huge amount of comments on the third part of the series. A living nightmare, and as the name suggests, loves to hunt down living saints.
Hidden compartments, that's a good one, eh?
Then come the World Eaters.
Strong box
And
one, I know
yes,
that.
it's exactly as violent as you'd expect. Their lineup begins with Karn the Betrayer, the Chosen of Khorne, and the golden standard for Astartes on Astartes violence. Followed up by one of my favorite characters in the entire setting, Shaka the Bloodless, the Silent Butcher. I also included the runner-up, the
Every full
Red
name.
Centurion, both of whom perfectly embody the Legion's philosophy of solving everything with an axe to the face. The World Eater warbands continue
Face.
with the Forsworn, whose champion is Kosalax, the Forsworn, a warrior who, unlike the rest of his legion, still retains his brain. And then we have the champion of the Skull Takers.
Where'd the rest of their
Zufor
brains go?
The Impaler, a butcher who made a name for himself in the siege of Rax. Next is the Death Guard, represented by Typhus the Traveler, herald of Nurgle, host of the Destroyer Plague, and a walking biological shitstorm disaster. Alongside him are the Lords of Silence, led by Vorax, the protagonist of the Lords of Silence book. From there, we enter the domain of sorcery with the Thousand Sons. First up is the Prodigal Sons warband, whose champion is no surprise, everyone's favorite Azek Aranet, the Exile. The Herald of
He's a
Siege,
marauder,
arguably
duelist,
one of the
will,
most powerful psychers still trapped
do what you
in the
want.
body. Fighting alongside him is fast.
You just want like a spin to win build? Just look up PoE spin to win 3.29. I'll tell you exactly where to start.
At the center of chaos stands
I forget what the name of the ability is.
Representing them is
Or the
Abaddon
gem is.
Spoiler, War Master of Chaos,
Same difference,
and the
ability
single
gem,
most
ability
influential
gem.
human in the Eye of Terror. Fighting at his side are the members of the Escharon, including Telmacon Lyris, the Black Legion's Blade, Iskandar Kaon, the Black Legion's Witch, all supported by Denver Porta, one of Abaddon's
A lot of
most
explosions
reliable
right there.
and brutally efficient warlords. The list closes out with Chaos's most
Are you in my
infamous
Discord? I don't
manipulators
know.
and bald-headed disasters.
You're
First
asking
is
the wrong guy.
Argus, the Hand of Destiny, who I can never seem to get rid of, representing the Word Bearers and personally responsible for ruining literally everything. From the Alpha Legion,
I don't know. I mean,
comes
click on it,
Arcos
see.
the Faithless, bringing deception
Ooh,
and
doubling,
schizophrenia into the mix. Then there's Cypher, the Lord of the Fallen, the Hooded Hobo.
It's in there,
remains
yeah.
an
That just takes you to like a
enigma
link tree
and finally,
type
we
website.
have Huron Blackheart, the tyrant
This
of
link tree
Manhattan,
costs like
who
fucking
leads
$15 a month to
Corsairs
fucking
as a
sell.
pirate king. And that is everyone. Both loyalist and traitor, we have a total of 75 champions to rank. Here's how it's going to work.
Shit.
As of
Well, that was a
discussed,
failure.
rank
That was a
every
waste.
single one of them,
89
the weakest and
Verizian.
strongest, based strictly on feats, statements, and weapons. Before I jump into this, I just want to say this video took me 4 to 5 months to write, guys. I'm not even joking. I had to go through hundreds of Black Library sources, books, and supplements, and so many random codexes I didn't know even existed. And it took even longer for me to compare Space Marine against Space Marine when some of their feats are so obscure or non-existent that it becomes almost
How could their
impossible
feats
to
be
gauge one
non-existent?
over the
And that
other.
wouldn't count.
I spent so much time on this when I could have been playing Madden 06 on the GameCube. If you guys know what that game is, you know ball. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys would hit that like button.
Yeah, it's
comment
the same
below
game
to
that came
drive
out
up
now,
that
but with
sweet
different
YouTube
names on the
engagement,
shirts.
and hopefully subscribe. Also, stick around at the end. There is a surprise from your favorite fallen cow. This is going to take a very, very long time, guys. So settle in, because we're starting at the very bottom with number 75, the weakest champion on the list.
We haven't even started yet?
Coming in dead last at number 75, we have a Marine of one of the most universally hated chapters in the Imperium, the Marine's Malevolent.
I don't know anything about
like
them.
objectively, you're a piece of shit and you have shitty taste. I guarantee you can find 1,000 scientific reports to corroborate that. It's a fact. You suck.
Which means at number 75, we have Ballista.
Ballsack.
You know, the guy whose name rhymes with Ballsack. And honestly, that name kind of feels
I said it
fitting.
first, so it was
Ballsack
funnier.
appears in only one novel, a short story called Vengeful Honor. And while his overall showing is mixed at best,
Where the
he
hell
does
did that even
technically
come
have
from?
one feat that matters. During the novel, Balak defeats a Black Templar captain and
Like,
kills
actually,
12
where the hell did
orcs.
that even come
One
from?
of those kills is especially
Everything was dead.
important, as the Templar was a captain, a warrior that is both descended from Sigismund's legacy and was certainly an accomplished swordsman. Even Balak himself acknowledges
All right.
how scuffed the fight was, stating that Timid had been an exceptional swordsman. Balak was just some wretch who had cut him down ingloriously.
All the way
through a
back
twist of
now.
fate Rather than skill, Vordua needed to prove the truth he felt in his heart, and not the lie
It's true.
believed in his head. That Timid had been bested by a superior fighter. Now, yes, a named Astartes kill does matter. I'm not denying that, but context
Come on.
matters. Balak is not portrayed as
Ball's
a
back.
dominant swordsman anywhere else in the novel. He struggles against a group of orcs even while wounded, lacks consistency, and is never framed as a serious duelist or battlefield monster. He is
It's
not a
fun.
commander, not a champion, and not
I just
someone whose
died on
reputation
some
carries
bullshit,
weight
but it's
outside of this
fun.
single ugly
I'm
win.
really having a
So
lot
while
of fun
killing
this
a Black
league.
Templar captain is technically a higher peak than sparring wins or vague
The league
statements.
mechanic
Balak's
is
overall performance
on a
is so
pirate ship.
unimpressive and unreliable that I simply can't justify
I can show you
ranking
after
him
this.
higher above other Space Marines that are proven warriors and veteran commanders.
Okay.
A single messy Space
Now that we're
Marine
done with
kill
whatever
does
bullshit
not
that
outweigh an
was.
Otherwise weak showing. For this reason, Balak, the Ballsack, earns
We're harvesting
number 75 ranking
crops
at
for
the
our
bottom
town.
of the list. Coming in at number 74, we have Brea.
There's a perk on the
captain
Atlas tree
of the
that
Warhost of the Emperor's Spears. Brea is an
turns
expert
all of
commander,
the
leading
life
one
force
of the most
drops
powerful
into
and narratively beloved
crops for
successor
King's March.
chapters in the entire setting.
So that's why I'm
Like,
killing
look at
this
these
shit.
guys. The Emperor's Spears are
And
dripping
I'm
with
mining
aura, and
ores in
their
the
armor
maps
is
to
so clean.
mine or finding or marking ore in maps to
Brack himself
excavate
is portrayed
and
as
turn
the
into
Emperor
the
as
ingots.
disciplined, intelligent, and deeply respected by his warriors. That said, though, when we strip away everything
Be
down
cool if they
to
did
our
another,
feats,
like,
the list
revisit
gets
King's
very
March
thin
expansion
very
someday.
fast.
And, like,
Brack's
updated
confirmed
King's
combat
March.
feats include killing lesser human enemies.
But, I mean, let 'em
throwing a
update the other
spear
shit
at a
first.
Calidus assassin, as
I
she's
just
being
want 'em to-
sent
I'm
a
just waiting for the new
game,
blight.
And most notably of the bunch, sparring with and defeating Amadeus of the Mentors chapter. However, there are two massive caveats.
Junk.
First, Amadeus was severely wounded at that time, something Brack himself openly acknowledges. Second, even at full strength, Amadeus is not known
Identify my
as the
junk.
greatest. He's a tactician and observer, not a legendary
Put all
fighter.
this
So
away.
Bragg is clearly competent, powerful in his
then
own
we
way,
go
and
to
absolutely
the
a
Sovereign.
Chapter Master tier Space Marine in terms of leadership and battlefield command.
And this is Valerie,
His
the
best
Corsair.
on-page combat feats, being against
This is
a
where we keep our
broken
charts.
Space Marine simply does not scale well. He's strong, he's skilled, and he's cool as hell. Without meaningful victories over elite opponents, I can't justify placing
Then you
him
come
any
over
higher.
to
That
your
places Brayak at number 74
whatever the hell this
on
thing's
my
called.
list. Above Balak, due
You
to
put a chart in it.
consistency and competence, but still firmly in the lower part of this list.
Bathysphere.
At number 73, we have Lysis.
Now we're on the bottom of the ocean.
Chapter Master of the Raptors. I know, right? Shocker. Raptor fans, I know you're trying to snipe me right now, but you can't look me in the eyes and tell me otherwise.
I see. I have 7 lanterns to find my way around with. And then once I place the 7th one, they all start to shrink. So it's telling me there's something this way.
Maybe it's my special work ability. Isidon is widely known. He holds the rank of Chapter Master.
Still this. Oh, there's
The
lantern.
smartest and most tactical
And
chapters
some
in
gem
the
cutter
Marine.
prisms. Fuck
And
yeah.
yet, he has almost no explicit combat feats on page.
Alright,
No
this one's kind of
duels,
a
no
bust.
champion kills, no great
Ew,
teammates,
dead end
and
right
no
there.
absurd
Gross.
Stance. Absolutely nothing. You could even argue that because the
Alright, I only got
Raptors
2
actively
left,
avoid
so I gotta
close
try. The
combat
maps
when
aren't very
possible,
big.
it implies
Oh,
that
that's a
Isidon
fucking
probably
waste and a
isn't
half.
bad
I might as well
for
waste
us.
the last
only
one.
meaningful material we
But now the
actually
light's gonna
have
start shrinking
comes
and I gotta
from the
escape
Imperial
before
Armor
I
Volume 9,
drown.
The Baghdad Part 1, on page
Shut up.
5, which states, this task force
But then,
is led by the Raptors
once you
captain,
get 9
Isidon, a warrior of great experience
treasure
and
maps, you can
expert
plan a
in the arts of
voyage
covert
and,
rapid-moving warfare
like,
in which
design a
Chapter
map.
excelled. So we know that he's extremely experienced and a stealthy warrior. Later in that same codex, we're told
You know,
that
to
Laius
do
offered himself for overall
on your own.
command of the Loyalist Space Marine forces during the Badab War.
Like, you put it together whatever you
only
want.
losing
It's
out
different
to
modifiers
Terra
around here,
Poland
and then
of
you
the
can
Red
do these.
Scorpions. A loss that is not a knock
I'm gonna
against
do that right
Laius
now.
Isidon in the slightest. Now here's where the ranking logic matters. Yes, Laius
'Cause I'm trying to collect
Isidon
more of
lacks
these,
explicit combat
so we can
feats
do a few
compared
voyages
say,
back to back to
Brayak
back to
or
back.
even Balak, but it would
Well,
make no sense
I have quite
to
a
rank
few,
fully
but
proven Chapter Master
I wanna
below
finish up
Captain and a Line Marine
some of
simply
these
because the lore hasn't
maps
shown his
first.
on-page feats. Laius
gather some
Isidon didn't become a Chapter
resources for
Master
King's
by
March
accident.
before
That position alone implies
start on something
decades,
else.
if not centuries, of battlefield experience, survival, and leadership under fire. While we can't use this to
5 of
scale
them. I wonder
to
where I got the
absurd
other 2.
heights, it is entirely reasonable to assume that Laius Isidon could replicate Balak's feats of killing a single Black Templar swordsman
Next map.
and likely perform at least
Next
on par
map.
with Brayak in combat if forced into it. Intelligence,
Not
leadership,
alleyways
and
again, 'cause we already
reputation
cleared
are not the
that.
same in power. But they do
Where's-
matter when ranking veterans who have survived the worst the Imperium can
Rampart.
throw
I like
at them.
Rampart.
So while Laius doesn't have the receipts to climb much higher, it would be silly to place a proven Chapter Master beneath lesser officers and unreliable fighters. For that reason, Laius Isidon takes the number 73 spot. Coming in at number 72, we have Valen Cal, the Iron Thane of the Sons of Medusa. Valen Cal is a fanatical adherent of the Mauryan sect of the cult Mechanicus, and his body is heavily augmented with cybernetics, granting him strength, endurance, and durability far beyond a standard Astartes. His greatest and frankly only truly notable feat, I'm sorry guys, it's not my fault these guys are so bare bones, occurs during the Badab War. During a teleport assault on the orbital fortress of Sentinel Sigma, Valen led his Terminators directly into the heart of the Starfort, forcing their way through multiple layers of heavily fortified strongholds packed with traitor forces in order to sever the fortress's 5-meter thick plasma couplings, disabling the guns that dominated the battlefield. While the action does not involve the slaying of a named champion, it is still a remarkable demonstration of leadership, coordination, and personal combat effectiveness under extreme conditions. This is unfortunately the
I didn't
extent
need those.
of
Why
what
did
we
I
see
pick that
from
up?
Valen Cal in terms of combat feats.
Well, that's disappointing.
Why is there a cloud here?
However, that single operation still places him above
Weird.
characters like Brayak, who's best shown as sparring with 30 space marine, And above lies Isidon, who lacks any meaningful combat feats altogether. Leading a Terminator squad into the core of a star fort would realistically
Back into the
involve
Crow.
cutting through thousands of enemy guardsmen, multiple traitor
Come on,
astartes,
tier
and enough
4s.
gun servitors and defense systems to make any normal space marine hesitate. Even without a standout duel against a named opponent,
You can kill it. There's like 1,000 of them.
Cal is capable and a survivalist who thrives in those environments. So while he remains a relatively underdominated figure, he really does not belong anywhere near the upper tiers of this list.
What's
He
his
has
death wobble?
just enough on-page feats to justify his placement at number 72. At number 71, we have Barden Barr, Chapter Master of the Maven Marines. And this one is admittedly a little awkward.
Ooh, watch out for
Barr's
those
most
guys.
notable appearance comes from the Dark Maven, who faces off against none other than Titus the Traveler, the Herald of the Noble. And spoiler, one of the strongest Marines in the entire setting. The same Typhus who can casually swat aside Grey Knights. During the fight, Duvaro commits to a series of fast attacks, his double-handed power sword cracking as he presses the assault.
Double-handed
Typhus
power
is
sword
forced to
sounds
retreat,
sick.
deflecting blows that would have deceived and killed almost any foe. At one point, an observer genuinely believes victory is within the Chapter Master's reach.
A lot of health on this guy, huh?
Lucilius shouted, "Victory is in sight." It seemed it was. The Chapter Master fought with such skill that Justine thought Typhus would fall and the day would be won. He watched spellbound at the skill on display. But then reality catches up to the Chapter Master. His scythe moved with ruthless certainty, cleaving armor. Duvaro stopped with a jerk. His battle plates, supplementary musculature, twitched like infused central needles. His sword fell. He reached up to grasp his scythe's head.
I think this guy's got so much health all of a sudden.
So within
Harvest
seconds
collected.
Of the fight beginning, the Chapter Master, Barden Duvaro, is disemboweled. His insides scattered across the
And
floor
now we go
as
up.
Typhus laughs behind his helm. Not gonna lie, I just found this meme and it's incredibly funny, so I have to put it in the video. Because realistically, Typhus versus Barden Duvaro is a hydrogen bomb versus a garbage baby. Now I will say at least that Duvaro lands a few blows.
I mean, his armor does look pretty wicked, I'm not
But
gonna lie.
instantly dies when Typhus decides the fight is over. Regardless of how much Typhus made Duvaro look like a child, he is still a Chapter Master. One that is able to press one of the deadliest Marines in the galaxy. That alone places him above the low-fee captains and Chapter Masters we've already covered. Because I don't think any of them would have fared far better. So while Barden Duvaro's status
Alteration.
respect, the outcome of the fight
Big
still
bug.
keep him firmly in the lower half of the list. So Barden Duvaro, the Chapter Master, or should I say, the former Chapter Master of the Naval Marines, takes the number 71 spot. Coming in at number
Nothing
70,
over
we
there.
have Sirius Thracian, Chapter Master of the Scythes. And this one was another
Excuse me?
difficult place. Thracian, like many of the other Space Marines we've ranked so far, does not have a catalog of legendary one-on-one victories. He doesn't have any kills on Demon Princes, Champions of Chaos, or, he'd be a lot higher on the list.
So what's he
The
here
only
for?
on-page feat we do have against a notable enemy comes from the book The Great War. During this novel, Thracian is captured by a gene-stealing patriarch, a psycho-tyranid predator that can tear apart Space Marines with
That bitch.
ease. But instead of immediately killing him like it
Nope.
should, the Patriarch toys with Thracian, freezing him in place, pressing its head against his bolt gun, mocking him with exaggerated gestures, and treating the entire confrontation
Oh no,
like
not
a theatrical
exaggerated
performance.
gestures.
Someone's got to give this guy an Oscar. Thracian takes advantage of the Gene Stealer Patriarch's stupidity and shoots a nearby Necron artifact that drops a ton of Necron scarabs. They overwhelm the Gene Stealer Patriarch, they lift its body up and dismember it in a withering mass of living metal. So not exactly a Thracian victory, since he dies doing this. And if that's all we had, Thracian would be a lot lower. But unlike some of the other rankings on this video,
think Beach is
Thracian
too
has
bad.
something many low-rank Marines do not. An extensive combat record and prolonged apocalyptic warfare. During the invasion of Hive Fleet Kraken, Thracian led 6 companies in the defense of Sothon, his home planet, fighting a doomed action against one of the deadliest Tyrian fleets. He survived the fall of his homeworld, the destruction of his chapter's fortress monastery, and the near annihilation of his chapter as less than 300 of the original 1,000 Scythes escaped alive.
An iron be
Thracian would
mines.
continue to fight through the retreat
I don't
from
want a
Sofa,
memory
the
tier.
Battle of
That's
Heiro,
annoying.
and in repeated rearguard actions against Tyranid pursuits, which included constant boarding and close quarters engagements. When the chapter was on the brink of extinction, he adapted tactics, orchestrated fighting withdrawals, gathered recruits across multiple war zones, and preserved enough knowledge that the Scythes of the Emperor eventually became experts in Tyranid hunting. In summary, Mr. Thracian here may not have a great number of on-page feats against a notable enemy, but he still fought continuously against one of the biggest and most threats in the entire galaxy, living
That's
long
pretty
enough
cool.
to lead his chapter through the worst possible scenario imaginable. I think all this collectively puts him at number 70 on the list. Only 69 to go? Oh boy, didn't I warn you guys? This was gonna be a long one. Make sure to refill your waters, fellas. You don't want to get too dehydrated.
That's a good point. I
You
do
gotta
need
get
to
through
refill my
this
water.
entire video in one sitting, or I'll be disappointed. At number 69, 69. Shut up, cow. We have the first Chaos Space Marine on this list, Vernock of the Ephesers of Edringar. Much like Laius-Isidon, Bardan Duvaro, and Mansirius Thracian, Vernock suffers from a severe lack of direct
Anything down
on-page
here?
combat feats, which is the story of my
Anything up here?
goddamn life.
Maybe.
His inclusion and placement
No.
is based almost
Yes.
entirely on his role and context, rather than explicit duels or kills.
See, now that's some bullshit.
According to the White Dwarf issue 44, Vernock serves as the commander of the Bronze Rot, the elite Terminator Vanguard unit,
Come on.
warband, which suggests that he's among some of the best warriors in his warband. So the obvious question is, why is Vernock ranked
Look
above
at all
several
these
loyalist commanders
plants.
with at least some documented feats, while Vernock has absolutely nothing? And the answer is pretty simple, folks. It really is chaos and corruption. Long-term exposure to the warp fundamentally alters those corrupted minds, granting increased physical strength, durability, pain tolerance, and speed beyond what a loyalist Astartes can achieve. In Vernock's case, this enhancement is
Stop jumping around and die already.
Plate, which places him firmly above a baseline chapter master in terms of durability and strength. However, chaos empowerment is never dead easy, folks. Corruption comes with severe drawbacks. Grotesque mutations, loss of clarity, and constant vulnerability to manipulation.
Loss of
Still,
clarity, what's
without
that?
any kills or even feats, a Chaos Terminator commander physical
clarity?
baseline
I don't have
is
any of that.
probably higher than your average loyalist Astartes. Although it's very controversial to put him over chapter masters like Bardan Duvaro, Laius-Isidon, or captains like Balin and Cal, but the way I see it is Vernock is a Chaos commander who has remained functional and powerful enough to remain in control over a coveted position like his, where probably multiple other Chaos Space Marines would be trying to supplant him. So he
Why
at
I was
least has
bleeding.
to be competent in dueling and maintaining his authority. But on top of that, he also wears Terminator plate and should be physically buffed by chaos. Like, for example, say you swapped in Vernock into Thracian
He's got high level
or
gear,
Duvaro's
yeah.
positions, facing, adjacent to the Patriarch, or even someone like Typhus. I think he would certainly perform a little bit better, based purely on his physical stats. He'd still likely lose, but not nearly as quickly or as bad. You may harass me in the comments, but trust me, this will not be the last ranking.
Oh, they probably
that makes
will.
people upset. There's going to be a lot more of that in this video. But hey, I'm just
It's one of my
no
favorite
tactical guy.
memes.
You can't.
The oof size. That's
On
what's a
to
classic.
number 68. At number 68, we have yet another chapter master. This time from the cursed and unlucky Lamentos. Chapter master Malachi Foros. Now Foros does not have a ton of feats either,
Slow.
Are you kidding me?
which is
No.
becoming a common theme in this video. Oh boy. And honestly, I can't wait to break out a
What?
fact.
Raccoon.
Foros is armed
Is he a knower?
And is without a question the most notable figure from the Lamenter's
Ew.
chapter. In Bad Dab Imperial Armory Volume 9, he's
Oh,
described
my
as
elbow.
the
Oh, my
embodiment
gosh.
of
Sounded like a
chapter
firecracker.
with
Holy shit.
flames. A man whose life is in a constant battle against the Black Rage that threatens to consume him.
Speech witnessed
Clad in
by
ancient gold armor, he
dickhead.
appears to an observer like a living statue of an imperial
Oh my gosh, I
saint.
still have
But
6
beneath
left to
that
do.
calm exterior lies a bitter emptiness and an indomitable will, constantly fighting to keep the darkness from taking control.
What's a good match?
However,
What's a
that
good
same
match?
source also suggests that his control is slipping. He has already come close to the brink of the Black Rage multiple
waterways.
times, only to pull himself back from the abyss. Each incident has drained a little
What's
more of his
waterways?
humanity, and it's implied that he soon may be lost.
Let's finish
to the
off this
Rage
thing of maps
forever.
and then do
This
some
matters to
charts.
Valakine because, as I've
'Cause
discussed
we
in
gonna
the
need
past,
some
the
gold
Black Rage is an insane
for
bug.
King's March.
When a son of Sanguinius undergoes a full transformation, it elevates a space marine way beyond their normal.
Nah, there's nothing outside
In
now.
some cases,
I'm too
it's
poor to get
completely
DoorDash now,
different
so it doesn't
tier
matter.
of combat capability, giving buffs to both their physical and mental.
I got leftover chicken nuggets.
Valakine isn't fully consumed, but he is on the verge of doing so. Still, though, there are no combat feats of him while under the influence of the Black Rage. So it's kinda
Give me that,
going
give me
based
that.
on assumption. The only tangible combat record we have is also from Imperial
Blasphemer.
Armor, Volume 9, The
Not
Bad
worth
Dad
chasing
War,
you down, was
Part
it?
1, on page 170, where it also states that Foros' ship was boarded and captured by the Minotaurs, where he was reportedly killed. Now that detail is really important, because it implies one of two possibilities. One, he was killed during the boarding
Freaking
action.
Envoy, why you gotta be all
Minotaurs
mysterious
were
and
able
shit,
to
dude? Just
overrun
tell me
him
who's coming.
eventually,
Where do I kill
along
him
with
at?
other Lamenters. Or two, he survived but was taken captive, which still suggests that the Minotaurs.
Well,
were able
it
to gain
also,
control
yes, I have
of the
stuff from yesterday, but you know, my.
Either way, even though it's stated that
I think I got, like,
Foros
some
is
corn
on the
dogs
verge of falling into
and,
the Black Rage, his
like, some Hot
inability to
Pockets
hold
in
off
the freezer.
Minotaurs makes it seem like he did not
And then
receive
some more
any
chicken
form of
nuggets.
ham, because as we see in the end of the death, one blood angel consumed
And
by the
then-
Black Rage can kill dozens of enemies.
And that's my food.
Now, but we do still have more info on Malachite Foros. He fought during their penitent crusade after the Bad Dab War, as well as the Third War for Armageddon, and remains in active service to this day.
Why didn't I
I
bother
think
with
him
this?
fighting and surviving the
624.
Penitent's Crusade is the
Not
most
too bad.
important here,
Back break,
because it's
not
said
bad.
that only 200 Lamenters survived that campaign. And if he is one of them, he has to at least be competent at dueling and fighting. Foros would have also fought against Typhon Kraken on the planets of Malvolin and Tapan, where the Lamenters, of course, took
What's with
heavy
these
loss
frickin'
in battle.
spiders,
But
man, lately?
Foros, as the chapter master, would have been in the thick of the fight, and he also survived these battles as well. See, I'm sensing a trend here. He may have performed poorly in the
I don't know if that was him
War,
exploding 'cause he
losing
died
his
or him exploding 'cause he was
flagship
trying to
and
kill me.
possibly being captured by the Minotaurs. But his record after that war shows that he has immense survivability and is definitely one of the greatest fighters in this chapter. I believe that this
With the
still
jumping.
justifies placing Foros at the 60th spot. He honestly is a really cool
Motherfucker!
character, and it's kind of a bummer that's all the lore we have to work with. But still, the feats we do have
Eat another
easily
nugget.
puts him over the Marines we've already ranked. He's a veteran
motherfucking
of
ranch.
several gruesome
Probably
campaigns. He
Ballista.
fought in the Bad Dab War, and although he lost to the Minotaurs, he managed to survive and live to fight another day. So unfortunately, number 68 is where he lands.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Coming in
I
at
hate whoever made that.
67. Yep, 67, 67. Sorry, I'll stop. Hold on. Let me lock back in. Come on. I got locked back in. Coming in at 67 is Zartan, who's one of those characters who feels like he should be ranked much higher simply because he survives literally everything. He's from the Black Dragon chapter, and across 3 books, Fire Drake, Nocturne, Birth, he proves he's one tough motherfucker. As a Black Dragon, Zartan
This guy's
has
one
this
tough
chapter's
motherfucker,
own
dude. Just die, please. At least the other one
his
fucked
bones
off
are
for a little
sharp
while.
like contusions from his armor. The These bone blades can cut through power armor, shred through flesh, and basically turn a Marine's body into a living weapon.
1200
That kind of
Verisium.
mutation makes the Black
Better be worth
Dragons
it.
uniquely powerful in close combat. And it's a major reason why Zartav
No.
keeps surviving and dealing damage even when he's outnumbered. As for his feats, first and foremost, he survives 6 years of being constantly hunted by the Dark Eldar. During that time period, he repeatedly fights the Drukhari while wearing failing power armor and wielding blunt weapons, taking on what's implied to be hundreds of foes over the
I mean, if you're an
years.
800-pound man
It is
swinging a
implied, though,
stick
that
at you, it's gonna hurt. I don't give a fuck who you are.
lost to Dark Elder Archons.
Sharp or not,
Which
they ain't
he
gonna
skills
feel
below.
good.
Although Dark Elder Archons are kind of hard to scale because their power level fluctuates based on the level of the gear. And ultimately, at the conclusion of the book, Fire Drake, he takes on nearly 30 Dark Elder witches alongside other
30?
Astartes,
Seems like
but
a lot.
unfortunately does not come out on top.
Yeah, it seems like a bit too many, huh?
He
Okay,
does, however,
that's
show
not the boss.
he can kill 3
All right.
Eldar dog beasts fairly easily, and even one-shots a grotesque chaos monster the size of a space marine.
This way,
Then kills 3
exile.
more immediately afterwards.
Hmm.
And finally, he's shown to be able to tank a psychic
My mana is
attack,
spent.
which is not something any Marine could do. All of this adds up to Marine who is clearly powerful, even if he's not quite at the top of his list. So the man who is cosplaying
An epilepsy warning on this stream.
comes in at 67, which leads us directly to our next spot, number 66.
Strobing lights. Oh, hell yeah.
Where we find our first Psyker on this list with absolutely no feats. Hopefully Emperor Palpatine doesn't execute a bunch of children as we move to number 66.
A couple more tough guys, huh?
Palpatine's favorite number, we have the Hazrat Reddit, the Dust Prophets of the Mantis Warriors. Reddit was the de facto leader of the chapter during
Nice.
its final desperate days of the Bad War, and is remembered as one of the greatest librarians in Mantis Warrior history. In Imperium Armor, Volume 10
Give me.
of the Bad War, Part 2, he's identified as a potent psyker. Even as a child, his abilities
Boo.
were so pronounced that his parents undertook a perilous journey across the Valley of the Nine Winds to present him to the chapter for judgment. Though too young for full initiation, the librarians immediately recognized his potential and began reshaping his mind early on, honing his talents such as precognition and foresight. In that same codex, he's believed to have died defending Tranquility too, though his body was never recovered, leaving his fate uncertain.
Rip Bozo.
So why does Reddit come in at 66, if he was said to be a potent psyker even as a child? Well, to be honest, Herd, this fella is the classic example of a character whose reputation outpaces his on-page feats.
Oh, and it didn't.
Hey,
Will?
hey,
Nice.
I've seen this one. This is a classic.
Much of what we know about his power is applied rather than ever demonstrated. And while he is said to be the most powerful librarian in the chapter's history, we don't know or have any feats from these other librarians to
Well, I like the
realistically
color of
scale
their
Reddit
armor.
up from this
He looks like a
statement.
transformer
His
or
gifts
something.
appear more aligned with foresight, precognition, and future sight, instead of, the power of blowing up your house. You can argue him up or down this list endlessly based on potential alone. Wow, this dude is another if or when man. Is that you, Lehman Russ,
Another
with
gem
your
cutter? Hell yeah.
Dionysian spear? Does Renif need the intent to kill to get
Alright,
a bigger
now
upscale?
to the boss.
Sorry, I'm really slandering Lehman Russ in this moment. But since here at A Fallen Cow we do feats first and statements second, this is about as high as he should realistically go. Placing him higher on this list would rely
El
too heavily
Mapo.
on statements rather than evidence.
See after the
Even
ads.
other characters
I hope.
would be observed by someone with nothing but statements. So I think placing Reddit at number 66 is the perfect place. Just above him at number 65 sits Perion Ura. I may have totally butchered that name. He is a
I think
Dark
you did.
Kraken's Primaris Lexicum, which means
Hello.
he is a psyker
Farewell.
and is pretty much Aquaman. I'm not
Aquaman.
even kidding. He is a
talks to
very
fish?
powerful psyker with a specific skill set. Aquakinesis, wave calling, and psychic control over sea creatures.
Okay, so
Didn't
literally
I tell
Aquaman.
ya
He wasn't
he's
lying.
Literally Aquaman. Which means in the
Okay,
right
I trust him.
environment,
He
as
was
in
not
an
wrong.
ocean world,
It's
flooded
definitely just
battlefields, or a coastal war zone,
frick.
he could be an absolute nightmare. Summoning tides,
Alright, quick-
predators, and
quick
control
pause.
over water, even that inside someone's body, which is blood bending. Yep, that's an Avatar reference in a 40K video. Bet you didn't see that one coming, folks.
Now, check this out.
I hate everything about this. Yeah, I'm
However,
that
if we
one.
take
The one
away
that
water
foaming
and
fell,
sea life,
foaming at the mouth
suddenly
fell over.
this
That was me.
terrifying psychic force becomes just a very angry space marine holding a sword and hoping there's a bottle nearby.
That'd be me. I'd take a piss and then use that.
Without his element, brother
kill you.
is cooked.
Piss
A classic
stab you.
Aquaman problem. Even
Mind
with the
piss.
limitations to his powers, Aquaman here is still newly ascended within the Liberius. And while clearly talented, his most notable feat came during the Arcturus War, where he helped fight the
Okay.
Tyranids, including an underwater mission where he slew a number of
An
Tyranid
underwater mission, you say?
bioforms.
Who would have thought?
But that's about it.
The guy that can breathe
And to make
underwater?
matters worse,
Fucking
there's
fish?
no evidence as of
Oh,
now in
can he breathe
canon
under-
that he has
Oh,
defeated
probably.
a
Look, he's
powerful
got a
enemy,
trident.
like a Chaos Champion, Lord, or Greater Demon. So his power ceiling is high, but his resume is quite thin. You may be asking yourself, why the hell did I place Aquaman here beyond Reddit? If they're
Why?
essentially the same as in lacking real feats. Well, it's because Aquaman's powers are clearly defined and more overtly reality altering, even if they're heavily situational. Ahazra Redev's power
Heavily.
seems to be more centered on precognition and future sight. A powerful psychic ability, but not exactly the greatest when it comes to strictly power scaling. In regards to why Reddith and knockoff Aquaman here scale higher than the other Marines we've ranked so far, even though they lack real concrete feats, strictly comes from the fact that they are at least competent psychers, which already places them
Come on.
above most standard
Welcome back
space
from the ab.
marines, since you know they can alter reality. It's very interesting, to
Got a
be
couple more
honest,
maps
to
to
see
go.
some psychers
Wait, not that
this
one,
far
though.
down on the list. But it also reinforces my point that you don't get ranked higher just because the warp says you're special. So the knockoff Aquaman comes in at number 65. With the number 64
This one's
spot,
Silo.
we have Chapter Master Magyar of the Mortifactors.
Guess we'll find
Yep,
out.
this is one of those placements where his aura is immaculate, his drip is undeniable,
and
the
fortune
vibes
hunted
are
alike
horrifically
turns
metal,
to ash.
but his actual feats still
Sorry,
keep him
Alliance.
firmly
Did House
in
Kayaks
the back
send
of
you?
these
No.
rankings.
Well,
Are you crying? Am I crying? No, I'm not crying. You're crying.
What a bummer, folks. Magyar was
Nope.
the ancient and venerable
junk.
chapter master of the Mortifactors chapter, with most of his fellow Astartes estimating his age to be no less
All right, now I'm gonna go
than
back and kill her just
700
because.
years old. And his only notable feat comes in the book Deathwatch Sword
Excuse me.
Wind, when Magyar faced off against a Howling Banshee
This
Exarch
way,
in
exile.
single combat. And before you write this guy off as an absolute
mana is
bum,
spent.
this Banshee teleported in and immediately cut down 2 of Magyar's elite guard before even touching the ground. Togen is a mortifactor without peer, having served
Oh, Togen.
for
I thought his name was
centuries
Togen.
in Magyar's elite
Really?
guard. In Poncel's last night,
Like from South
Togen
Park?
slaughtered over 1,000 of the Leviathan swarm, allowing the surviving companies
That's
to
a lot.
withdraw. Alathax bears the chapter's banner. He has carried it to every crusade of the Mortifactors First Company for the last 2 centuries. These are the warriors she kills before touching the ground. Their bifurcated remains crash to the
Bifurcated,
flagstones
good word.
like tolling bells. So yeah, this Exarch literally killed 2 Marines that have a long and storied past with the Mortifactors chapter, and one of them was even able to kill 1,000 Tyranids the day prior. So this Howling
Well, I've
Banshee
killed 1,000
is
Tyranids in a
packed.
day.
And then Magyar engages in combat, and he does not go down easily, but unfortunately does end up getting decapitated. I turn my head to see Magyar duel the Exarch above the melee. He attacks in blurring
yellow.
combinations. Martial prowess alloyed with volcanic fury. The Exarch flows around his attacks like quicksilver. Magyar slashes low. The disembowelling
Oh,
shot.
yeah.
The
I forgot they
Exarch
spawned.
evades with a flourishing back
That's probably not good to stand in the middle of it.
With an upward slash, severing Nagyar's side in two. Barely missing.
Man, we've been getting a lot of free ones lately.
The horizontal reverse strike. Magyar drops the smoking halves of his scythe, reaching for the Gladys at his hip. But his grip falters and the weapon falls.
The Gladys?
My eyes
My aunt's
widen
name.
as the bright blood shoots down his right. She had not missed. The sound like a titan falling. His head trembles and rolls off his shoulders. His body pitches forward, and his blood joins that of his champions in pulsing sprays.
All flame, normal all flame.
What we
That's
can gather
the
from
most
this
current
is that
content. Unless you
Magyar
want to
actually
do
performs quite well. He pushes
hardcore
the
where you only
Exarch
get one
and
life, and if
survives
you
long
die, you
enough
have to
to show
restart. If
that
that's
it's a
something you're
real
interested in, you can
as
do that.
opposed to immediately dying like his two bodyguards did. I can also confirm that Howling Banshees are a nightmare matchup for a Space Marine.
Pretty sure that's also
Blades
solo
are specifically
self-bound.
designed to counter heavy armor.
If you want to
And
be
their
able to
speed
trade
allows
and
them
stuff,
to
you got to
go
do just the
Sardians.
regular
Even elite Marines could struggle
League,
against
or
them
if you just
in
want to play by
close
yourself, you
combat.
can do solo
Let alone
self-bound.
an Exarch who has already butchered multiple champions moments prior. But
Oh,
Magyar
wait.
still
You can F back.
loses. For all the
Fucking
presence,
ball.
experience, and aura farming, he dies once the Exarch lands the decapitating blow. So while Chapter Master Magyar absolutely earns respect to his name, he ultimately sits at the number 64 spot. A powerful Chapter Master whose legacy is undeniable, but whose combat ceiling is clearly defined, as he definitely sits below an Eldar
We gotta go
Exarch.
around.
And as everyone's favorite Fire Lord said, that's rough.
Not this way.
Coming in at number 63, we have Lord Vorax, the Death Guard champion of Nurgle and the central protagonist of the Lords of Silence Blood. Vorax earns his placement based solely because of
Hate those
one
guys.
unseen
Whoops,
feat
Shrine.
he has
Almost
when he
missed the Shrine.
duels Zymar Zedius of the White Consuls during their invasion of Sabatine, the White Consuls' homeland. Vorax witnesses Zymar Zedius utterly dismantle his fellow Chaos Space Marines, specifically Cleto, in what Vorax himself describes as an embarrassing mismatch. Zedius crushes Cleto with fury and martial dominance, breaking him physically and spiritually within moments. This establishes that Vorax's opponent Zymar is clearly above a standard Death Guard.
How many was this one? 600?
When Vorax finally
Probably
engages
get like
Zedius,
8, 9.
he does so against Chapter Master, who's already exhausted from
1200.
hours of
Never mind.
continuous
Doubled it.
combat. Wounded and infected with Nurgle's Blight, fighting with shattered armor and a damaged weapon, and who has already killed a score of Plague Marines. And still, even in this wounded state, Zedius is fast and dangerous enough that Vorax can't simply overwhelm him. They trade blows, and Zedius even manages to press Vorax during the duration of the fight. But the deciding
hell's
factor
the
is not
arena?
skill, speed, or willpower. It's durability. As a Death Guard champion of Nurgle, Vorax possesses grotesquely enhanced durability. He can absorb a heinous amount of punishment that would befell almost any other world's Astartes. And so Vorax plays the game. And when he does land
Stop
the final
exploding.
blow,
Get
it is
away from me,
described
you
not
fucking
as
annoying
clever
ass
or
balls.
deceptive, but as inevitable.
I don't remember this map being this
Zedius'
long.
primary heart and lungs. So now you're probably thinking, if Vorax is 63, then where does Zymar Zedius land? Well, great question, little Timmy. Well, he lands immediately ahead of him at number 62.
Julie
As the
Zorb,
gap between
always.
these fellas is incredibly small. And you're probably also asking yourself, what the hell, coward? Didn't Vorax literally kill Zymar? Well, my little herd, you're about to find out. So be patient for one moment. Because coming in
Oh,
at
we
number
finally
62,
made it to
we have the
the
chapter
boss.
master of the White Consuls, Zymar Zedius, who we literally just talked about. Zedius has reigned as chapter master for nearly 12 centuries.
Oh yeah, this
As the
dickhead
proconsul
flies
of
around the room and shit.
Master Systems, he serves as one half of the White Consul's chapter masters. And as we just discussed moments ago, his one and only feat
Infinite
comes during
annoyance
the
to
final
me.
stand during the traitors' invasion of 17. There he faced down the combined forces of the Death Guard and the Word Bearers, fighting for hours
am I
at the
frozen?
gates of their jinxie vaults,
Oh.
killing scores of
Dumbass shaper.
even after his weapon was rendered defunctional and his armor shattered,
die already?
he refused to go down.
Yeah.
And here's why he's above Vorax even though he lost. Despite being wounded, infected, and
Fuck is he?
exhausted, Zedius still fights Vorax toe-to-toe, landing blows and forcing the Death Guard champion to commit fully to the fight. With the Lords
There
of
we go.
Silence book even stating,
Got him.
Vorax had to battle harder now, containing this inferno is difficult.
Map.
The names of
Scroll.
the slain will be recorded, he
Don't care
says,
about all-
straining to match the heft and velocity of the Thunder Hammer's strikes. That is a kind of immortality, a better kind than the one you were promised.
Hello.
They rock and swing around one another. Vorax
Farewell.
is the great in
Identify.
stature, a swollen creature of the gods. And Zacchaeus has to push himself to the
Shuffle
limit
this.
just to make contact. The chapter master is already wounded from many earlier fights. Vorax can see the infections pulsing their way around his body, but somehow it doesn't slow him. Eventually, as
I'm
we
out
just
of all but
discussed,
one
Vorax
type of
is
scarab
able to
now, so
kill
I'm gonna go
the wounded
do-
chapter master. But Zacchaeus does not lose because he's weaker.
charts.
He loses because he's mortal, and his wounds finally catch up
But I
to
emptied
him.
out. I did empty
Given
out.
a clean rematch
Wait, before
with
I do
both
that-
warriors at full strength, there is
Before
a very
I do
real
that-
argument
nope,
here
not where I wanted
that
to go.
Zymar Zacchaeus would emerge victorious. So even
Here's where I
though
wanna
the
go.
fight in
My friends in
canon ends up in
Kingsmarch.
defeat for Zacchaeus, I think if the chapter master was healthier, his armor wasn't blunted, and his power weapon wasn't damaged, the fight
right.
outcome would be a lot
Sweet.
different. Hence
You
why
got
I'm
it.
putting Zymar Zacchaeus over Vorax at number 62. Truthfully, you could argue Vorax over him,
forget
but
what I was
since
at earlier.
this is the only sample size we have from either character, Vorax comes in at number 63,
Nice, 35
and Zymar
mil.
Zacchaeus comes in at 62.
Getting there.
Let me know your thoughts down in the comments on that one, folks. At number 61, we have Devram Korda, the Tyrant of Sar-Ora. And honestly, this guy is one of the strangest Chaos Lords to rank on this entire list. Korda
Me
is a Chaos Lord
some
of the
happy
Black
maps.
Legion, one of Abaddon's chosen, and a relic of the Long War
These are
and
way
the True
faster than doing
Ascent.
math.
Once a veteran sergeant of the
But the
Sons
rewards
of
are still
Horus
pretty cool.
13th Company, he survived the Horus
And then you
Heresy
get to do
and is
this,
still alive
you know,
in the current setting. A genuine rare
what are they
feat
called?
among
Voyages.
the Chaos of Astartes. That's 10,000 years of warfare, corruption, and excess, forging him into a terrifying, if unconventional warrior. A devoted follower of Slanesh, Korda commands the children.
I don't know why I did that. I didn't
His
zoom in.
infamous not just for his brutality, but for an almost absurd level of survivability. Korda's resume is bizarrely stacked. During the Horus Heresy, he personally killed a clay-venom assassin sent to murder one of Horus. Already an insane feat, considering how lethal Imperium assassins
Hell
are.
yeah.
Millennia later, he became the Tyrant of Sar-Ora, where he committed one of the worst atrocities in Chaos lore.
Nope.
He distilled the bodily essence of an entire hive city into a single vial of elixir. After consuming said elixir, Korda became described as, to all intents and purposes, invincible. Using this unnatural durability, he conquered the entire Sar-Ora system, ruling it with an iron fist, and repeated the process on other populated worlds.
The hell
to
was that?
recreate the
Didn't even give me anything.
During the 13th Black Crusade,
Okay,
Korda was dispatched alongside the Sorcerer, the Deathmore,
Right,
to
so this one
recover
sucked.
the mythical Heart of Chaos. In the process, he survived an Imperial
No good,
assassin
dude.
team sent to eliminate him. He also appears as the primary antagonist of the video game Battlefleet Gotham, which doesn't mean anything for power scaling purposes, but I thought it would just be cool to include it.
Using
So why
not
only
worth
number
running for.
61?
First mate
Well,
does it
this
again.
was a pretty difficult decision. That is for sure. According to the Chaos Space Marines 3rd Edition Codex, Devram Korda, despite his supposed invulnerability, was eventually defeated by a band of rival Emperor's Children Chaos Space Marines. The exact circumstances are unclear, but that implies whatever protection
Lanterns are good.
was temporary, conditional, or flawed, even though it did make him vulnerable. But there was most likely a time limit to this invulnerability, or he had to keep repeating the process to retain that state. Regardless,
how many stacked
I don't
decks I
think
have.
he
I should
has
sell them
that
shits again.
invulnerability in the current setting. He still
Hell yeah.
appears to have
That's what we
run-ins
love to
with
see.
Imperial assassins
The gold
as stated
pile.
in White Dwarf issue 287, but he isn't stated to have outright
One
defeated
lantern
or he would have been
remaining.
ranked way higher.
We don't need chance
So what we
orbs.
have is a Chaos Space
Pillars
Marine
aren't
with the usual
pointing me
Chaos
anywhere.
skills.
Ooh, Regal
The
Orb. We take
skills
that
to
though.
survive
Take that
an
though.
Imperium assassination attempt, a veteran of the Horus Heresy.
Oh,
and
where
a
you
long
been
range
hiding?
general. You could realistically put him further back, but there's one thing stopping that: his title, Lord Purgator, which is responsible for the enslavement
And we
of
leave.
the populace of a fallen world
Easy.
and the desecration and corruption of the local faith. And according to Apocalypse,
Man, I got way too many crosses. I need every other kind of map
chosen
except for
have
these.
might enough
Whatever.
to crush armies, conquer worlds, and shake the very foundations of the stars. And yet every time
Not
we slay
funny.
another warlord of equal strength takes its place. What hope is there in opposing such foes? This implies.
Oh yeah, the whole point of being down here is you look for like pirate treasure at the bottom of the ocean. Is what we're doing.
Or killed by a rival warlord. And as well as the fact that the text says that as one of the chosen, that he is the might
Better
to
not be dead
crush
end.
armies, conquer worlds, and shake the very foundations of the stars. Now that last point is
Lanterns are good.
Look at this dude. He ain't no good
Who
time.
is though?
We can also make the conclusion from that Devran Porta's martial prowess is not subpar.
One lantern left.
But he is at least above
No
the
loot anywhere
standard
nearby.
of his lord. But, and there is a but, he is not a consistent monster.
At least not
And
according
his
to
peak
the
power, which occurred
lanterns.
briefly during the Horus Heresy, according to that White Dwarf issue 287, relied
Tell me what to
heavily
do.
on a situational buff, and even then, he was defeated by a Chaos Space Marine.
I left because I
I
wanted
feel
to.
like,
not
all in
people.
all, it makes sense to place him at number 61. And honestly, I think it's worth saying that the next 4 characters and Devran Porta could realistically shift positions depending on your interpretation. Between incomplete records, contradictory codex statements,
This way?
and widely different narrative portrayals,
Okay.
this stretch of the list is extremely volatile.
Aha!
Porta could go a few slots higher
me to
or
go.
lower depending on your interpretation, as I just said. But right
So
here
all of
is
them
where
to
his
get that.
feats,
Ooh, down here?
bosses, and
Down here.
limitations balance
Damn
all
it.
out.
Should have
So
done that.
Devran
Oh,
Porta
hell
is
yeah.
the number
Gold
61
piles, bunch of clams. Ooh, yeah. What's this? We got the mother load.
whose crimes are unmatched, but whose power is just a little too conditional to climb higher. At number 60, we have Ortan.
Oh,
Cassius,
yeah.
Death Watch operative.
You
and
love
the
to
Master
see it.
Class.
And another one.
You may be asking yourself, why the hell is Ortan Cassius only at number 60?
I can't believe that placed a lantern right there, you piece of shit.
One of the
What
most
the
dangerous
hell?
Tyranid bioforms ever unleashed. Trust me, I asked myself the exact same question. But let's first talk
I can't
about
believe it dropped
who
that in
this
the corner
fuck
like
is.
that. What a
Ortan
chip.
Cassius is one of the most legendary Space Marine veterans in the
All right,
entire
hell yeah,
Marine,
brother.
serving as the Master of Sanctity among the Ultramarines,
Good luck.
and later as a senior Death Watch operative. Outside of surviving hundreds of battles against the Bids, his best feat comes from the book Space Marine Legends.
Duelist, you can
as
ascend
Cassius.
into Slayer,
Yes,
which
he
is like,
faced the
you know,
Swarm Lord. And I'll be very, very
a
clear.
warrior.
This
Marauder's
is
more the,
insane.
I guess it's more
But it also
one-to-one
is
with
one that
Barbarian,
lives and
but
dies
it's
by
kind
the
of like
actual
whatever.
context of the fight. First things first, let's talk about the Swarm Lord, since it's not just any ordinary Tyranid bioform.
But I
It
mean,
is the Hive Mind's
you know, it's fucking
supreme
free, so
battlefield avatar.
you can just
The
make him do what
pinnacle
you
of
want.
the Hive Mind, so to say. Creature deployed to end wars, annihilate armies, and bring entire civilizations to the
Anything to pick up
This
nearby?
Swarm Lord is not a
No.
foe to be messed with, even if it's confirmed to
All right,
be
yeah,
a
yeah, no, it's still, it's very good, like, melee, DPS.
Cassius also does not face him alone. He engages alongside a squad, most of whom are brutally killed.
Duelist is Slayer and Trickster. No, Trickster's a separate
solely
class.
on Cassius. Instead of simply killing him physically like he has done to countless others, it makes a critical and frankly very bizarre decision. The Swarm Lord decides that it's the perfect moment to aura farm and unleashes a psychic attack. Described
Whole lot
as
of
a horrific
nothing.
psychic
Go put it in the
scream,
stash.
a mental spike and to obliterate the enemy's brain functions and leave behind a soul-dead husk. This attack is normally an instant kill, and probably should have been. But just like in episode 9 of Star Wars, somehow Cassius survived.
Just empty out my shit.
That alone is borderline absurd and one of the most questionable but undeniably impressive feats ever attributed to a non-psycho Astartes. However, the Swarm Lord assumes the job is done. Believing Cassius is dead, it turns its back on him to finish off another crippled Space Marine. That single mistake is what seals its fate. Cassius nothing happened and unloads
Too late.
a shit ton
It's too late when I saw it.
molecular acid bolts directly into the the Swarmlord's face. Like that one guy from the movie Predator. You know, the guy with the minigun. Following that up with repeated mace strikes.
That wasn't him. I don't know, he picked it up after the other guy died.
As the remaining Space Marines swarm the wounded beast, exploiting the opening Cassius created, resulting in the Swarmlord being executed. So even though he did
Kind of
have
a shit
help,
one.
why is Cassius only at number 60? Well, because folks, it's not a clean 1v1, not a repeatable scenario, not a pure skill-based victory. Cassius only survives due to a combination of absurd toughness, willpower, and most importantly, the Swarmlord being an absolute moron. Tanking that psychic attack is insane, but surviving it because your opponent assumes you're already dead is not the same as outdueling it. That distinction really does matter.
Oh, is it
Cassius
still like that?
earns
Sorry, I
massive
forgot it
respect
was
from me
like
for
that.
surviving the impossible
Yeah, it was
and
the other
creating an
day.
opening that resulted
We
in
were
the
watching
Swarmlord
Warhammer
being
stuff.
killed. But there is so much context involved with that duel, and the fact that he wasn't even alone firmly places him at number 60
Thanks for reminding
on the
me.
list. And Emperor help me, that placement took years of my life. I'm not kidding, I had Cassius and Heiro on this list originally, and then I dissected that fight for the Swarmlord video. Yes, I've been writing this video since the Swarmlord video came out months ago. And that's resulted in me changing my mind. Sorry, Cassius Ortan, you are such a cool character, but at the end of the day, your feats are just not cool enough. You get the number 60 spot. On to number 59. Now before I list this guy, I do have to warn you that this placement is going to upset a lot of folks. So please, please, please don't break into my house and steal my lifetime supply of blocks of cheese. Please don't do it. It's the only thing keeping me alive. Coming in at number 59, we have Gabriel Angelos, Chapter Master of the Blood Ravens. I know. With this placement, a ton of Blood Raven fans are already screaming at me. Or should I say, cawing at me, because, you know, Ravens? Get it? I'll stop. I'm sorry. Yes, I know he's iconic. Yes, he's the face of the Blood Ravens. But when you strip away nostalgia and Dawn of War bias, Angelos is not nearly as strong as many people would like to believe. Gabriel Angelos first rose to the ranks of the Blood Ravens on the back of his solid leadership, discipline, and a stubborn resilience, rather than being a god in combat. On Tartarus, Angelos led the Blood Ravens against the Orcs and the Alpha Legion, which led to him defeating Chaos Lord Baal. Later, with the combined aid of his chapter and Eldar allies, he helped bring down the Demon Prince, Sindri Mir, which is very important to Angelos because, and I can't stress this enough, Angelos did not solo a Demon Prince. Because I've seen way too many people claiming that he did. Finally, in Dawn of War 2, Angelos faced the corrupted Chapter Master, Azariah Kairos, where he suffered some pretty bad injuries, losing an eye and both his legs. Injuries severe enough that he was only able to continue fighting thanks to extensive augmentations. That alone should temper the idea that he's some untouchable monster. Yes, I know Angelos wields a demon hammer, a weapon so rare and prestigious that it is typically gifted only after slaying a greater demon, which Angelos technically did
in
in
3.5
War
hours, so I
3
figured,
when he helped a
maybe
Farseer
stretch my
and
knees out
War
for a minute.
boss defeat a Bloodthirster of Khorne. But
All
once
right.
again, this was not a solo feat.
Here we go.
These weapons are crackling with destructive energy
Lift
and
real
capable
quick.
of
We'll
smashing
lift real
even
quick.
heavily armored foes aside.
See that every
like
time now,
lightning.
Jay.
So we know the hammer is undeniably
Back to my
powerful,
vocabulary.
but the problem is that hammer often does more of the heavy lifting than Angelos himself. And before anyone brings it up in the comments, I know he does have that infamous backflip. It's cool, it's iconic, and it's absolutely impossible from a physics standpoint.
No, almost used one I didn't want to.
Now, it would be
Alright,
silly
no
of
pointing
me to
anywhere.
not
Let's
include
try the other way.
very, very brief fight with an Eldar Farseer in Dawn of War 3, where Angelos takes a
anywhere
second
either.
strike, then responds by striking with the Demon Hammer, staggering the Farseer. Their fight is then interrupted by a greater demon being summoned. Now, Eldar Farseers
isn't
are
very
pretty
bad.
strong, but we both don't know the full capability of this specific Eldar Farseer, since their feats are rather limited. And two, I feel like if he was truly stronger
There's
than
something
her,
too.
he would have
You know what I haven't
at least
seen?
drawn blood with the demon hammer. But
A
he
message
just
in a bottle.
doesn't. I mean, just watch the clip
Excuse
for
me.
yourself.
By betrayal, and now on this day they were.
I don't know why they're pushing the cards so much.
Those from Kaya.
That was awesome, by the way. They all just kind of exploded. That was sick. They're really pushing the cards a lot. Do they think people are like underusing them? Most people only give a shit if they're, you know, like beer shards or beer cards. Or expensive cards, you know, the other shit. Even though they're all extremely useful, well, most of them. A lot of them are extremely useful.
So as you can see, the Eldar Farseer
I swear
is
that
not
last one was the last
wounded.
plus one I
I will
had.
say though that I did debate raising him
You know what we
higher
are gonna do,
because
though?
of this feat, but ultimately decided not to because the
We're gonna
fight
fall
is
out.
really just maybe
And,
10 to 15
the rest
seconds
of our exalt
long,
door.
and there's nothing to really gauge here. Now, since on a fallen cow, I like to play devil's advocate sometimes. There is this statement from the game director of Dawn of War 4.
Almost
who
all but
says,
one,
"I think
and then we're gonna
there's some
corrupt the shit
things
out of all
that
of them."
people would expect from a Dawn of War 4. But on the other hand, I'm not sure how many people
we're gonna
are
hope we got some
excited
good
about
shit.
us continuing the story
While we're
from
here,
previous
dump all these cards
installments,
out.
especially the last one. Because we have the Blood Ravens in the game,
All right.
we tell the story of two of the
Back
more
to the bottom of the
prominent
ocean.
ones, like Cyrus or General Orion. But we said that we don't want Gabriel Angelos.
Jay, may I recommend,
For example, because we
unless you just want to wing
just
it,
a
then
little
just
bit
tell me to shut the fuck
overpowered,
up.
and it wouldn't be a fit. So yes, indeed,
Look up
the game
what is.
director did
It
say
starts as
that
duelist.
Gabriel Angelos
Maybe you want
is
to look up
little
a
bit
duelist leveling
but,
guide.
I
They'll
don't really
show
see
you towards
how
the build that'll be
the
easy
dude
to
didn't
get,
beat a demon
running.
So I think my guy
won't
here is
cost a
little
lot,
disappointed.
and
Maybe
they'll be
he
able to
thinks
get you
that,
through
doing
pretty much
front
everything in the
flips is,
game
like,
until you get
really
to the end,
strong
or
in
like, you know,
terms
the
of
end game
power
stuff.
skill.
And then you can switch.
It's Gabriel Angelos
Like once you
doing
pick
another
your
flip.
class
Oh my God.
or your
All in all, this really
character,
seems like one of
that's the
first
only thing you can't
placements
change.
that's
Your
going to
base
get a
class.
ton of
Like if you
pushback,
ascend to
and
something, you can
frankly,
change that. If
I
you
just don't care. Gabriel
other
Angelos
shit,
is overrated.
like,
the universe stacked with
all
absolute monsters,
changeable
literal
except for your base
demigods,
class.
and warlords who can tear through orc war bosses, imperial assassins, and demon princes solo. Angelos just doesn't keep up. And that lands him right here at number 59. The next couple
Didn't mean to do that one.
skills are powerful
Did not mean to do that one.
and so, of course, some of their greatest feats include defeating
All right, where are you?
war
Could
bosses.
have sworn I just saw this.
Let's
one.
move on to number
Or
58.
maybe it was lying.
Coming in at number 58 is Chaplain
All right, we only
Heiro
got one
of
left.
the Dark Hunters
Back
Fury
around here.
Company. A warrior priest whose presence alone could turn despair into fury and steel into faith.
Same.
Chiron's best feat and the sole reason he is up this far on the list
All right,
comes in the
fingers
climax
crossed.
of the
Good dude.
Delron campaign, where he led his command squad, the Conclave of Midnight, which you have to admit is one
Remind
of the
me
coolest
about
names you've ever heard, into
my
a
shield.
wow
Wanna
on
change
the steps
prices.
of the cathedral
anybody
of
was
the
feeling
Emperor
crazy
Ossified.
tonight, chop
There,
it.
Hiron personally engaged
lower it by
the Orc
5,
War
dude.
Boss of the WAG in single combat, and against all expectations, cut the group down.
let's
With
try
the
this
War Boss slain, the WAG
Alright, that's
collapsed
up.
almost
From the line.
evolving into infighting and slaughter, securing a massive W for the Dark Hunters. So why is that feat so important in terms of power scale? Well, Orc War Bosses are not pushovers, not in the slightest. They're physically stronger
It's a
than fully
freaking-
armored
I'm
Space
so-
Marines, able to flip tanks, tear through enemies with their bare hands,
we still got some.
and grow more dangerous with every victory they rack up. Killing one cleanly is an enormous feat, especially for a chaplain rather than a dedicated duelist or a chaplain master. Now I can already hear people asking how the hell a random chaplain ends up above Gabriel Angelos and the others below him. And
There we
trust
go.
me, I asked the same
One
question
sunken
when I
loop,
made this
please.
video.
That would-
But here's the thing,
Sunken loop?
my hands are
Yeah.
tied by the
Or
feats.
something. Oh.
Chiron is a documented,
That answers that
unambiguous
question.
War Boss kill, no caveats,
Can I please?
no assists, and no follow-up loss on record. Angelos, on the other hand, has some iconic moments like defeating Lord Bale in single combat, but he also gets dismantled behind his sending Demon Prince and relies heavily on allies in his biggest chaos wins, like against a great demon. Hieron sure doesn't have the same legacy, screen time, or even fan base, because I bet you've never heard of him in your life.
Never heard
but
of
on
him in my
paper,
life.
in combat results, he simply comes out ahead. It is what it is, folks. War boss kill talks, reputation walks. Didn't you like that saying? Yeah, I came up with it on my own. I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty cool. On to the next, number 57. Now, before we get to number 57, I'm going to just straight up spoil it and say up front, because I already covered it in my previous video, my poor Imperial Fizz have fallen so far from grace. Games Workshop genuinely does not give a flying fuck about this chapter anymore. Even though they did hint at the Imperial Fizz engaging the newly returned Berta Rabo, I don't think anything really big is going to come out of it. Even though there is a teeny tiny speckle of hope that maybe Roble Dorn, our distant king, will finally return. Even though I doubt it. Once upon a time, the Fizz had absolute monsters like Sigismund or Fafnir Ran, warriors who defined what Pika Astartes combats should look like.
Oh man,
now we're left
used all of them just to get here. When I could have just went right here and gotten right to May and then wasted. Wow, this was a complete waste.
He is the captain of the first company, after all. But let's be honest, he's also kind of mid by modern 40k Space Marine standards. Lysander was recruited.
I'll get there when I get there.
After surviving a brutal 13-year
the treasure clan.
They claimed the lives of his parents and brought him to the attention of the Imperial Fist chaplain, Sargeras. From there, he distinguished himself across countless campaigns, fighting Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion warbands, and Emperor Children forces. He eventually rose to become first captain of the first company, mastering teleport assaults with Terminator squads,
first of the
and spearheading drop pod strikes that crack sieges wide open. He's inseparable from his rigging, his Terminator plates, the Fist of Dorn, and his Storm Shield, all of which have seen centuries of non-stop.
This way, I believe.
Lysander's most famous and genuinely impressive feat comes when he was captured by the Iron Warriors deep in Chaos Hell space. Stripped of his armor, stripped of his weapons, and surrounded by traitor Astartes who specialize in breaking prisoners. And still, Lysander
and a message in a bottle, finally.
Not only that, he fought his way to freedom.
I got a divine out of one the other day.
And endured over millennia, trapped beyond Imperial space, before finally returning to real space to exact vengeance.
Hell yeah.
More recently, though, updated lore tied to his newer model confirms yet another key feat. And the reason Lysander isn't at the very back of the pack. He is slain in Orc War Boss in single combat. But I will say that's about it in terms of feats. I will say that at least he has some feats, unlike, you know, other characters.
I don't need
Susan
Coral. I need to go out of here.
Feats compared to the other Marines we're about to rank on this list, which is why Darnak Lysander ends up at number 57 on my list. He's a tough, disciplined, and unbreakable veteran.
See what we get from our message in a bottle.
More powerful Space Marines, like they used to field back in the glory days.
Fine, I guess.
God,
do I have one?
Please save my boys in yellow. Because right now,
stop trying to spill stuff.
They kind of suck.
I didn't spill though.
No, I like it. This is brilliant. But I like this.
Coming in at number 56, we have another son of Dorn. Except this one is somehow even more killable and
healthy again, by the way, if anybody
Number
knows.
56 is Captain Alessio Cortez of the Crimson Fist, one of the most absurdly durable Space Marines in the entire set.
Announced the other day that he is
Marines get remembered for
they got it early.
Cortez just keeps stacking up war crimes against reality. Let's run the receipts. In the Battle of Steel Cross,
he may be a giant prick, but everybody loves Jezza.
And his entire bodyguard. Not with some elegant dueling technique too, but by twisting the war boss's torso after the orc sword got stuck in his ribcage. Wow, that's brutal. In M41-867, he broke through Eldar lines and completed his mission after suffering 17 wounds. At the fortress of Maladon, he held a breach for 21 hours
literally
straight,
right there.
losing his entire squad in the process, but surviving to live another day.
A little bit more.
In M41-903, during
what am I gonna do with 10 level 6 maps?
He fought for 6 weeks without supplies and managed to survive. And then there's this moment.
Is there an exchange rate for maps that I don't know about?
The moment that cements him as an absolute legend. What's next? Said Cortez.
Oh,
once
that's
he
where
was on his
I
feet,
tell you the
turned
whole
his head
story
to
of
look
how I
to
got
the
to be
others.
right here.
Nothing for you, said Cantor. Go rest until we get to the pot. Not likely, says Cortez. I'm still in this. I'm fine. No,
I went
Cantor.
from a
You
normal
lost an
corpo
arm,
slave
sir.
to
By the mercy of the Emperor alone, you're lucky
fucking beat
you didn't
eater.
lose it.
About to
Cortez
die.
gestured over Cantor's shoulder.
Thing.
I haven't lost an arm, brother. It's right over there.
It's kind of a long story, and I don't like.
If Warhammer 40k was realistic, this man would be dead.
People don't
a
like
dozen
how
times
I talk about
Instead,
it,
he's
so
still
like,
cracking jokes and asking.
like instead of harping on it all the time, I'll just
And
put
that's
like a
gotta be
review in there.
the
That way,
most
if you
dork
want to
thing
know, if
imaginable.
you really want to know,
Next,
then
at 55, we have Talos Valcorin, also known as the Soul Hunter.
because usually people say like, "Why do you want to be a VTuber?" Like, "Oh yeah, well I died." Well, it's like, well that adds it does like answers that question, but it asks a lot more
This one was
questions.
pretty damn hard to rank because I couldn't figure out who should follow the 3 Marines with.
Yeah, I should see. I blew this. I'm a terrible
But I
salesman. I
ultimately
should have told you
decided
to just
on
collect the
Talos.
points to find out.
He's a prophet-like figure within his warband, and while he might not have the power of a top-tier,
But I'm
Chaos Lord
not a
or
marketing
Demon
genius.
Prince, his cunning and combat skill make him exceptionally dangerous. Beyond his martial skills,
exceptionally
he exhibits a limited precognitive ability, reminiscent of his gene father, Kurz, giving him eerie foresight. Though unlike Kurz, his visions are more tools of paranoia than guaranteed combat advantages.
Oh yeah,
But he
you
does
too, huh?
have 2 impressive feats. First, he hunted down and killed Shin. The cowardice
Next person
assassin
that asks, that's what I'm gonna tell him.
one of the most deadly
You
killers
understand?
in
Go to
entire
redeem it and
Imperium.
find out.
Even weakened and wounded, that cowardice assassin could have slain Talos easily. But Talos was able to outsmart the wounded assassin. Second, during the events of the Void Stalker, he survived a direct strike from the Phoenix Lord, James Zaw, an almost unparalleled level of durability before he detonated a grenade
No
to
moral
kill
is
himself
unfortunate.
and the Phoenix Lord, which I won't lie, I cried several very manly tears at. Talos lands at number 55 because, you know, he actually uses his gosh darn brain. He outmaneuvers and outthinks foes beyond the reach of normal mortals and survives fights that would kill most Astartes. For that reason, Talos sits just above characters who are limited to brute strength, placing him firmly
Alright,
in the
alright.
middle end of this ranking. Now, once again,
Harry
we could argue
stars.
higher up on this list,
Harry
but I think
starfish
placing him in
armpit
between
up in the air
those
waiting for
with
me to
more
fall
robust
on me.
kills and those with actual 1v1 kills
Would that be the armpit of the starfish? Like that's where all the arms go, right?
Who's never exactly known as
Mouth
the
or arm
strongest baseman. Let's move on to number 54. And
Oh no, I was right next to the
wow.
chest, but I have to go. I'm
Let's
running
be
out of time.
honest, folks. I had no idea what to do with this spot. I had a lot of different Marines here at various points throughout writing my script, but I think, emphasis on think, made
Dang,
the right
almost made
decision.
it.
At number
Alright.
54, we have Kosalax, the Force
It's
World.
alright.
The Chaos Lord of the Force World.
These pluses
Warband.
keep multiplying,
I
I
started
swear.
with him at number 70, talked myself down to 60, and then talked myself down even further to this spot. And I am not going to move him further down this list,
North or south?
because that would be, dare I say, heresy of the finest
South, right?
order.
And
So who is this fella? Kosalax was originally a sergeant named Solax.
that's right.
He survived the Horus Heresy, the Siege of Terra, and eventually consolidated the World Eaters and Renegade forces into his own warband.
I like that
At
better than
number
there actually
42,
being
he had
tempted.
declared
They're actually-
himself Lord Regent of the World Eaters remnants. And you're probably thinking to yourself, wow, this guy survived that many wars. He's got to have something to do. Well, sorry to break it to you, but he really doesn't.
I can see it, so I'm gonna grab it.
Many books, including the Iran of the Great Angel and multiple codexes,
Still this way.
he
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
there.
really have a ton of feats or statements. We do know that since he is a Chaos Space Marine, he possesses the enhanced strength, speed, and durability of a
There's
World
still
champion.
more.
And we also know that he has the best equipment a World Eater can get. Now I'm going to backtrack a little bit here.
chaos.
When I said he doesn't have any feats, I meant he
shortcut.
doesn't really have any feats against single entities. Because of course he still has something that places him here at number 54. He
Don't need
fought
that.
off a Slaaneshi incursion on the Conqueror and is clearly stronger than a normal Chaos Marine. With the snarl, Kosalax lifted the warrior by the throat and tossed him across the deck. The butcher's nails spasmed, rewarding his damaged brain with the faintest kick of pleasure that faded almost as quickly as it was noticed. leaving his mind with only a memory of how it had felt and the craving for more. He cursed the loss of control. Unfortunately, though, he's easily overcome by shock and bloodlust. But that is not really an anti-feat, because of where you'll see I rank him later in this video. So why does he deserve this spot? Hold on, let me attempt to explain myself. So the World Eaters are the legion of berserkers and murderers, which implies that he has to at least be a decent combatant, because as the leader of this warband, which is, you know, as I just said, full of World Eaters, he would probably be constantly challenged for his rule. And for those saying, well, Cow, he's got 4 bodyguards, who could do that fighting for him? Well, what's stopping those 4 bodyguards from just killing Kosalax if he's so weak? Hence why he's at least got to be stronger than your average Chaos Lord. So I think him being ahead of the Orc threesome of Heiron, Lysander, and Cortez, as well as Talos, does make a lot of sense. I mean, to be fair though, he even admits to himself in Angron the Red Angel that he barely takes the field himself. Which means, yep, not a lot of feats, you son of a bitch. For the first time in many years, Kosalax, the Forsworn, would wage war in person. So yeah, it's a very debatable selection, but at least I didn't put him over Tyberos or Titus. Now that would be very, very silly. Next up is Dimitri and Titus. Now, I'm just kidding, I'm just joshing. Wouldn't that be funny if I just threw a named character up next? At number 53, we have Epistolary Zadkiel. Zadkiel, who was seconded...
Isn't that his name? Is this not a named character? What count? What doesn't that count?
One of the Imperium's most dangerous and strategically valuable regions, where only the most capable individuals are trusted with command authority. Trained directly under Chief Librarian Ezekiel of the Dark Angels, Zadkiel was inducted into the Inner Circle, and later deployed with the Death Circle. His long record of demon banishments, victories against Chaos Space Marines, survivability, and deadly war zones establishes him as a consistently elite Astartes, rather than just some one character. The key feat anchoring Zadkiel's placement here at number 53 is his duel with Cypher during the Battle of Screams. For a portion of their duel, Zadkiel was able to match Cypher blow for blow, countering his blade work with a blend of psychic abilities and melee skill, before ultimately being forced to withdraw, losing an eye in the process. I will admit though, we don't get a ton of details about this fight, from Deathwatch to Jericho Reach, but this feat is still enormously telling. Because, spoiler, Cypher is not just any Space Marine. The fact that Zadkiel not only survives, but actively contests Cypher means, at the very minimum, he's at least a competent fighter.
This way, according to that. Oh, another lantern.
This feat becomes even more significant.
In a gold pile.
Is indeed Corswain, which, in my opinion, he is. Corswain was one of the greatest swordsmen of the Horse Heresy. A warrior who could contend with the best duelists of the First Legion, and whose skills placed him among the best Space Marines in that era. Under that interpretation, Zadkiel is potentially fighting one of the greatest duelists of all time, empowered by centuries of experience and whatever new advantages his new identity, Cypher, possesses.
I have one more to use, but
ultimately keeps
I don't really have anywhere to use
at
it.
the number 53 spot, rather
That
than
don't go nowhere. I guess the only spot that
is the
would be
lack
worth
of a
it is over here where I saw the gold.
and the limited details surrounding his duel. He does not defeat Cypher.
Oh, that was a small
nor do his
map.
Other feats, while impressive, put him above the others below him.
Small
Like
chart.
there's a one-off sentence where he fights the Crave in the Jericho Reach, but we don't have explicit details of how well he actually performed, besides him earning a medal after the battle. You could argue from that he should be higher on this list, but that's gassing someone up who couldn't
Jay,
even
if
beat
you
Cypher.
want,
If he was truly stronger than the
join the
Crave
guild
or
and I can
psychic
leave a couple
monsters
things in there for you
themselves,
to use.
then he should have been able to beat Cypher.
You want
So
a little
pretty
help.
much, Zadkiel
If
sits
you
here
want to play the
because
game
he's
and learn it by yourself, I
presence of
totally
powerful Marines.
understand.
But without more details from the text, we unfortunately can't place him higher on this list. But I think number 53 is still well deserved, because he is one, a psyker trained by Ezekiel, and two, he was able to fight.
Hold on, I gotta
Cypher,
send you,
or I guess you could say Corswain. And the fact that he didn't die means he's a decent duelist as well. So pretty much what I'm trying to say
Major
is that
name.
he's not strong enough psychically to be able to delete a Marine like Cypher,
Here, send
but
me a
he's
message
decent
in game.
enough to survive the encounter, placing him solidly at number 53. At number 52, we have the Red Centurion. And just like Zadkiel, this character's entire reputation rests on a single appearance and a single duel, both from the Faultless Blade.
I'm trying to do. My brain is trying to think about too many things all at once. Hold on,
Character
give me.
who doesn't have a storied campaign or repeated victories across several novels. But we do have something more important than that. A fight against Lucius
Get back to the
himself,
ship.
which immediately shows just how powerful he might be.
Oh,
A little backstory to this character. When I first heard of the Red Centurion, it was in the comment section for the third part of this series, my Chaos Warbands video. And he seemed like a pretty cool character. The comment even said that he managed to almost beat Lucius.
Still invite.
I thought, wow, that's pretty unique.
Okay, what's your character's name?
What
Well,
could possibly go wrong?
I mean,
You
you're the one
what
that picked
would've
it.
been a good idea though, reading the fight first. But hey, you live and you learn.
Like, see mine
so
here.
my surprise
This is
when
me.
I actually read the duel.
Like, what's
let's
yours?
Just say that the Red Centurion
This is my
does not
PoE
really
account,
live
and
up
this is like
to
your
the
Strew. You
hype.
can see his
I hate my job.
which are it's always funny
Now,
to me
at
how
first
ours are
glance,
so similar.
This fight between him and Lucius does feel competitive. Lucius first acknowledges the Red Centurion,
Press the
is
S
skilled, studies his
key
footwork,
is the
and
social
treats him
menu.
as a genuine opponent, rather than just some bum. I'm sure you do, replied Lucius, with a pleased whistle. You were at Scouthlax. Beautiful bygone days, they truly were. I heard talk of you, Lucius pointed at the World Eater with his sword.
If you just
the
open,
Red
if you
Centurion.
hit, if
Big
you hit
culture.
enter
I
or
heard you were
key
good.
or whatever it is
I
to felt open
some
your
regrets
chat,
in not having the
and then
occasion
send me a
there to
message
find
at
out
this,
myself.
then I'll see you,
But
and
it
I
seems
can
that fate
just
conspired
invite you from
against
that.
me.
I'm pretty
I am
sure.
delighted to see that she has come around and reunited
You can even
us
see
for
that
such a
might-
celebration.
no,
So
covered
as
by
you
the-
can see, Lucius is pretty damn excited to cross blades with the Red Centurion.
you covered- why
He
are
seems
none
like
of
a
the others-
kid at a candy shop. The Red Centurion also shows
Over
off
here.
his discipline,
Oh,
control,
no, because
and
then you can't
patience
see it
early
because it's
on
cut off.
during this
That's
banter,
why.
which is quite unusual for a World Eater, and immediately marks him as a noteworthy champion. Because most World Eaters
move this
immediately
over
lose
here.
themselves to the Butcher's Nails, resulting in a more aggressive but easy to outwit attack style. For a time, he even prevents Lucius from dictating the tempo
Oh, my
of the
bad.
fight, pressing him aggressively
My bad, dog.
and forcing the champion of Slaanesh to actually work for openings
just copy
rather
it,
than
that's annoying.
styling on it. This right off the bat establishes the Red Centurion as a high-tier Astartes duelist.
I
Lucius
think
even thinks the following.
Capitalization matters.
Lucius beamed. This was a true opponent. It had been so long since anything even remotely challenging had come his way. Inspiring him to make use of the skills he refused to give upon the dregs that were so often pitted
That's not
against his Cors Nicaea. However, the duel quickly shifts in Lucius's favor, because the key problem with the Red Centurion is the Butcher's Nails. Because as the fight drags on, the Butcher's Nails begin to finally take over. And once that
We'll have to
happens,
set up a guild hideout.
Lucius begins carving
Well, you can
through
just go to
him
my hideout, I
with
think.
speed the Red Centurion can no longer keep up with. That matters for scaling, since during their duel, the Red Centurion never overpowers Lucius, never forces him into a desperate strike, and never really
My name in
threatens
this league
his
is
life
the same,
through
just
skill
underscore
alone.
Allflame.
I think many people remember this fight
Alright,
as
try-
the Red Centurion almost killing Lucius. But it's just kind of the opposite. At the beginning of their duel, it's kind of relative between the two, but as it continues, Lucius is clearly winning. But I will say that it's not a low diff fight for Lucius, since the Centurion puts up a fight at least.
It
It's
should
more of a
be-
mid-diff for Slaanesh's champion, which isn't the worst feat in the world for the
It should,
world leader.
mine shows right
It
in
really
here. I
comes
don't.
down to the fact
maybe it's just
that
'cause
the
I'm in
Red
this. I
Centurion
don't
is
know.
crippled mentally by the Butcher's Nails. The Red Centurion's
Character
veneer of
screen?
calm was a memory
This might-
now.
this
He was
thing.
lost to the Song of the Nails. The implants gouged into his mind,
Actually, a good
using
question.
pain to push him deeper and deeper into berserk fury.
Not the opposite.
Lucius could see the ticks and tremors running rampant over the World Eater, even through the churning winds. He could hear the haft of the Warlord's axe creak as he gripped it tight enough to leave indentions in the iron. Just as a storm obscured the World Eater's vision, rage clouded his mind, suffocating all else beneath a tide of bloodlust. It was then that Lucius attacked. Soon after this, taking advantage of the Butcher's
tried to
Nails
send it-
rage, Lucius defeats the Red Centurion. But thanks to Lucius's body refusing to kill the World Eater, the Red Centurion is able to escape and live to fight another day.
Well, it might not be the same screen. This is
52 is the correct spot for him. The Red Centurion is definitely powerful. He's an elite World Eater champion and a legitimately skilled duelist. But this fight does solidify that he is not relative to the monsters like Lucius sitting in the 10s, 20s, 30s, or even 40s. That puts him exactly where he belongs. He's respected, he's dangerous, but he's firmly outside the upper echelon of powerful Marines. Coming in at number 51,
open the chat in the game and send a message to that
leader
right
of the
there,
Chaos
and then
Warband, the Skull Takers.
Do it.
He's a key character from the Imperial Armor Volume 7, The Siege of Arax, Part 3. He was once a loyalist space marine named Balzac.
Balzac!
Of the Stormlords chapter. He was captured by the world leaders, subjected to prolonged torture, and psychically retrained. What emerged was no longer a son of the Imperium, but a psychopathic berserker.
Come on, man. Do I need you to teach you which mouse button is the left?
To be honest, maybe he willingly got captured because his name was fucking Balzac, which may be worse.
This is right here, I'm online. See the green thing?
What's with 40k names being kind of similar to Balzac? What gives there, GW? But regardless, Zoom 4 the Skull Taker is leagues better. Over the course of millennia, Zoom 4 rose through the brutal hierarchy of the World Eaters. Climbing
like if you try to send a DM to either of those names,
of Khorne, and
this one or the one with the hashtag, it doesn't.
Of the Skull Takers Warband,
doesn't go.
An ascent that, in chaos terms, can only be achieved through the repeated killings of rivals strong enough to challenge your command, which already shows off just how strong this fella is. Physically, Zoom 4 is a towering figure among Space Marines. Clad in ornate Terminator plate, he wields a vicious power axe alongside the claw of Demos, an ancient power fist fitted with a built-in combi bolter, originally belonging to a word bearer. Combine that with his status as an exalted Chaos Lord of Khorne and his arsenal of death, Zoom 4 is a supremely powerful fighter, and his recorded feats really build his reputation. During the Siege of Arax, he challenged and killed the Lord of Berserkers of Skalthrax in single combat, immediately absorbing the defeated warband. And then later, during the same siege, he led the destruction of the Black Brethren of Areus, personally eliminating their Lord and champion.
That is my name,
Damn,
right?
was
I
this
didn't
guy
misspell
only fighting Chaos Warriors during the Siege of Arax? He's
I
really
got it, I
team
got it,
killing
I got it.
Maxine over here. Now, full transparency.
Okay, well, don't worry about the
here,
hashtag. What's your
this placement was
character
really
name
hard
for the
to
league?
make, just like everything else apparently on this list. This spot took at least an entire day to decide it, with 6 different characters sitting at 6 different positions in the rankings.
Oh, okay, we can.
I'm not even
all right,
kidding.
I should have known.
After going back and forth, weighing feats, consistency,
That's on me.
and overall showings, I decided that Zoom 4 should ultimately land here. And yes, I'll admit bias, Zoom 4 is one of my favorite Core 9 characters. He's relatively unknown and doesn't get the spotlight he truly deserves.
Underpants gnome hashtag
#1959
1595.
And more importantly, his power is repeatable. It's earned through direct
South Park fan,
challenges
huh?
against different Chaos Lords and champions.
Alright,
Because for some odd reason, he never fights.
That's why you
a
said less
loyalist
than? I don't know what you
champion.
mean.
This consistency is what's needed in 40k power scaling, where it seems no one can replicate
Level 2,
anything
the
they
codes.
ever do. For back, as we know next to nothing
Go pull your food out of the oven, dumbass.
He defeated. So all we can really do is scale
I
them.
gotta
to
make sure there's a
basic
guild
Chaos
hideout to go
Lord scaling.
to.
And so Zoom 4 the Skull Taker takes the 51 spot. My Corn King definitely earned it. Now let's move on.
No,
to
that's the
number
less
50.
than symbol.
And let me tell you, you
Idiot.
guys are not gonna like this one.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let me
Guild
preface before you guys hang me from the rafters.
I had the luxurious
because of
hideout.
who
Well,
I'm
that's
putting
fine.
At number 50. Truly.
Hey, is
there's
everybody
no
just
evidence to
standing right
say
here?
That this character should be higher on this
All right,
list.
guys, we gotta hold
Even
on.
though I'm probably going to get death threats. Coming in at
We
number
just gotta
50,
spread you guys
we have
out real
Dimitri
quick. Like you're all
Titus,
stacked up on top
Warden
of each
of
other. I don't even
Ultramar,
care which
the
direction you
protagonist
face.
of Space
You just
Marine
gotta
1
gotta move.
2. He is without a doubt one of the most iconic Space Marines in the entire setting. And for a massive portion of the fanbase, he is the
Too bad I can't use my
Since you know
sewer
the Space
hideout.
Marine games are the entry
My sewer
point
hideout
for
was pretty cool.
thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people. And Titus is that face you associate with that brutal, bombastic introduction. Dropping him this high on my list is not something I did lightly. I agonized over this ranking more than almost any other Marine on this list. But after laying everything out, comparing feats directly, and stripping away protagonist bias, I simply saw no other alternative. So before you kill me, let's go over his feats. Before the events of the first Space Marine game, he has already soloed a Chaos Sorcerer who had slaughtered his entire squad. He also defeated 3 Eldar Aspect Warriors, and led a successful rescue mission to save none other than Leandros. That alone probably places him above an average of Astartes. Then we have Space Marine 1, where he kills an Orc war boss, interrupts and banishes Nemroth mid-Demon Ascension, and closes a Warp Rift. All of which are undeniably impressive feats, but, and there is a but, this is where the power scaling knife
I could have sworn I made a...
These feats are extremely context dependent. Nemroth is stopped mid-transformation rather than defeated as a full demon prince, and if the gameplay is to be believed, he just kinda sits there and lets you punch him over and over and over again for some odd reason.
So, here. Currencies, attacks.
Like, shouldn't Nemroth be doing more than just kind of letting Titus ride on his stomach like he's a surfboard?
One divine orb, that's mine.
Prince, bro, shouldn't you use any of your newfound warp abilities to, I don't know, fling Titus off? Just a thought, just a thought. Though the Orc War Boss kill is solid.
Alright, you should be able to go to the guild hideout from waypoints.
Then we get to Space Marine 2, where at the start, Titus serves with the Death Watch, and is still a firstborn Marine. At that point, he loses to a Carnifex, but more importantly, this happens after being worn down by a swarm of lesser Tyranids. So I wouldn't exactly say that's an anti-feat. If anything, it reinforces that Titus operates within believable limits. Which I will once again push the agenda that Titus is one of the more balanced Marines in the setting. Because you have other Marines like Calgar who could take down an Avatar of Cain or a named Greater Demon. After crossing the Rubicon Primaris, which we touched on earlier, he gains the expected physical enhancements and immediately returns to carving through enemies. His post-Rubicon feats include fighting through an endless wave of Tyranids and Traitor Marines, like Termagants, Lictors, Carnifexes, Rubric Marines, Sorcerers, Zinch Demons, Cultists, Terminators, and Hellbrutes, all alongside Chiron and Gadrion. At the conclusion of Space Marine 2, the trio here, including Titus, defeat the Chaos Sorcerer, Emura, in the Warp. This trait is so mysterious that it results in his arrest by the Inquisition following the Graia campaign. Despite exhaustive investigation,
getting rid of all these duplicate uniques I have.
No corruption is ever found. So add that to his list of abilities and feats. Now there's also the claim that Titus landed the killing blow on a Norn emissary. Tyranid entities that are supposedly primary level. The Lex does mention it, but I could not find a clean source that confirms it's a solo, uncontested kill. Even if it is true, the Lex makes it appear that it's similar to Ortan Cassius's kill on the Swarmlord, meaning that Titus delivered a killing blow, but did not straight up defeat the Norn emissary in one-on-one combat. Because of that uncertainty, I'm not exactly weighing that feat too heavily. And here we reach the hard truth that's going to light the comment section on fire.
Well, there you go. There's a little bit of currency and some uniques in the guild stash. You use it for whatever you want. You can use it to keep all your stuff in there. I don't need anything out of it. So if you want to use the stash tab, so you don't have to try to organize everything in your own little winky-dinky stash,
But once you
Unless
zoom
you have
out
stash
and
tabs
look at the bigger
from a long
picture,
time ago,
there
but
are other Marines who can shatter demon princes with a single
until you're sure you want to
glance.
play it,
Warriors
I
who
would
can
personally.
outbox
And if you
greater
were thinking
demons
about
in
purchasing,
one-on-one
buying
combat,
stash tabs,
and other
buy a
studies
supporter
who can
pack, and then
kill
buy the
Necron
stash tabs with the
lords.
points you get
The
from the
gap
supporter pack.
truly becomes
Then you get
impossible
cosmetics
to
and the
ignore.
stash tabs.
Someday I bet though Titus will absolutely climb higher on this list, since the man will 100% solo a Catan shard when they expand 500 worlds.
Currency stash
more.
tab is
And that will
insanely
result
useful,
in me
though, for
personally
sure.
crashing
Currency
out
and
on
uniques.
camera.
Takes
But
a
as
lot of
things
storage
stand
out.
right now, with the evidence we actually have on hand, Dimitri and Titus, everyone's favorite space
Yeah, there's a
marine,
crafting bench and all
lands
that shit in
at
here.
number 50 on my list.
Use whatever you
If you
want.
think he belongs in the 40s, or dare I say even the 30s, let me know down
We
in
could
the
change
comments
the hideout if
with
you
a
hate it.
solid
It's kind
argument.
of,
Maybe you
I
can
think it's kind of
convince
lame, but,
this
you know.
phone go.
Faustus, I remember
At
you.
number 49, we have another unexpected Marine, Cato Sicarius, the Knight of Macrae.
Fair enough.
It can't be. It can't be.
You have done well, my new apprentice.
I'm gonna put it down.
Lord Vader, go and bring peace to the Empire.
I can't watch anymore.
Wow, another Ultramarine, back to back. I genuinely did not expect this when I started this list, but here we are, and honestly it kind of feels good. There is something deeply therapeutic about seeing two Ultramarines sitting this
go back to the boat.
Because for the first time in a long time, it feels like Warhammer 40k is finally healing from the mental
Sometimes it
damage
won't let you do that. You have to
inflicted
talk to
by
her
the Bat Ward era.
before you can do a chart.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
If you guys are new to 40k,
I don't know why
you
I
have
picked some
no
weird bug.
idea the insane feats the Ultramarines pulled off during this time period.
The corrupt shall fall.
As for Cato Sicarius, going into this list,
Straight up?
I thought Cato would be a top 20 lock, but I guess his feats are really not that good. Hold on, let me put on my Cato
Full file?
Sicarius.
Dead end? Oh, thank you.
Sicarius, Knight Champion of Macrae, should have been one of the best, brightest, and most dominant Space Marines in the entire
Unfortunate.
setting. But I guess my feats really do suck ass. How was that?
Yeah, so just like Cato said, he constantly loses.
Hell
That's
yeah.
verbally. To be clear, though, he does have some accomplishments. According to the 5th edition Space
You're
Marine
a
Codex,
dandy.
Sicarius
Oh, yeah.
led the second company, roughly 200 Space Marines, against the force of 10,000 orcs to help defeat them. He also has personally
Welcome back.
slain an orc warboss, who's capable of shooting straight through a Lehman Rust.
The
And in Dawn of Fire, the Silent
guild
King,
stash is,
he fights Necron Lich
or the
Guard,
guild
and
hideout
clearly
is there. You can
scales
travel to it
above them.
from any
However,
waypoint,
the Lexicon
and there's some
massively
stuff in the
overstates
chest.
this.
And you can
Because
use
it
those
states
tabs for whatever
that he
you want.
defeated a Necron Lord, but in truth, that was
I
Gilliman.
won't be taking
in
anything
chapter
out of
45,
ready for
not
this.
Cato. So yeah, we're already deleting one of Cato's feats. But what else does he bring to the table? Well, I'm gonna be honest, his resume kind of falls off a cliff after that. In Chapter's Duel, Cato fights the Demon Prince for Megron, and he holds out for some time, which is respectable, but does not get the win. He only survives because a guardsman sacrifices himself to create an opening that allows Cato to land the final blow. In the face of his fury, Cato Sicarius stood firm as the Demon Prince brought down his accursed weapon and sweeping arms.
No, it automatically level syncs us. I can't really power level you.
Telesarian Tempest Blade was not
Until you get to like level, I forget, at a certain point, it unsyncs everything, but if I were to join your game, or vice versa. Well, if you were to join my game, it would force you up to my difficulty, which you wouldn't like. And if I joined yours, it would force me down. It would cap my level at whatever equivalent to where you are is.
Plunged into the infernal beast's flesh,
I am
the
playing
and the fate of Idolatry shifted forever.
Heiro,
Cormigron, distracted, turned his gaze
called Kinetic
on the brave
fuselage.
guardsman and burned into ash in a torrent of warm flame. The distraction was all the captain needed. In a blink of an eye, Sicarius jammed his
What are the
blade
other things
upward,
with
past the breastplate of the demon and into its heart. with the skull-rending
Ballista
scream,
Totem,
the Demon
yes,
Prince
Ballista
was
Totem
dragged
Hierophant.
to
That's
death
what I'm
war.
playing.
So there you have it. Literally bailed out by a guardsman. Not a great look, but he's still
Yeah,
deserves
Max Roll's
credit
fine.
for facing down a Demon Prince on his own. But that is
I
not
try to
it.
use
He also
POB as much as I
loses to a
can because
Necron
it's
Lord.
just
Although I
laid
will
out
mark
much better.
that Kato was winning
But
that
those are
fight
harder to find.
until
Like
the
Max
Necron
Roll has
Lord
everything listed
simply
all in one
physically
place.
overpowered him. Seen in the 5th edition.
If they have POB
Space
links
Marine
in Max
Codex,
Roll, I would use that.
and he is left grievously
The Max Roll,
Then
their
we get to
website
one of his
format's
most
kind of...
genuinely embarrassing showings, when he almost loses to a
Yeah, no, Max
Corsair
Roll's fine.
queen, Karja Salambar, who is a half Eldar, half human hybrid, and straight up Kato can't defeat her. But not only that, he's actively losing the duel, which is pretty crazy for a guy.
I don't know how long
that is
ago it
called
was that you
the
played,
Night
but there's a
Champion
lot more stuff
Wrath.
now,
This
so
is from the book,
everything's
Chapters
very
2,
overwhelming.
and in
It's
their
gonna
fight,
happen no
she
matter what.
outmatches
You'll be
him in
fine.
speed
Just
and
find something
reflexes.
cool and play for
Despite
fun.
the fact that Sicarius
The other
has been
stuff comes
training
later.
the blade since childhood. At one point, she literally stabs him through the heart and has him basically
care
dead
if
to
it's better
rights,
or not. We're popping
exactly
that
as
shit.
it's stated in the text. And then I kid you not, he is bailed out
Oh, wow.
again. Scipio ran towards Sicarius.
Okay, well then, yeah,
as
it's
the Corsair
definitely
Queen
different.
spun
Jeez, you could
in to
just...
deliver her coup de grace.
If you want
The
currency,
Tempest
you could just
blade
talk
deflected
Faustus.
first and
I mean,
second blow.
you could
Could not
exchange your
move to
currency
block
however you
her.
want.
Salambar's sword plunged into
You don't even have to talk to
Sicarius'
anybody to trade
chest.
anymore. You can
And the
search right.
captain
Look,
of
you
the
can
second cried out
pull
in
up the
pain
search
as his
for
heart was
equipment
split
right in the
in two.
game.
The Tempest blade tumbled from his grip.
and then teleport to their
But as
hideout and buy it from you. You never have to
Salambar
talk to
drove him
anybody.
Down with the force of the blow, Sicarius saw Scipio coming and gripped the straps of her armor in a dead grip. Now, Scipio, shouted Sicarius.
Well, the game's always had
fast.
currency.
Scipio held the standard high and brought the sharpened end of the barrier pole down between Salambar's shoulder blades. The swirling haze
By the way,
that
6,
had
7.
protected her from blade and bullets could not save her against a weapon.
Apologize for who I am
touched
as a
by
person. It
Rene's
will happen
Calgar
again.
and empowered by the Emperor himself. Scipio drove the banner pole through.
Oh
Karja
yeah, you can just buy
Salambar's
stuff.
body,
You don't
the
have to
golden
trade
tip
anybody.
bursting out between her breasts in a wash of thin blood.
Like this.
Of course,
Bam.
after this,
Bam.
the Corsair Queen
It's trade
is
screen.
killed.
The
But only
market.
because Kato
You search
managed
for
to
anything
grab
you
her
want.
long enough for one of his comrades to impale her from behind.
All kinds of
with an
filters.
Ultramarine
You can even search
standard.
for
So
specific
Kato
stats.
is once again literal seconds away from death and gets bailed out once again. This is simply a massive
backslash,
anti-defeat,
forward slash, the
and
question
yes,
mark.
It also accidentally upscales Honshu, which we'll cover in a little bit. Even his wins often come with
But you gotta have
caveats.
currency to buy shit.
He
Like these are
defeats
5,
a
these
flayed
4 div right here.
lord,
Really? This
but
is only
only
4 div.
because the creature is distracted.
See, I should have
and
bought one.
Knights
Now they're
of
all the
Crag,
cheap ones are
He
fucking
kills
gone.
a powerful warp beast that has already slain several Ultramarine champions, but only after it has been weakened. I'm not even kidding. Look at the text. It says it right there that it's weakened. Allowing Kato
But then
to duel it and
you
defeat
just click on the thing and you can go
Sensing
to their
a
hideout and you
pattern
can
here?
browse
Yeah,
everything
me
they have for
too.
sale. But it highlights the thing you're there to
Over
buy.
and over again, Kato's
And,
victories are conditional, assisted,
you can buy other
or
stuff while you're there.
situational. Like I said, you
If they have other
genuinely
stuff for sale that you
cannot
like.
make this shit up. So you're probably wondering, why the hell is he
What
above
was that green
Titus
thing?
and
Is
the
that a
other
gem?
Marines behind him? Well, despite all of this, despite all of the evidence showing that Kato might actually
Damn,
be
look at
a
all my
massive
gold!
fraud,
Holy
he does
shit,
have
I'm
two
fucking
things that
rich
push
as
him
hell,
just
boy.
barely higher than the folks
King's March,
directly
get over here,
behind
you
him,
broke
like
bitches.
Titus, Zoom 4, or the Red Centurion. First, Sicarius is explicitly stated to be an
Have a
elite
quick
swordsman,
little
on par with the
500K.
other master duelists of the Adept Astartes. This is supported by the 10th edition Space Marines Codex, which states that Sicarius is a swordsman without equal, which implies that at the very least, he might be the best duelist of the Ultramarines. Which is
Dude,
kind of
Dallas
crazy,
multipass.
seeing that he almost lost
All right,
to
voyage
a
time.
Eldar half-human hybrid.
All right, then.
It's not
Oh
a good
yeah,
day
we
to
got
be an
lots and
Ultramarine
lots
fan, that is for sure.
parts now.
And also, how could I forget that Kato Sicarius also defeated a Catan Shard? Now simmer down, he didn't do this
4
in
golden
one-on-one
lanterns, hell
combat.
yeah.
He threw a vortex bomb at it, which destroyed the Star Shard. So I'm not exactly going to count that as a great feat for him, because my cat could replicate that same exact feat. All you gotta be able to do is throw it.
Nice.
And let me tell you, if my cat hadn't
I
got
mean,
into
some of
it in
these
that
are
big
good,
game,
but
he would have gone pro.
I'm
He would have been
rerolling.
soaking it up in a hot tub with his soulmate. But I think that statement easily places him over Titus. Second, while Kato ultimately has a ton of losses, these are losses to powerful entities like Necro Lords, which easily edges out Titus's, the Red Centurions,
yeah.
or Zoom4's greatest feats. So I have to give credit where
All
credit
right.
is due. Kato does have a
Put
ton
one
of
here.
difficult fights, and he has defeated an Orc
One
War boss and stood against a Demon Prince for an extended period of time, which certainly places
if
him
you press
above
Alt,
standard Marines without a question. So there it
that'll
is.
show everything, or Z also show or hide stuff.
Champion of
You can get a loot filter at filterblade.xyz.
at number 49 on a Fallen Cows list.
That's right, Kato. You're kind of a bum. Now get back to practicing with your sword. You
I've got a good
definitely
feeling
need
about
it.
this one.
Now we move on to number 48. Just at 48, we have Prognosticar Brand, the Age Librarian of the Silver Skulls, who despite his years, Brand proves that experience and discipline can allow you to stand toe-to-toe with the greatest powers of chaos.
So they still have
Brand's
corrupted
best feat takes
content.
place
Oh,
aboard the
I
Silver
see.
Skull Strike cruiser, the Dread Argent, during the Red Corsair's failed campaign to seize control of the Gildar Rift, as depicted in the book so aptly named The Gildar Rift, which, is the only novel Brand appears in. I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry, but you picked the chapters, not me. There he defends the bridge against Tamar, a Chaos Sorcerer and a champion of Huron Blackheart. For some context, Tamar was once a member of the Executioner's chapter, and after joining Chaos, he had fought and murdered his way through the ranks of the Red Corsairs to become one of Blackheart's champions. He is explicitly described as an accomplished Chaos Sorcerer with powerful psychic abilities. Though the novel
On the
gives
right
us a
side,
limited
there should be a
window
little
into the
thing.
true upper limits of his war potential. In their duel, Brand
It'll
clearly
say level up
demonstrates
whatever
psychic
this is.
superiority compared to
If not,
Tamar.
just press
He ignores his taunts,
I in
shrugs
your
off
inventory, and
injuries
it'll be down
that would have
underneath.
slowed lesser psychers, and
Down
methodically
here.
dismantles the Chaos Sorcerer. Most importantly, Brand identifies the moment Tamar's warp shielding falters, then manipulates the battlefield by collapsing the deck beneath them. He survives the fall and finally
See what happens.
executes the stunned
Will I
Chaos
get
Sorcerer
shit
with a
pushed in or
devastating
not?
four-staff strike that obliterates his chest in a single blow. I will say that Brand is gravely wounded in the process, but this is still a loyalist librarian decisively killing a
Not worth.
sorcerer.
Not worth coming down here.
But a chaos champion as well, without relying on any outside
Oh, a little
interference.
shrine.
I will say that this
There's some
placement
extra
is
sulfur, that's fine,
absolutely
yeah.
debatable though, since we don't see the full breadth
Nah, I
of
wanna get
Tamar's
across
psychic
to that
arsenal,
filter.
as well as Brand's feats are rather limited. With more showings,
Wait, no,
he
this
can
is like two
plausibly
treasure
rank
angles.
lower
Shit.
or
I
potentially
don't know what that
higher,
means.
but based on what we see in this book, Brand proves he can back up his psychic foresight with steel and fire when it matters the most. Although it does result in him being
Capsule, don't need that yet.
so I feel like 48 is a good spot for another cool but relatively unknown librarian.
Ooh.
A debatable pick, absolutely. Especially since he's over Kato Sicarius.
Alright, we're going back.
But my counterpoint to those saying he should be below him is that what is Kato Sicarius going to do when Brand decides to force choke him like a Since Kato has never displayed any psychic resistance, I think he would lose this fight. But, once again, it's definitely debatable. This is kind of due to the fact that we have a very popular Marine with a ton of established lore versus a Marine with scattered lore across the setting. So it's kind of like comparing a
look at
smaller
that.
sample size versus a huge sample
Who knows
size
what that is?
and trying to make a verdict out of that. So although Kato has fought a Necron Overlord and was beating him, and Brand's greatest feat is defeating a Chaos Sorcerer, which is a lesser opponent, Brand actually achieved victory over his opponent, while Kato was unfortunately defeated. So once again, this is a debatable pick, but I think it's with the number 47 spot, we have Malachite, a librarian from the Exorcist chapter. And this was another weird one to rank. On paper, Malachite looks absolutely cracked. He is directly responsible for banishing a powerful demon prince known as the Holy God. back into the warp after piercing its
Loot.
heart with his full spear. That sentence alone sounds like it should rocket him up these rankings.
All
Once I actually
useful
dug
currency?
into
No
this
way.
fight, I realized the context of this duel matters a ton. And it's that context that keeps him grounded here at this
No
spot on
way.
the list. We see this
Dude, this
in
is a terrible
Imperial
spot for this.
Armor, Volume 10, The Bad Dad War,
Come on.
Part 2.
Come on,
And
bitch.
first
Oh, you're
things
gonna make me
first,
waste a
this
bunch
is
of it
not
to
a
go over there,
clean
aren't you?
duel. Not even close.
bitch.
The Demon Prince is an absolute monster. It shrugs off mass fire, tears Terminator armored exorcists apart, slaughters demon hosts,
49
and even
Lancers
devours an Inquisitor. But the real turning point
Might as
comes when the
well
venerable
send it now.
Dreadnought, Cybra, sacrifices himself,
back way
ripping a
around
massive
here.
chunk out of the demon's body and exposing its blazing heart. Only after this does Malachite get his
I wish I could remember which one's
He
supposed to
lunges
have
forward,
4 lances
drives his
in it.
force spear into the exposed heart, and with extreme psychic exertion, severs the
Everything's
demon's
pointing me
connection
this
to the material plane, banishing it from our world. So as you can see, that distinction
nice.
is crucial. Malachite does not really overpower the Demon Prince in a one-on-one fight, but needs the aid of his entire chapter, including a Dreadnought, to get things done. Even so, this is still a very impressive feat, because as I
Fear,
just said,
so I may
this
run
Demon
out of
Prince was taking on an entire chapter, and if
lanterns
Malachite can
again.
still banish it with a single attack, shows that he's still one incredibly powerful psyker. The willpower, control, and psychic output required to pull this off, even with support, places Malachite firmly above the standard of Starter's librarians. He didn't just stab a weakened demon, he finished it in a way that annihilated its influence across an entire
Nothing
subset,
that way.
causing its various cults across
Yeah,
space
sword.
to be consumed by warp fire almost instantly. Remember when I said it would be absolutely crazy to put a major character at 50 or something? Well, you guys know I'm the sensible cow. You know, I know what I'm doing. But
Go down a little bit here.
the next selection, I tried to look at 50 different ways, and I simply could not find a solution to this spot, but this one specific character. So when I announce this next spot, please be gentle with me.
I don't know what I'm picking up, but I'm picking up all of it.
Innocent Boba. Coming in at number 46 is Tyberos, the Red Wave, also known as Sharkboy.
Does anybody know him as that?
Now, before we talk about this ginormous character, I already know the comments are saying, "Cow, what do you mean? He's literally the size of a Primarch." And no, he's not. He's not. Please stop getting your lore from Instagram slideshows.
Damn.
Also, look me in the eyes and
Call
tell
them
me
bitches
what
out.
feats he actually has. Beyond the artwork, making him look like the Empire State Building in Terminator armor. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. Tyberos's reputation is enormous, just like his
Nice.
but his documented feats come from a very limited set of sources. Imperial Armor, Volume
Very limited
10,
set of
Bad
skills.
War, Part 2, Carcharodon's Outer Dark, Chapter 1, and Carcharodon's The Red Tithe, Chapter 3. That's about it. I'm not including the supposed leaked
How you doing, fruit
Tyberos
salad? You all right, man?
because it hasn't officially come out yet, and we don't really know if it's exactly true. So let's
Lots
talk about the
of,
statements and feats we actually have from
essences.
Tyberos and established canon. First, we have this statement. The combined force and speed of the Red Wake's attacks was without equal. Okay, cool, we can't
The
really
magma
gain
crab.
anything from that, except that his physical force and speed were without equal. But since we don't have a real comparison here, it's kind of just a nothing burger statement. Like, I'm not
No,
about
they
to use
point
this
the lanterns
statement
if they were
with
there. That
Tyberos
count.
at number 1, because I feel like a ton of Marines in 40k have
I
a
got
statement
one, that's good.
exactly like this. And then we have this one, Te Kahuangi, seen the Red Wake fight and killed many times before. Regardless, it was always a special privilege to witness the elemental destruction. So, yet again, we have another statement that doesn't really help us, besides telling us that the Red Wake is an impressive fighter, and that it's a privilege to watch him kill. And then finally, we have this third statement. Those that witnessed him in combat and lived to tell the tale spoke of him as a blood-splattered killing machine, moving almost too fast for the eye to see and leaving nothing but mangled and shredded corpses after his passive. So at least this statement shows that Tyberos is incredibly fast in his tournament of plate, kind of similar to Logan Grimnar. These are all very cool and very metal statements, but let's be precise here, folks. In terms of hard feats, as in actual quantifiable opponents, Tyberos is shown speed blitzing multiple Tyranids and gets the interior of a Tyranid booty.
I knew that story.
That's literally it. And to quantify how impressive taking out a Tyranid boarding pod is, according to 40k Tactica, a Tyranid boarding pod typically contains 20 Tyranids or one large monstrous bioform. And based on that, along with the statements we addressed earlier, I'm comfortable saying Tyberos scales above a standard swarm and clears the orc trio of Alessio Cortez, Darnak Lysander, and Heiro. You could try to argue him higher, but I will simply send you to his lexicon page and ask you where his feats are. For all you Shark fans out there, I'm being dead serious. This is it. So yes, Tyberos, the Red Wake,
All right,
the
now
man
back up.
the size of a
18 lanterns.
lands
Try
at
not to
number
waste.
46. He's terrifying, he's elite, and he's overhyped by fan art. Size may matter sometimes, but not here. I know this next pick is going to upset the Shark Boy fans, but
Wonder
coming
if
in
Games
at number
Workshop's
45
gonna, like,
is Captain Kriak of the Iron Snakes chapter.
retcon
And he is the protagonist of the
shit
Iron
out of
Snakes
Tyberos.
books, which
Just
totals
shut up all the
9
haters.
fucking books in total. Yeah, this guy kind of has his own series solely dedicated to him. He is Titus before Titus was even a thing. And no one ever seems
is
to
he?
ever talk about him, which is really
I've
strange.
never even heard of the guy.
But he definitely earns the spot here for solid, consistent feats across the series. For those who have not read the many Iron Snakes books, which I can't really blame you, he has purged Dark Eldar forces, killed Chaos Space Marines, smashed bolts, demons, clashed with orcs, and even served alongside Saint Sabatine himself. Across these campaigns, Kriak has repeatedly demonstrated exceptional skill, and so
9
his
left
single
to get up
combat
there and
feats
back.
are incredibly impressive. He has defeated a demon-possessed Space Marine captain and slain a Dark Eldar lord. As well, in the book Brothers of the Snake, he's stated to have killed over 100 Dark Eldar in a competition. But he was a part of the squad, which does dampen how much he scales from this, but it's still a good feat. Perhaps his best feat, though, comes from the
Oh yeah, I don't use
the Magistrator
freaking lanterns in this section. I forgot. W.
Now, Nataga is an extraordinarily powerful lord. Throughout the book, he kills multiple Iron Snake Marines, is able to whip through Searmite quite easily, takes
Can
a
be
holy
decent
face
sword.
blast from Saint Sabatine himself that was thought to have killed him, and easily speed blitzes multiple Iron Snake Marines. Nataga would also have the usual
Where are you
enhancements
pointing?
from Chaos Corruption, empowering his speed,
yeah?
strength, and durability. This
Well,
guy
might
is
as well go
thoroughly
explore the rest
powerful
of
if you
it.
guys
You get
are
unlimited
not getting
lanterns right
this.
now.
It's not clocking with you. Read this excerpt right here. It was not the cut of the axe, although the teeth were sharp enough to carve the armor off a battle tank. It was not the impact of the axe, although the force of the Arnorgar could split a Space Marine's helm even with the chain at standstill. It was what the axe represented, the power that came with it. The blood-leaking collar symbolized, evoked, and drew to a head.
Blood for the blood god indeed, friend.
So Nataga can carve the armor off a tank and can even split a Space Marine skull
Alright, well,
without
I
even
still got a
webbing
few
his
left, so
chain.
let's go see if there's anything down
And
here.
of course, Kriak fights him, and their fight is extremely awesome. And throughout their fight, Kriak displays his genius, reflexes, and focus on the extreme
Didn't use
threats.
that one. That was
Although,
actually
of
an
course, he is not as strong physically as the Chaos Lord, he still emerges victorious by exploiting tiny windows of opportunity. Countering Nataga's axe with his lightning claw, using the environment strategically, and ultimately neutralizing Nataga's butcher nails, allowing him to defeat the empowered
Time to go.
champion. So I feel like placing him at number 45 is the perfect choice. Although it might not be a popular one, he has defeated a variety of different enemies and truly is a well-balanced mix of smarts and skill. Riyadh is an elite warrior, and his feats back it all up. Let's move on now to 44. At the number 44 spot, and here I'm going to place Gabriel Seth, Chapter Master of the Flesh Terrors. Gabriel Seth has presided over his chapter for over a century, commanding one of the most unstable and violent Blood Angel successor chapters, while constantly fighting to keep the Black Rage from consuming
the way I drown here waiting for the thing,
Seth's
right?
combat record is pretty gosh darn impressive. He's fought alongside Dante to defend the crypt of Sanguinius against the mutant horrors unleashed by Fabius Bile. He has led the Flesh Terrors during the Angels Halo campaign, where he personally slew a massive Tyranid Psychic Beast, according to Psychic Awakening, Blood of Baal, and even more impressive, Seth has actually managed to defeat an Eversor assassin in close combat.
Oh.
For those who
I mean, how much loot could it be? I
Eversors are walking
unloaded it all in one thing.
Literally engineered to slaughter Astartes.
Alright.
And Seth still managed to defeat one and walk away alive. As for his gear, he wields a massive chainsword, Blood Reaver. And with it, he represents a perfect fusion of rage, leadership, and violence.
Max tech speed roll. I don't have one of those, so I'll take it.
Beyond his physical feats, Seth loves to aura farm. During a tense trial involving the other Blood Angel chapter masters, Seth openly threatened all of them. I will kill every last one of you before my head leaves my shoulders. I will tear out your eyes and drink your blood dry. Know this to be true. Well, this may have just been straight up bullshit because Dante's in the room. It's not difficult to imagine Seth fully surrendering to the Red Thirst, or the Black Rage even, and berserking through several of his peers, before finally succumbing in a storm of blood and violence. So why only number 44, if he was able to defeat a Eversor assassin? Well, because the lore itself tells us very clearly that he's weaker than a Space Marine placed directly above him. The High Chaplain of the Blood Angels, Ashtaroth the Grim. Yes, coming in at number 43 is Ashtaroth the Grim, due to a single statement from the Flesh Terrors book. This statement comes during a duel against Gabriel Seth. As Seth initially presses the attack, smashing his elbow into Ashtaroth's chest, rocking him back and delivering a brutal series of hammer blows to his face, breaking something in the process. For a brief fraction of a moment, the fight looks quite close. Then Ashtaroth ignites his jump pack, surges forward, grabs Seth's head with both hands, and slams him headfirst into the ground with force. Then Ashtaroth states as he teabags Seth, "For all of your strength, Flesh Terror, all of your anger, and all your will to fight, you can't best me. I am the chosen reaper of the lost." Ashtaroth snarled and stepped away. Seth himself confirms this moments later, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth, as he admits that Ashtaroth is right. He can't defeat him. From a power scaling perspective, this is as clean as it gets in 4K. The text explicitly states that Seth has no chance of victory. That alone definitively places Ashtaroth above him. Outside of this one duel, though, Ashtaroth the Grim is both revered and feared among the Blood Angels and all of their successor chapters. As the Redeemer of the Lost, his grim duty is to execute those fully consumed by the Black Rage. Often brothers, he once fought side by side with. Ashtaroth can sense the onset of the rage before it even manifests, arriving on battlefields where he leads the doomed in one final glorious charge or ends them himself. He's armed with the Executioner Axe, a two-handed power axe that can slice through power fields and power armor alike. He's clad in Artificer armor, protected by a Rosarius, and propelled by a jump pad. And of course, it is implied as the sanctioned executioner of Black Raged out Astartes that he would have killed and fought numerous Black Rage Space Marines across multiple chapters, who are in themselves incredibly amped and powerful Marines. Like, for example, we see the Seer Almond, empowered by the Black Rage, literally create a pile of loyalists and traitor Space Marines during the end of the Siege of Terra. So there you have it, Seth at 44 and Ashtaroth at three. Two incredibly powerful sons of Stephanus, but only one stands unquestionably over the other. Next up at 42 is kind of a surprise pick. One I briefly touched on earlier was genuinely astonishing. And just like this selection, it all comes down to one duel that sets off a whole-ass power scaling chain reaction, like the Death Star blowing up, and forces a major revaluation of everything you know about 40K power scaling. Just a little side note, as we push closer and closer to the top, these placements are going to get tighter and harsher. So bear with me, folks. From here on out, every slot is earned in blood, or if they bribed you beforehand. Coming in at number 42 is the infamous Horseman of the Iron Warriors, Hansu. He is the central figure across all books: Storm of Iron, Dead Sky Black Sun, Skull Harvest, and the Beast of Kalth. Hansu was born from corrupted gene seed. He is part Iron Warrior and part Vince, thanks to baby's bias experiments. Hansu is branded a despised by his own legion. But in my opinion, he embodies the
well, if something loot was like actually loot and not just more low tier currency. I'm not complaining, but it'd be nice.
Primarily as a duelist. He's a strategist first, a warlord who engineers victory long before blades are drawn. But when forced into personal combat, he is not a slouch either. One of Hansu's greatest advantages is his Necron forged living metal arm. Crafted
he's got a living metal arm like the Terminator. Hey man, it's the way of the road. Signed up for this, brother. Why are these guys so freaking tanky? Oh, they're dead. They're dead now. I know there's gotta be something here.
It is also shown to nullify or dampen Warwick's attacks, most notably when it resists and counters a demon-tainted weapon in Skull Harvest. This arm alone dramatically elevates Hansu above basic Chaos Lords.
There's more? No, there can't be more.
Brute force or Chaos gifts. Now let's get to his actual combat feats. First, during the book Skull Harvest, Hansu racks up several victories. He first defeats Voso Dal of the Scythes of the Emperor, using the Necroderm's arm to completely negate what should have been a killing blow. Later he faces two Chaos Champions simultaneously: Pashtok, Event, a Core Knight Lord, and Notha Itase, an elite
one direction or the other, we hope.
Even before the fight begins, Hansu himself acknowledges this should be beyond him in a fair fight. But fairness has never been his philosophy. Through his giant pair of balls, silver
balls,
and skill, Hansu first destroys the Core Knight Champion's weapon, knocks Notha down, taking him out of the fight.
Hansu balls.
Outside interference, personally delivers the killing blow on Pashtok Event, leaving the Core Knight champion with collarbone to pelvis. These are not the actions of a weak fighter, barely scraping by. These are the actions of a warlord who knows exactly when and how to end the fight. But the real reason Hansu jumps to number 42 on my list is the scaling chain I briefly talked about earlier that cannot be ignored. In the book Skull Harvest, it is explicitly stated that Notha Itase's devotees demonstrate superior blade work compared to Karja Salambar's Corsairs. Remember her? Yeah, remember her? Come
Send
on
our
now,
precious
Sicarius fans. I know you do.
messages back,
which implies that Notha is stronger than Karja. Karja Salambar's Corsairs staged flamboyant displays of marksmanship and sword mastery. But Vanis was unimpressed, having seen the exquisite blade work of Notha Itase's devotees. And as we discussed earlier, when I was roasting the hell out of Kato Sicarius, is that Karja almost
didn't really need to go there,
I can definitely see the argument that the statement I just brought up does not definitively mean that Karja scales below Notha. Then you can make the assumption that their warlord leaders should scale accordingly. So Notha
one
would
of these
be
supposed
better
to have
than
an
the
extra
Corsair
lantern.
Queen.
Yeah,
Okay, I've been thinking about this for the last 20 minutes, but
I don't know what that one does.
Notha who? No, for these balls in your mouth, bro. I actually do.
There's one.
Yeah. Okay. Erase these 10 minutes from your brain. Yeah. Look at this red
The
dot.
map I probably don't need. Scour, chaos, love it. Freelancer.
Yeah, who the hell would ever make a ball joke in 2026? That is so hashtag cringe. But even more important than that implication, Notha Itase, who Hansu defeated in Skull Harvest, also duels in
dang it.
Evisaur
Didn't see
Assassin.
that was a
in the
waste.
book, The Iron Warrior, what the novel describes as a peerless display of skill. Hansu knew he would never again witness
Cool.
such a
Speaking of
peerless
wasted.
display of skill. And doubted two such skilled opponents had ever crossed blades in all the long history of the Imperium. Now, first off, that's just straight up glaze and bullshit. But Itase does not immediately lose to the
Anybody
assassin.
down here?
He manages to match
I've
the
got a gun
Evisaur
like-
blow for blow before
Anybody worth
finally
killing?
going down. As
Where are
corrupt
you
as
pointing
it
me at?
was,
Another lantern.
Itase still honored
Hell
the
yeah.
duel, fighting with blended skill and speed and finesse. The Evisaur fought with no such handicap. Its sole driving force was to kill,
Empty out
and it
our
clung
pockets,
to no
just
such
to be
antique
safe.
or restricted
Wow, never
notions
mind. We don't
as
really
honor
need to do
or
that, do
glory.
we?
To destroy was its only goal, and that was Etase's undoing. Etase executed a flawless block, spinning on his heel to lunge at the Evisaur's core.
this
His
way
opponent was no longer there. A spinning
Want to
kick
exalt it.
smashed into the side of Etase's head, sending him crashing to the deck. He rolled to his knees, agile as a cat, and furious that such a low blow had been employed in a duel. Etase lunged, but the
Four
Evisaur
lanterns?
dived
No
over
way.
his blade,
No way.
using his shoulder as a pivot, swung up and over the Blade Master. The Evisaur sailed over Etase's head, and a series of
Pirate's
glittering
orders.
needles
Oh, that's
wired
just
to
lore.
chemical
Fuck!
reservoirs on its
Good thing I
arms
dumped all
snapped
my
from its
stuff out.
gauntlet. The needles punched through the neck seals of Etase's
That's fucking
armor,
annoying,
and a lethal
but I was almost at
cocktail
the
of
end.
neurotoxins pumped out. Not even a warrior touched by the dark gods
I don't know
could
how you went
resist
down to
the
that,
finest work of the Officio
It's fine.
Assassinorum, Venom. So
That's
as you can
pathetic
see,
all when you look at it like
put up
that.
a decent fight against
Junk.
Evisaur. And once again, folks,
More
I would like
junk.
to remind all of you that
And
Hansu
more
defeated this Chaos
junk.
champion. That single fact causes a massive cascading upscale, like an
Junk
avalanche.
that I already have in the stash.
We already know Gabriel Seth defeated a Evisaur assassin, but now Hansu is upscaled by
Put him in the guild stash.
Itase, who is superior to an elite Corsair queen, since we can assume that both of them are the strongest
all?
of their respective warband. And due to the fact that Notha's warriors are better than Karja's warriors, we can kind of make the assumption that Notha would be stronger. Itase has also fought an Evisaur assassin, and although he did not win, he
Okay,
put
so we're
up
gonna
a pretty
put
good fight.
this right
And
here.
since Hansu defeats Itase,
the gold lanterns
then
right
we can
off
make
rip.
the correlation that Hansu scales above all of these feats.
You
What an
got
upscale. What an upscale, ladies
Four
and
more
gentlemen.
lanterns?
Just like Horus Lubercal and his gazillion statements, comparing
Well,
him
it's
to
gonna
the
have four
Lion and
lanterns
being
no
the
matter what,
strongest
right?
Primarch,
So-
Hansu is upscaled by Itase being an absolute badass. He better have gotten him flowers after he died, or I'm gonna make Hansu actually Ferris Menace 2.0 by cutting his head off.
There's currency
But
bank.
let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right, Iron Hand fans? Right. Since Hansu definitely has limits. In the book Skull Harvest, he gets speed blitzed by Lord Huron Blackheart, which still keeps him out of the top tier Chaos Lord bracket. Hansu is not Karn, he is not Typhus, and he is not an Abaddon tier monster. It's also really weird that through scaling, he is above the likes of Titus or Cato Sicarius, which just doesn't seem right, guys? It just doesn't seem like right. 40k power scaling can be so wacky sometimes. Ferris Manus 2.0 definitely deserves way more lore. And if Black Library ever lets Hansu win against a major named character, he's climbing even higher on this list. But that's enough glazing for one day. Let's move
Gotta
on
go
to
collect
number 41.
lanterns first.
Number 41 goes to a emo bird boy. former chapter master of the Raven Guard, and now Shadow Captain.
One moment.
And Shrike is a weird one. Going into this list, I thought
Shrike. Oh man, remember Shrike? The one, the owl boss. Was it the owl or was it like a crow from Dauntless? Man, I missed that game.
To the upper tiers.
Oh, that game was
Once you
so
actually
fun.
break down what he's done, and more importantly, who he's done it to.
It was like Monster Hunter with
placement here ends
all
up
the
making far more
complicated, annoying
sense
shit
than it
taken
first
out.
appears.
Man, that game was
But
so
I'm getting
fun.
ahead of myself. Let's first quickly discuss who he
Kids
is.
still they still
Shrike
play
is a
Fortnite, man. I
legendary
didn't even
Shadow
know that.
Captain of
If
the
you're still
Raven
there, you
Guard
probably went to go
and the
play
living
stuff.
embodiment of terror warfare, striking from the shadows and dismantling enemy forces long before anyone ever realizes he was there. As for his most impressive feats, first, according to the 5th edition Space Marine Codex, he was stranded behind enemy lines and waged a 2-year guerrilla campaign against Orc forces.
Oh,
Shrike's
I've been
actions
done it, right? Yeah.
accelerated the Orcs being defeated and driven off-world, much ahead of Imperial projections. However, this is not the sole reason I put Kayvon Shrike at number 41, as later in that same codex, he defeats a demon prince, Kernex Voldris, alongside White Scar's captain, Corsaro Khan, who, wink wink, nudge nudge, has yet to be ranked. I wonder where he will land. This single feat does almost all of the heavy lifting
I
for
gotta make a
Shrike's
trip over
placement.
and visit the plug
You may
tomorrow.
ask yourself, why, Mr. Cow? Well, let me tell you, fine folks. Demon princes, like many other chaos beings, exist in an entirely different weight class. They are warp entities with supernatural strength, durability, speed, and demonic weaponry. And so
Killed
they
one of
scale
those,
far
haven't I?
beyond normal space marine opponents, like elite champions, war bosses, and most psychers. Voldorus himself is an undivided demon prince, explicitly identified as a high-priority target for the White Scars, and responsible for inflicting catastrophic losses on Loyalist forces before his death. During their fight,
well,
Shrike plays a decisive role in tearing Voldorus apart,
If he died, how are they gonna
killing him upon
get
a
him?
statue of the Emperor, and creating the opening that allows Corsaro Khan to behead him. Encircled, outnumbered, and trapped in the shadow of the Cathedral of the Emperor's Wisdom, Kernex Voldris finally met his end. The Demon Prince did not easily fall, and his bodyguard of corrupt and twisted Chaos Space Marines fought without fear, yet the outcome was surely never in doubt. At the last, even Voldris's unholy strength could not prevail against the determination of his enemies. Pierced
Alright, off to
and
a
pinned
rough
to
start. I
fellow
don't like that
statue
one
of the
bit.
Emperor by Shrike's talons, Voldris could not escape the vengeance of Corsaro's blade. With one terrible blow, the White Scar's captain clove the Demon Prince's head from his shoulders, erasing his foul
I didn't even see what that said, but
So as you can see, Shrike helped defeat a Demon Prince. Since I know this question is going to pop up later,
I didn't even notice I got a golden
Demon
lantern.
Princes, I consistently
Cool.
place them below Greater Demons, as Greater Demons are literal fragments of the Chaos Gods, while Demon Princes are ascended mortals, which creates a clear hierarchy. Even accounting for variation, Zinch Princes being more warp-focused, Durable Princes being more durable, Slaanesh Princes faster, and Corn Princes more physically strong and more resistant to psychic interference. An undivided Demon Prince like Voldris represents a peak level opponent. The fact that Shrike could meaningfully contribute to what immediately elevates him far beyond a majority of the characters on this list.
Oh, that was a
But
fucking
context
waste.
still matters. This is not a solo
dang
kill,
it.
and Shrike does not dominate Voldris, which is the primary reason he does not climb higher. Just like Ashtrath and Gabriel Seth, Shrike's ranking establishes a direct correlation with the power level of the enemy he has overcome. And that correlation leads cleanly into our next placement at 40. Yep, as you folks probably guessed it, coming in at number 40 is
Well,
the
that
Master of the Hunt himself. And honestly, one of the cooler characters in this setting, Corsaro Khan, the 51st Master of the Hunt and Captain of the White Scars' 3rd Company. Corsaro is the purest expression of what the White Scars represent, combining lightning-fast assault warfare, relentless aggression, and the nomadic hunt culture that defines his chapter. Every 25 years, during the rites of the Howling, the Master of the Hunt is sent to track down enemies who had previously escaped the chapter. and Corsaro has completed nearly 20 of these legendary hunts. His trophies include the severed heads of some of the deadliest foes in the galaxy, displayed openly at the White Scar's Fortress Monastery, as both a warning and a record of his dominance. Corsaro Khan has slain a Tyranid Hive Tyrant, which apparently is a massive bum if you take into account that the Swarm Lord, which is stated in the 8th edition Tyranid Codex, to be much stronger than a Hive Tyrant. The exact expression is a Swarm Lord is to a Hive Tyrant what a Termagant is to a Hive Tyrant. So defeating a Hive Tyrant may not be a great feat anymore, apparently, as seen as the Swarm Lord has lost to Calgar and Dante. Corsaro Khan has also cut down multiple Dark Elder Archons.
All right, Calgar. I only know your name because it's Space Marine 2.
So many Necrons in a single battle that a Necron Overlord overseeing the fight was impressed enough to allow him to lead unchallenged. On top of that, as I just discussed, Corsaro has also helped defeat the undivided Demon Prince, Cronex Voldris. Alongside Shrike, he finished the kill by beheading the Imperial Demon Prince.
Let's hope we can lead
but
with
unlike
some
Shrike,
loot this time.
Corsaro's career is defined by repetition rather than a single standout moment. So why does Corsaro Khan place only at number 40? Well, for one, the guys ahead of him are absolute powerhouses. But two, it also appears that Corsaro's skill with the blade stops at Demon Princes, because he was not able to defeat Kinetic alone. And additionally, he lost to
I didn't mean to do that.
as seen in the audiobook Master of the Hunt. Doom Rider isn't really known for being
That means I
powerful
get less gold, which I don't want.
Other Masters of the Hunt, so... And Corsaro loses to him and then defeats him when his back is turned.
There we go.
Not exactly.
No.
But along with his other feats, I think Corsaro Khan perfectly belongs at number 40. Coming in at number 39 is Damien Mordua. And yes, I can already hear a million people saying, who? And that's a fair question. Damien Mordua is very obscure, but his scaling is kind of silly. Once you look at what he's actually done, the reason he ends up above characters like Titus is simple, and it comes down to one thing. He has fought and survived an encounter with a great demon. According to the Citadel Journal 20, in literally his first recorded battle, Damien Mordua went toe-to-toe with a Bloodthirster, a greater demon of form, for an extended period of time. Now let's address the element of Earth first. Yes, how canon the Citadel journey is a question. That's completely a fair
Get out of
criticism.
here, Divine
But
Orb.
here's
You're
the
all
thing,
that matters.
folks. Mordua's chapter was chosen by you guys, the lovely her, which meant I had to actually dig into him and evaluate what characters exist in the Sons of Sanguinius chapter. Now, to be clear, Mordua does not kill a Bloodthirster, or he'd probably be incredibly high on the list. But he does survive a duel with one and manages to wound it severely. For those who don't know, Bloodthirsters are not just big, scary demons. They are avatars of Khorne's will, walking natural disasters that routinely butcher chapter masters, dreadnoughts, and entire formations of space marines. Most space marines will die in seconds of this one.
I'm in danger.
Mordua, though, lasts long enough for the fight itself to be notable, and that puts him in rare company. Now I'm going to address the inevitable comparisons.
No way.
Why the hell is Mordua above Titus, or Cato, or Hansu, or Gabriel Seth, or Ashtaroth? Well, fellas, because none of those characters has demonstrated the ability to fight a greater demon solo for as long as Damien Mordua did. Like, do you remember that massive Lord of Change from Space Marine 2? Yeah,
That pointed me over here, and there went shit here.
Titus didn't even try to fight him. Damien Mordua threw hands with a Bloodthirster who was probably roughly the same size. So now you kind of understand why he makes this placement. This was a brutally hard placement, and one of the toughest so far, but what else am I supposed to do, guys? This is 40k power scaling, and it's incredibly hard, so cut me some slack, Jack. At number 38, we have another
I see talking like a cartoon character sometimes.
A 1,000-sun psyker, nonetheless.
Oh,
Phasmos,
wait.
a sorcerer whose presence in the lore
You're all
may
that
be
matters.
fleeting, god damn it, but whose impact
Help
is
us find out
significant
Kenobi, your only hope.
nonetheless. Yurch is a master of manipulation, cunning, and forbidden knowledge.
Oh, yeah?
Having ascended through the ranks of more than half the great cults of the Thousand
Oh, my God.
Suns.
Ah.
Over his life, he has sacrificed, abandoned, or betrayed his followers to further his own schemes, accumulating powerful artifacts, grimoires, and infernal allies with every shift of alliance. As for his feats, his defining moment
never hurts
that
to
anchors
check.
his ranking here at number 38 comes from a duel against Amit the Scarlet, a sorcerer who is said to be a master of mutative magic. And despite Amit's specialization and renown, it was Yurch's broad and versatile knowledge of all the major magical cults that allowed him to emerge victorious. This encounter is the only on-page feat we have for Yurch, but it demonstrates two crucial things. First, his combat prowess is not trivial. He outmaneuvers and outthinks a sorcerer with deep mastery in a specialized discipline. Second, his versatility as a psyker is vast.
Yes, hell yeah.
He probably has access to the many forms of psychic powers, including biomancy, telekinesis, telepathy, mutation, time manipulation, reality manipulation, and others.
The time manipulation. I think next PoE 2 League I'm gonna play
powers than many of his competitors. Now, granted, we don't know the full extent of his power, as Amit is an
I don't know
otherwise
why. It always sounded cool.
Yurch's ability
I bet
to
you can
win
do some
the
pretty
duel
dope shit.
shows that his mastery over sorcery is at least formidable enough to defeat a rival camp sorcerer. Truthfully, this is one of the weirder
Love the gold.
spots. He's just a weird character. Because on paper, if he's a master of multiple cults of magic, he should be able to atomize most space marines that are not psychers before the fight even begins. So say, for example, a character like Tyberos or Gabriel Seth comes at him, he should be able to snap his fingers and kill him like that. But on the other flip of the coin, we don't see that in action. We only have a statement talking about
guys,
how
nothing
the
over
fight
here?
went. We don't get a true description of what
Nothing
occurred.
at all.
So I think
Wow.
placing him here at 38 is kind of the sweet middle ground between overglazing him and not giving him enough credit. He is a powerhouse psyker in theory, but in practice, his feats are relatively unknown. Which leads us directly to number 37, where we have
In a
another
row?
psyker, Ashok, a librarian of the Angel Saint Wing, whose feats
I
mark him
couldn't believe
as a
nothing was
formidable
there.
psyker among the Adeptus Astartes. Though
Where
not
these
quite
lanterns,
on
there
the
ain't
scale
shit
yet
nowhere.
of a greater demon or say a necromancer. His most notable feat comes from the book Warrior Brew, where he took on and destroyed
Down here?
3 Zonothropes at once. In this engagement, Ashok's
I've
skill
done
and
that.
power are vividly
Yeah, they're
illustrated.
dicks, but they're not
He moves
boss.
through a hive city, slicing, blasting, and pulverizing insolent psychers with a combination of psychic power and martial prowess.
A lot of
And to
scarabs,
truly
guys.
show how impressive a feat this is, we have to first discuss how powerful a Zonothrope is. Each
Zoanthrope?
Zonothrope is a terrifyingly powerful psychic bioform.
Yeah,
Able
but they're
to
not as
unleash
annoying as
devastating
Neurothropes,
attacks
that's for sure.
That leave nothing behind but dismembered.
Neurothropes are the fucking worst.
They're also created from Eldar biomass, and all in all should be able to delete a space marine. But that does not happen in Warrior's Brew. As
That
a
doesn't
shape
happen
is
ever.
described
Wow.
as a whirl of blue fire, and is able to withstand the mental onslaught of multiple hive mind connected psychers at the same time, defeating the trio in a low to mid fight, which makes this feat even nuttier. Now granted, this feat still scales
in the
below
third.
other Marines who have defeated much more powerful entities like Patriarchs, Necron Lords, or Greater Demons.
Oh, the
But
Patriarchy,
still,
ugh.
Ashok's display of psychic and martial prowess
Oh, jeez, I only
put
got
him a solid
15 left.
position among the Elite
gotta-
Marines at number 37. Our next spot.
If only
at
I
number
could get one that
36
doesn't drop
comes
things.
our first Grey Knight. This Grey Knight is Anvil Thawne, who is another very strange.
Gone with an
The
N.
main reason for that is his status as perpetual. Similar to other mortal characters in the setting, if we fully counted that aspect of his abilities, then it would completely skew the rankings. If immortality was the deciding factor, we'd have to account for every character who can come back from death. And the list would spiral completely out of control. This would kind of be the same situation as Vulcan, as no one can really permanently kill Vulcan. Like say, for example, you stabbed him in the face or beheaded him, he's just going to come back. Forever prolonging the battle until he emerges victorious. And the same applies to Thawne. So for the sake of fairness, I'm counting Thawne's incredible healing and resilience, but not the ability to simply return from death. Thawne is weird because on paper, his feats initially look impressive. In fact, when I first started working on this list, I had him somewhere in the fucking top 10. But after doing a little Falling Cow deep dive into the lore surrounding him, I found some details that made my brain hurt, made him far harder to place. The more I looked into it, the more his feet started to feel just odd. And ultimately, that resulted in him being placed here at 46. Let's go over them, shall we? First off, the hunt was literally split in half like a banana by Nakari in the 5th edition Grey Knight's Codex, which I will say is where most of his feats come from.
We're leaving.
To be fair, Nakari at the time had grown enormously in power after consuming a massive number of Eldar souls. In that state, the demon was able to slaughter 12 Grey Knights with ease before Thawne intervened. Thawne ultimately throws himself in front of a spear attack meant for his captain, which results in the weapon being driven into the ground and giving the Grey Knights the opening they need to banish Nakari. But Thawne is, as I said, split like a banana doing so. So technically, yes, the demon is defeated, but it's not exactly a win for Thawne personally. Then we see Thawne fight Kugath in that same codex. Though again, it's not exactly a conventional fight. The 5th edition describes it like this. Yet, at the battle's climax, Kugath picks Thawne up in one massive hand, and to the unbridled amusement of the Nurglings carrying his palanquin, swallows the purifier whole. For a moment, the Grey Knight's assault is stilled as they realize Thawne's fate. However, before the demons can capitalize on the pause, the Great Unclean One's laughter is cut short. Issuing one last burbling chuckle, he explodes in a shower of bile and excrement as Thawne carves his way out of the monster's
Isn't the
belly.
bile enough?
So yes, technically speaking, Thawne defeats Kugath. But honestly, it feels more like Kugath being ridiculous.
I gotta have
and
a couple hundred
careless than
stacked
Thawne
decks by now,
pulling off
right?
some masterful feat of combat. Still surviving inside the stomach of a Great Unclean One is undeniably
200,
impressive from a
199.
durability standpoint, as the interior of such a demon would be absolutely saturated with warp-borne diseases and corruption. However, it's also possible that Thawne's nature as a perpetual helped him survive in there, since he would have likely been continuously healing while inside the demon. Thawne is said to have defeated a bloodthirster, Koragon, along with 2 or 40 bloodletters. However, the wording of the feat states that he delivered the killing blow to the bloodthirster, which implies that he may not have fought the greater demon all on his own. That wording kind of makes the feat seem a little bit less impressive. The Codex also states, in the decades since, Thawne has continued to battle with all the dedication and skill that first marked him for greatness. He has died several times, but on each occasion, he has returned to full life and vigor within days, hours, or even minutes of his passing. To me, that reads like Thawne has died multiple times, which suggests that he really isn't that powerful, as some people might assume. His immortality lets him come back, but it also shows that he has very much lost a ton of fights. Once again, it's just kind of a weird situation. You have a Grey Knight who's a perpetual and thus unkillable, but his feats that we do have just show that he's kind of just there to die, and that's potentially why he's written that way, because he's a perpetual. It's really just a flaw of Games Workshop, because whenever they create a immortal character, they have to kill them off a gazillion times to show off that immortality. Take, for example, the demon Primarchs, specifically Angron, who can't seem to win a fight to save his life. Like, oh, god damn it. Thawne himself has been split in half,
Get up all these duplicates I got out of here.
Clear-cut solo victory over a greater demon.
Back, forth. Nice and easy. But an ad starting.
Based on that unfortunate inconsistency, I have to put him at 36. Finally, at number 35, we don't have a fucking psyker. In fact, it's Sire Kerrigan of the Red Scorpions. He is the perfect example of quality over quantity, as he has a single significant feat that propels him into a cluster of lethal warriors.
To do this after
I'm going to give a little bit of backstory on this guy because you probably have no fucking idea who he is.
I've caught myself trying to stop myself from saying two words, like mashing them together and saying it once, and I'm developing a stutter. And if I do that, then I'm never leaving my house again.
From the peak of its
I already have enough trouble saying words in the right order.
Perspective, the Vex Imperialis is one of the most cherished relics in the chapter. A symbol so significant that the High Lords of Terra themselves award it only in moments of great triumph. Now let's talk about the feat, which I kind of already talked about already, but we're gonna do it anyways. So yes, Sire Kerrigan defeats a Genestealer Patriarch. And for context, Genestealer Patriarchs are elite Xenos, far beyond anything else the Genestealer roster has. They are supernaturally fast, incredibly strong, and possess intelligence that allows them to outmaneuver and even challenge the most powerful of foes. And did I mention, they are also incredibly powerful psychers. For example, in the book Shadow Throne, we see a Patriarch engage a Custodes in combat. The Patriarch struck with such speed, even Carvellan couldn't dodge it. The creature hit him with terrible force, claws gliding over his palstron, while others piercing his pauldron. Burrowing in his shoulder, the pain was immense. The weight dragged him down to the floor. The Xeno stench assaulted his nose, and he unleashed a psychic shriek to stun the Custodian. Carvellan stood, rolled upon hitting the floor, getting the claws off his shoulder. With a kick, he pushed the creature above him. So yeah, this Genestealer Patriarch is giving this Custodian a run for his money. Elsewhere in canon, we see a Patriarch described leaping over the heads of its brood, mounting Dreadnought's torsos with ease, and tearing through power armor as if it was paper. These are threats that routinely challenge Custodes-level warriors, the pinnacle of Imperium martial prowess. That is not a Primarch. The truth is, unfortunately, we don't exactly know how he managed to do this beyond throwing the creature from its cave. So it's possible that A, he straight up fought it and defeated it, or B, he snuck up on it, grabbed it by the neck,
it off a cliff like a Dark Souls boss.
Off a cliff. We just don't know. But seeing as Tyranid Genestealer Patriarchs are incredibly intelligent, and their senses are uncanny, I don't think a Space Marine could even sneak up on one. Meaning, I'm leaning to the interpretation that Sire Kerrigan straight up fought it. Some of these characters literally have nothing, and I'm sure
ran to ones, man. Why is that so hard to believe?
And it's going to upset a lot of you because you're like, why isn't Titus or why isn't Tyberos? Because what am I supposed to do? We have a character who defeated a Genestealer Patriarch, even though we don't have the exact context for that happening.
I killed that
Titus
Titus by myself. Well,
beating a Patriarch in
it wouldn't let me kill it, but I survived.
Sure, you could bring up the multiple Carnifexes or Tyranid bioforms he defeats throughout Space Marine 2. That's just more of a sample size problem. Sire Kerrigan is an unknown character with this one feat. So I can't just slide him backwards behind Titus because of an issue that's not even his fault. It's GW's fault for creating a cool character and then giving him no new lore whatsoever.
You can't keep getting away with it!
So please take that into account before writing me a mean comment. On to 34, guys. On to 34. We're almost done. I'm delusional.
You know they're only 8 comments, bro.
Close. There's probably like 3 or 4 more hours still to go. I'm gonna need a big old Diet Dr. Pepper after this one, folks. Coming in at number 34, we have the one-eyed High Chaplain of the Executioners, Thulsa Kane. Kane holds multiple titles within his chapter, including High Mortique and Lord Speaker of the Dead, making him not only the spiritual guide and chronicler of his chapter, but also one of their greatest duelists. Nicknamed Old Knight by his battle brothers, Kane is a man who leaves a trail of dread, respect, and severed heads wherever he steps. I'm not kidding, that is exactly what it says in the Bad Dab War Codex. Kane's most defining feat, besides fighting in the Bad Dab War, comes during the Battle of Karen Deep, where he and his second company were ambushed on a frontier world in the Dead Worlds, and were surrounded and outnumbered by a relentless battalion foe. In the chaos of battle, Kane personally confronted the enemy leader in a titanic clash. Reports describe the foe as an undying metallic creature. And while the text stops short of explicitly naming what it is, the evidence strongly suggests that Kane was fighting a Necron Overlord, one of the more deadly enemies in the galaxy. Let me just read the excerpt from Imperial Armor, The Bad Dab War, Volume 1. Dulce Kane led the trapped executioners in a furious counter-assault against a single point on the enemy line. The executioners grappling at close quarters with their monstrous metal foes. With the Space Marines' speed and ferocity he brought into play, Dulce Kane himself sought out and confronted the enemy leader. A towering personification of death, clad in blighted gold and tattered cloth. After a titanic clash of arms, which left Kane's Crozius Arcanium broken and his right eye withered in his skull, managed to strike the monster down, enabling his brethren to fight their escape, and as much as many wanted to fight on to the bitter end, Kane's will prevailed.
What I wanted,
to put this in context, a Necron Lord is not merely a strong opponent. They are literal living weapons. They can tear apart Space Marines with limb, crush power armor with their bare hands, and wield weapons that can phase through matter, melt atoms, or pierce mountains. The Necrodermis bodies are nearly indestructible, rapidly self-repairing, and even killed overlords can return from their tomb worlds in new bodies.
And I heard something. Ball, where was it?
Opponents and emerging victorious, even at great personal cost, losing an eye and shattering his weapon, shows that Kane is kind of that guy. Then we come to the 33rd spot. And please don't set a crusade on me with this pick. Yep, that means the 33rd spot goes to High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars. Helbrecht's confirmed feats include slaying Chaos Space Marines, defeating vampire-like Xenos, killing the Orc War Boss, Tusker Grobe World Killer, and the Iron Warriors Warsmith,
son of a bitch.
He has also lost to Lord Hesperax in duel, but that's not really an anti-feat
not worth
because she is above Custodes in power level. But then we get to his most infamous fight with Emotech the Stormlord, a very powerful Necron. And even with this skill, Helbrecht does not defeat the Stormlord. Here's the full description of their fight, and I'll admit it's kind of short. This is from the 5th edition Space Marines Codex. Helbrecht deals Emotech a dozen ruinous blows, but each time the Pharaon recovers in a matter of seconds to land a strike on his own.
You skull bound? No, thank you. Absolutely not. Good day, sir.
However, instead of finishing his opponent, Emotech brings his sight down to sever Helbrecht's right hand to serve the Marshal as a much-deserved reminder of defeat. Helbrecht is still roaring in fear and pain as Emotech pitches him off the bridge to the cavern floor far below.
Now we gotta go this stupid ass way.
Damn, Helbrecht got literally Mufasa right there. That's a tough look. So this reads to me that Emotech kind of just stood there and let Helbrecht hit him over and over again. Then when he had enough, he bitch slapped Helbrecht to the next dimension. For even more context,
why did you just do that to begin
with? How powerful Emotech is in the infinite and the divine, we get this description. What came after the flames, that was clear. Titanic clashes, armies of metal marching with dire purpose into the faltering lines of the reptilian old ones. Emotech the Stormlord, through the piteous ancient ones, like the Necron Death God they discovered was all too real. So Emotech is a being who fought during the War of Heaven, has slain old ones, and plausibly exists in the low hierarchy.
Always
so it really
changing,
appears that Emotech is just messing around with Helbrecht, like a child fighting their dad. Like,
put down and around.
That really hurt me.
Back up.
Shut you like the 5th edition Codex Kinetic states that he didn't really do much damage to Protect in the first place. Merely he hit him a ton of times. But it would be silly of me to not include Helberg's fight against Karen Drak in the Uncanny Crusade, which really raises a ton of questions on everything. The thing was of same note, as
No!
was hunters, black-skinned,
Bitch!
pale-haired, clad in skins torn from the backs
fucking
of other
sabotage you, bro.
the cuts in its body glowed with the greenish
fear at my glorious
This one had 4
visage.
arms with skillful hands that switched the blade with flawless skill.
Tried to get me
Making
stuck
the
in that
direction
Lord
of
thing.
strikes hard to
Rise,
judge.
Kishara,
The sword blurred
the true
through the
mother
air,
whose
describing
children
deadly,
founded our
decapitating
clan.
arcs,
You
crackling
dominated
as
the
it went.
seas,
But
so that
Helberg
every
was no
shore
ordinary
knew our
man.
name.
And even among the
With you at
Adeptus
our helm,
Astartes, he
we
was
will
reckoned
sail to
mighty.
the ends of
Skilled
the
at
world.
arms
This
beyond
Katie
any
every
battling.
power
He
it has
matched
to
the creature
offer.
blow for blow. Helberg and the thing ruled.
Do I get
Neither
loot for
forcing
reading that or no? Is that
They
just
pushed each other back and forth across the chamber. Helberg's boots stamping the bone on the floor of powder.
Yeah.
The creature was quicker than him, but Helberg was stronger and far more heavily armored. The creature's only defense was its speed. Neither showed any sign of tiring. The demonkin was possessed of unnatural brutality, while Helberg was bestowed with the gifts of the Emperor. He sang hymns of hate,
pretty unnatural?
yelling into the face of the creature's silence. So as you can see, Helberg is stronger and more durable than this great hunter, but his speed is not quite up to par, creating a deadlock between the two, who seem to be relative to each other. The craziest thing about this duel is not the outcome of the fight, but the fact that Kara Drak has also fought a Primarch. Yes, a Primarch, and not just any Primarch, Vulcan. As seen in the book, Vulcan turned and intercepted a beheading blow that fell so hard his ears rang. Again, Kira Drak vanished. A third attack jarred the hammer half once more. A fourth grazed Vulcan's arm as he grazed it in defense. Every blow was a cold strike aimed at the head. Kira Drak did not wound his prey. He slew them outright. A hunter of heads. A decapitator of rare and
head
gruesome
hunter,
talent.
if you will.
And he did not yield to frustration. Patiently, relentlessly, he wore at the Primarch.
I'm being too
vanishing
stingy here. I ain't
and
getting
appearing,
nothing for drops.
Flinting from shadow to shadow. From above, from below, no direction of attack was barred to him. Slowly, Vulcan began to tire. Fatigue gnawed at him. Whatever evil lurked in this place was draining him too. This is just so weird, guys. Kara Drak is literally an entity that has gone toe-to-toe with a Primarch. And it makes Helberg seem on that level because Helberg is freaking stated to be stronger than him, which is just silly because he's fighting Vulcan, who is one of the strongest, if not the
Now he
strongest
finds it.
Primarchs.
I'm extremely confused. You're confused. I'm fucking
That's
confused,
what that
bro.
was.
You're probably like, what the hell, Cow? He should at least be top 10, probably top 5 with his feet. Like, what the hell, Cow? Yes, I'm talking to myself at this point. This ranking is really doing a number on my psyche. But there is a passage that kind of makes this fight make sense. Souls, you realize, the eyeless sockets of the staring skulls and sunk enemies.
Treasure Clan?
Everyone
I don't even know what that was that I just picked up.
ice-coated the Primarch's armor, reaching beyond Ceramite and Adamantium. And then he was gone, and only a black cube remained. It levitated above the ground, slowly turning in the air, sparks of dark lightning cascading off its iridescent surface. The shadow field, or at least its cause, Vulcan destroyed it. So it
13
appears
left
during
and
the
a
fight,
whole
something was
arm
actively
left
draining
to
it, bringing
check.
Vulcan's overall power down a whole
But
lot.
did we get lucky
Which
and
makes
this one
the
doesn't
Helberg
use
and Vulcan
lanterns? That would be
coordination
awesome.
make a lot more sense.
Nope,
because
tried to
Vulcan
copy
was
yours
definitely
again.
not even near his true power level. Since if Helberg, a simple space marine, is stronger than this Dark Eldar hunter, then it makes sense that Vulcan was nerfed in such a way that his overall strength would be decreased. Yeah, Helberg is not a low Primarch tier entity. He's just not. It doesn't make any sense for him to be since he lost to Vulcan.
Okay? You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
If he didn't, I could see the argument
I might
for
be.
it,
You don't know
but
me.
it just doesn't make sense. It does not hold up in a falling cow's courtroom. Come on, guys. Case dismissed. It's rejected.
Opulent.
Get out of here. Still, I'm not going to simply hand-wave this feat away because it's silly. I still have to include it when ranking Elder. So, taking into account his fight with his
not used to no shot, bro.
Lilith, and the other entities I've discussed so far, 33 is the best stock. At this part of the list, everyone is as
paid off.
him. Hellberg's ceiling, while still high, is grounded in reality. Before we go on to 32, I'm going to make sure my door is locked and the cat is on guard, because I feel like I can hear some grumbling in the distance. Maybe some folks shouting Des Vault, or kill the mutant, heretic, and the alien. I can't exactly make it out, but let me tell you, I'm scared.
I don't know who that
Let's move on to 32 before they get me. At 32,
get out of
we
here.
have another one of my favorite Marines. He's a lesser-known one, and he only appears in one book, but he's still an absolute legend. At number 32, we have Mercano, the chief librarian of the Helen Griffin chapter. He's kind of one of the main antagonists, or I guess you could say anti-heroes, or just an opponent of the Soul Drinkers chapter in the book Chapter War. We first see him fulfilling an oath to avenge the death of his former chapter master, Orlando Furioso, by slaying the demon prince, Perry Clitor. After this victory, Mercano leads the strike cruiser, Corellian Claw, to the Obsidian system, to honor an oath to the ruling family by confronting the Soul Drinkers, who have been mistakenly identified as the bearers of the Chaos Artifact known as the Black Chalice.
Wow, didn't really get shit
During
out of
these
that
events, negotiations break down, as they always tend to do in 40k, and Mercano proceeds to fight
Probably
a
something I already
titanic
have. I don't
physical
know.
and psychic duel with Sarpedon, the leader of the Soul Drinkers,
Sarpedon needs
aboard
nuts.
the Space Hulk Broken Back. But no, Mercano and Sarpedon are not about to have a mountaintop romance. Sorry, that only goes to Heath Ledger and Ryan Gosling. With Mercano eventually breaking Sarpedon's
Geralt and
staff
Yennefer too.
defeating him in combat.
They're
However,
better.
just
I
before
love
he could
Yennefer.
deliver the killing blow with his force axe, he was killed by a sneak attack
Who's Sack?
from a soul drinker named Human.
What did he say about
And
Sack?
that's about it for Mercano. But let me tell you guys, for this ranking,
two
I've
dibs
come
out of that?
absolutely
Not
strapped
too
to the gills
shabby.
with excerpts, statements, and quotes. So strap in, because I'm going to explain to you how Mercano
Strap in, strap
is
on,
a
strap it down.
sick-ass motherfucker who would make Samuel L. Jackson even want to give him a crisp high five.
I did not have
And
one of
B, why 32 on this list is the perfect spot for him. These are all from the book, The Chapter War. Let's start at the beginning.
Starting to kick
with
my
his
chaos
fight
back up.
against
I spent a whole lot
where we get
yesterday when I
this
was buying
insane
gear and
statement
doing
about
stuff.
him. Chief Librarian Mercano of the Howling Griffins, knelt to examine one such name, newly cut to the floor of the Manse of Furioso. It was a captain of the
There
Fourth Company
you
who
are.
had fallen to the demon Perry Clitor in the final bloody struggles. So many had
But he's hard to
fallen
find.
to the demon's blade. So many had their minds shattered by its evil, but not Mercano. Mercano had survived because it had been Mercano who killed Perry Clitor. Based on
Plus
this,
he found
Mercano is
So
already
he
flexing
got
his
there
power
eventually.
with a
He
massive
needed help.
author glazed statement. Like, who the hell wrote that? That is the most glazing shit ever. We also see here that he killed the demon prince that had most likely
That might have went
slaughtered
over
a
heads,
large
but-
number of Howling Griffin Marines,
So funny.
and additionally had even killed their former chapter master hundreds of years earlier. In that same chapter, we also get a description of his weapon. The axe that had slain Perry Clitor was heavy in Lord Mercano's hand, as if the
I can't think of
magnitude
any,
of that
and it's-
deed weighed it down.
It's over.
Its head was covered in the scrollwork of the psychic circuit that ran through the weapon, focusing Mercano's psychic ability so tightly that he could retch the very soul from an enemy it struck. So kind of another glazing statement, but his axe can literally retch the soul out of everything it hits. Pretty broken ability, right? He's also described as the greatest weapon of his entire chapter. Mercano's force axe was in his hands, but his greatest weapon lay within his head, honed and tested by the arduous training of the chapter librarian. Mercano's mind was primed to attack,
Okay, that
and it was the
didn't really
most
do
powerful
shit.
weapon the Howling Griffins had.
diabolical, the most dangerous, a beast slayer, a conqueror's conqueror, the goat of all goats, so that they...
And the glazing does not end there, because the book describes Pericletor, the demon prince he defeated, like this. On the throne sat Pericletor, titanic, winged, with dark gray flesh that oozed droplets of raw power. Such was the warp spawn sorcery that fueled him. His face was a wet maw surrounded by mandibles,
what do you need?
Dozens of eyes blinking in his hideous head, each one
Does it?
plucked from the socket of a different foe. One of those eyes had once belonged to Chapter Master Orlando Furioso of the Howling Griffins. And that's only from his fight with Pericletor. Because as I discussed earlier in this section, he also fights the Soul Drinker, Sarpedon. At one point during their duel, it becomes a full-blown psychic battle, where both combatants are reshaping reality inside each other's minds. I'm not kidding, it kind of reads like a domain expansion battle from JJK. They are literally manipulating entire environments and illusions while fighting aboard a Space Hulk. Even as the two men fought, another battle was taking place. Each one tried to wrest away control of the illusionary world and the shore of Vaymef's. Fortress simmered and warped as they tried to turn it into something else. With a roar of triumph, Sarpedon wrenched control away, psychic power burning in blue flames from his eyes. And suddenly, the befouled sky was replaced with the high vaults of the Temple of Dorn on the Soul Drinker's old flagship, the Glory. Yeah, that's literally a domain expansion. He just casted Temple of Dorn as a domain.
Almost 4 days.
Wouldn't that be kind of a cool concept, though? What would Rogel Dorn's domain be? Almighty Quiet? War of Wills? I don't know. I'm pretty bad at naming things, so don't ask me, folks. Mercano also recounts the battle against Pericletor during this fight.
I'm not gonna waste
which, you know, of course, he needs to glaze himself a little bit more. This is the weapon that took the head of the demon Pericletor. For a day and a night, we battled him on this peak, until only I remained. And yet, I did not falter. I fought on, and drew from the Emperor's own strength. And finally, I took its head, and I held it up on this mountaintop, and watched the demons.
I already had the other one with abysses, and...
A man would have died in moments. A space marine would have fallen to Pericletor.
Breaches?
But not a Howling Griffin. I brought you here to show you why.
Don't want to do stupid. Oh.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah, sure, bro.
That guy's name
You
I
just
know.
brought me here to show me how cool you are. Mercano's trying to aura farm on Sarpedon constantly throughout their fight. So we get a little bit more elaboration on Mercano's fight with Pericletor, which seems to have lasted a full day before he defeated the Demon Prince, outlasting every single one of his chapter members who were present during the fight. However, the duel of Sarpedon also shows that Mercano is not exactly that
I want to do Harbingers.
even though he's trying to convince the reader otherwise.
That's not a thing anymore.
As in, he's not above top-tier librarians like Ezekiel, Araman, or Kaldor Drago. Sarpedon drew deep from the well of psychic power inside him, but he was almost exhausted. Mercano's strength matched his own, and he knew he only had one chance to turn the tide. Mercano proceeds to win and then gets stabbed in the back, which is pretty damn
gotten buffed anyway?
So that's Mercano. Isn't he kind of just like the most random librarian you've never heard of in your life, but somehow he's casting domains? Like, what the hell? Because of this direct scaling with Sarpedon, I decided to not keep Mercano at the higher position I had him at earlier. While he did slay a strong demon prince in Pericletor, that demon does not have any broader feats. Sure, he killed a bunch of standard Marines, but that's standard Marines.
I don't know how. I don't understand how
impressive, but
incursion works enough to do that.
We need entities like Custodes, Genestealer Patriarchs, or Grey Knight kills to truly mean something, as opposed to killing John Warhammer of the Howling Griffins chapter 50 times. And we also have the fact that from the Sarpedon fight, Mercano and him are very evenly matched, fighting for what seems like an entire day, while locked in a massive domain clash. Mercano ultimately only wins because Sarpedon accidentally overloads his own power. So because of that scaling, Mercano lands at 32. When I was originally drafting the script for this video, I had Mercano near the goddamn
Might be
20s
fun.
and dare I say 50s.
Well, I mean,
and I
you know,
thought
worst
that
thing
was
that
going to be
happens,
a
I just
lock
wipe
for
the thing
sure.
out and start
but
over.
as I
right?
investigated the Chapter War book, which is quite silly, it's really old, that's why I think there's a lot of silly stuff in there. But regardless, when I was looking into it, I realized that he's not as strong as I originally thought. And hence why he landed.
Oh
at
no, I know what
32.
mercenaries are. I was thinking
All
of Rogue
right,
Exiles. Are
we're
Rogue
getting
Exiles
close
good
to
ever?
30. 31 is next on the itinerary. At number 31, we have the Clone Lord himself, Fabius Bile, also known as the Spider and the Primogenitor.
Pretty
Former
sure
chief
these guys are what
apothecary
made
of the Emperor's children. Bile is one of the most brilliant
Strand
and
farming
deranged
part of why it was
minds
so
the
rippy.
Imperium has ever produced. He rejects the worship of Slaanesh, not out of morality, but out of ego, devoting himself entirely to the perfection of flesh, science, and his own survival.
So
Fabius has cloned the Primarchs, engineered
Next-
the first
nah, not
Wars
next
Marines,
we were to do
created
Beyond.
the
That's
new men,
Breach.
and reshaped chaos-altered biology in ways
Where's
even
Beyond?
the Dark Mechanicum struggled to comprehend.
Oh, right here,
His
Beyond.
obsession with immortality led
And
him
Breach,
to
they're on the
fracture
same
himself
side.
across multiple clone bodies, allowing him to cheat death repeatedly and persist well into the current
Delirium.
setting. Now, all of that is horrifying, impressive, and, deeply illegal, but none of it automatically
cool.
makes him a top-tier Marine. And yes, unfortunately for him, we are not here to rank how much ketamine he can cook up. Where Fabius does start to matter in a fight is his equipment. His most important item is the Courgeon, the backpack he brings into battle, which is a warp-tainted mechanical construct fused directly to his spine.
Did he say
It
that
pumps
twice, or is it
corrupted
just
blood
me?
through his body, massively increasing his durability and resilience. While its spidery limbs, tipped with blades, saws, and surgical tools, function as both a defensive system and a lethal weapon. This alone turns Fabius from Bill 9 the Science Guy
Either way.
into a Marine much harder to kill. Then there's his Rod of Torment. No, don't get the wrong idea. No, get your head out of the gutter, Timmy. Get your head out of the gutter. It's a demon-forged weapon that once belonged to a demon prince. Whenever it hits something, it inflicts overwhelming agony on those in contact. In addition, he also has the Zyklos Needler, a ranged weapon that is loaded with modified toxins tailored to whatever he expects to face. And on top of all of that, Fabius has spent centuries experimenting on himself, pushing his physical capabilities way beyond a standard Space Marine. Now, I will say none of this really makes him an elite swordsman, but it does make him a nightmare to fight. And that's why he lands at 31. And for those saying, what do you mean, Cow? Fabius Bile is just a scientist. He doesn't have any feats. Well, sir, you're wrong. He has fought Harlequins and lived. He has survived encounters with Custodes, Sisters of Silence,
remember where the hell
Death
these things
Guard,
are.
and hordes of Drukhari. In fact, in the book Primogenitor, while openly stating that his current body was already failing, he physically grabbed one of the Joybound by the throat and hurled him across the room. For context, a Joybound is a corrupted Emperor's children Astartes. So Fabius being able to manhandle a Chaos Space Marine shows that his strength, even when his body is failing, is above a corrupted Astartes by a vast margin. And even crazier, in that same book, he fights a Keeper of Secrets, a greater demon, and is roughly on even terms with it, taking multiple blows through a combination of his gear, preparation, and the refusal to die. You think me frightened? I've seen worse things while cutting away a tumor on my brainstem. Hallucinations, even audible ones, hold no terror for me, Bile said. He spread his arms. Come then. Test me, Figment. God, that's so based. The demon sighed in pleasure and lunged. Olander can only watch in horrified fascination as its swords slice through the air towards Bile. The Kyurgeon whirred, and its limbs flickered, trapping the blade scant inches from Bile's skull. The device whined as the demon strained against it.
I don't really
Bile
care.
gave it no
Do I?
opportunity
Okay, we
to
run Delirium
redouble
Mouse
its
with Delirium
efforts.
Mouse.
Torment looked out to crack against the demon's knee. Kenthara whipsawed in agony and stumbled back. Bile nodded approvingly. I have long wondered whether this device would work on one of your sort. It seems that it does. I shall note that in my lexicon. Further analysis is in order. The demon hissed and thrust out a claw. Bile stepped to the side, and one of the Kyurgeon's limbs darted down to pierce the demon's flesh. A syringe depressed, and Kenthara shrieked as cancerous black lines ran up its arms. Bile ducked under its
Jeez, no, there's more. Holy
and
balls.
slammed torment into its opalescent stomach. Still shrieking, the demon brought the hilt of one of its blades down atop him, knocking him to one knee. This is pretty much the end of their fight, but as you can see, Fabius Bile isn't doing too shabby against a keeper of secrets. He's also dodged attacks from Demon Primarch Fulgrim, survived a direct confrontation with Slaanesh, and walked away with his sanity and soul. Now let me be crystal clear here before I wrap up this section. Fabius Bile is not a traditionally powerful Marine. He is not a master duelist, and he is not winning fair fights through his martial skill alone. He's absolutely carried by his equipment, preparation, and hacks. Strip him of his gear and experimentations, and he probably dies horribly. But that wouldn't really make sense to do so, so of course we have to factor in all of the hacks he brings to the table. Bet you didn't see Fabius Bile taking this spot on the list. Yeah, he kind of surprised me too, but the Clone Lord takes the number 31 spot. We have 30 to go, so close. Get a refill, get some coffee, we're almost there. Let's move on to number 30. For number 30, we have another Chaos Marine. And here comes the Pirate King himself, Lord Huron Blackheart, the Tyrant of the Maelstrom, and one of the most powerful Chaos Warlords in the current setting. Huron is a fascinating case for this list, because despite his immense aura, he actually does not have a ton of on-page feats. Most of the reason why he lands here is not because of volume, but by the quality of his enhancements, war gear, and a few feats that solidify his spot. First off, let's talk about his abilities. Lord Huron is heavily corrupted by chaos. And as always in 40k, that corruption translates directly into a raw physical amp. His strength, speed, endurance, and durability are all far beyond a baseline Astartes, even accounting for the horrific injuries he suffered during the Bad Dab War when he tanked a Meltablast to the face. That wound should have erased him from existence. Instead, he endured, rebuilt himself, and emerged as the Pirate King.
That's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen.
So it would seem.
Outside of his Chaos Corruption amp, he also has a bond with the Xenos called the Hamadrya, the shifting, half-real warp entity that perches on its shoulders. The Hamadrya grants Huron resistance to psychic attacks, allowing him to perceive lies, manipulate perception, and even slow time in critical moments. In the book Master of the Maelstrom, it outright tanks the soul-burning power of the Ebon Talon that was able to destroy a loyalist Astartes spaceship. And then this warp entity is able to reflect that energy right back at its wielder. While its power does fade outside of the Maelstrom, showing that it does have a connection directly to the warp, but while near the warp and within Huron's domain, he is, by all intents and purposes, untouchable by psychic attacks. As for Huron's war gear, he wields the Tyrant's Claw, a massive bionic arm, which ends in a disruptive field that is capable of slicing through adamantium at the molecular level. Built into its palm is the Eye of the Maelstrom, a heavy flamer that can annihilate anything within its reach. He pairs this off with a brutal power axe, shielded by a reinforced iron halo that can shrug off weapons as heavy as las cannons. His armor is warped and reforged by decades of warp influence in the Maelstrom, but still retains the protection, mobility, and durability expected of a full kitted out chapter master. Then we get to his feats. And as I said earlier,
What was I just
they
doing?
are few in number, but still vastly significant.
Oh yeah, Alice.
He first off survives the destruction of Badab Prime, as well as many assassination attempts from Imperial operatives, Chaos rivals, and Warp Predators alike. He has personally slain champions such as Wolflord, Ginjarl Bluetooth, and defeats Vengar, the Apostate, in single combat, despite Verngard wielding the Ebon Claw. He even survives a duel of Typhus the Traveler atop the Endless Spire, as stated in the Death Guard 8th edition Codex. Though it's important to note that this encounter ends with Lord Huron being decisively humbled rather than victorious. But one of his more significant feats that shows off how powerful he has become due to chaos corruption comes from the book Skull Harvest, where Huron absolutely speed blitzes Hansu, who we placed earlier at number 42.
Why can't
Without
I remember all the time I
the
just
Tyrant's
spent
Claw
doing
shot
that
out
shit?
and punched into Hansu's breastplate, lifting him from his feet. Hansu could feel the cold, dark metal of the claws digging at the flesh of his chest, the force of the Tyrant's blow precisely measured. So not only did Huron straight up perception blitz Hansu, he also made sure not to kill him, measuring his power accordingly, not to one-shot the Iron Warrior Warsmith. But even with these feats, Huron still has a ceiling. Despite all his power, buffs, and war protection, he still loses
Alright,
to
let's
Typhus.
see how this goes now.
So while Lord Huron Blackheart is my Pookie Pirate King,
Yeah,
and
the Maven already
Apex
has it.
Predator
We know.
within the Maelstrom, there just isn't enough
Nah,
to
find me
justify
another good
placing
map.
him
What's a
in the
good
top
map?
30. Typhus
Plaza?
beating him
Plaza
sets
good?
his ceiling, and
Plaza
since
might
he'd
be
probably
alright.
be able to beat Hansu, number 30 is the perfect in-between spot between those two. For all his power, his relics, and his warp nonsense, Lord Huron Blackheart claims the number 30 spot. With the number 29 spot, we have a Space Wolf. Yes, our first
Where the
Space
hell is
Wolf,
it?
Ragnar Blackmane. Ragnar is by far one of the most accomplished and aggressive Space Marines in the entire modern era. His career is defined by direct confrontation with Apex level threats, rather than statements or codex implications. Thank God. He is the Space Wolf's answer to the question, what if we let a Hurricane wear power armor? I know, I'm kinda glazing him a little too much. For Ragnar's war gear, he wields the blade Frostblade, dubbed Frostfang, and a simple bolt
It's
pistol.
Jungle Valley. I
Of these
could not
weapons,
freaking find
nothing
Jungle
really
Valley.
stands out, besides Frostfang, which is
Holy
shown
balls.
to be able to cut through most mortal entities in the galaxy, including Ogrins, Chaos Marines, Cultists, and Sorcerers. Ragnar's baseline feats are already ridiculous.
I gotta get mine.
He has personally slain the Orc Warlord, Borzak Khan, in close combat, and immediately followed that up by cutting down the Warlord's entire bodyguard. He also killed a Dark Angels champion in single combat, which is no small thing given how absurdly elite
base
Dark
might
Angel
be.
duelists can be. Ragnar has also
Fear
defeated
not, I'm
a
still here.
Calidus assassin in the book The Wolf Blade, as Ragnar was able to dodge the assassin's darts and grapple with him in hand-to-hand combat, and even with the assassin's enhanced strength, speed, and durability, he was ultimately overpowered by Ragnar, who sank his teeth into his throat. Although I will admit that Ragnar was badly wounded in the fight, saying that he had never faced such a deadly adversary before. Besides defeating a Calidus assassin, Ragnar has killed the same Chaos Sorcerer, Maddox, 3 times. As each fight has progressed across canon, they seem to get easier for Ragnar, showing that his speed and skill are dramatically increasing across the length of his series. And on the topic of speed, I don't think anyone realizes how fast Ragnar is.
Wanna see me run to that mountain and back? You wanna see me do it again?
And it may be his greatest strength, as he's able to dodge chaos-empowered attacks by a sorcerer quite easily, and he does it repeatedly as well. For example, in the Space Wolf Ombius, we see him do this. Maddox aimed a mighty two-handed cut at Ragnar's head. Ragnar ducked and struck back, searing a brazen skull from the Thousand Sun armor. Let me show you how much I have improved. Loathsome son of madness. We also see him do this in that same fight. The magician made another gesture with his hand, and there was no time now for anything but action. With eye-blurring speed, ball of erupting flame sailed through the air towards the space wolf. Having seen what that thing could do, Ragnar had no intention of letting it touch him. He dived forward beneath it, sensing the evil power of the thing as it passed over his head. And just one more time, because I'm really trying to emphasize my loyalty, Ragnar does this against Chaos Space Marines as well. Those enhanced by the ruinous powers. Your only reward will be death, said Ragnar.
A lot of gold. What the hell was all that? Oh, Delirium. Yeah. Beyond shit. I forgot. I signed up for all those.
That the man had no hope of avoiding it. In the Wolf Lord Omnius as well, Ragnar is able to wound Demon Primarch Magnus and stop him from being summoned. Now, this isn't like you think it is. Ragnar wasn't straight up boxing a Demon Primarch because Magnus hadn't been summoned yet, but it's still a tremendous feat that he was able to wound him at all. Some instinct sent him springing to the corpse of the chief heretic. He wrestled the ancient body, hefted it, and then threw it with one perfect cast, directly into the mad eye of Primarch.
What was
The
that?
spear vanished into the raw sweat of chaos, sinking slowly from sight like a stone vanishing underwater. The scream of a god in agony filled the temple, booming across the room with such force that Ragnar had to cover his ears with his hands. But the feat everyone focuses on, and the reason Ragnar lands here at 29, is his defeat of Gazkul Mak Ura-Thraka.
Make sure I didn't miss
yes,
anything.
folks, as you all probably remember, Ragnar killed
This guy.
Gazkul Mak
What was that?
Ura-Thraka
Oh,
is an orc who's explicitly stated to have
UFO.
defeated a bloodthirst war. However, there is also a little bit of nuance to this fact, which really does matter. In the book Saga of the Great Beast, it is stated that Gazgul had a vision of his own future and acted accordingly. The implication is very clear. Gazgul allows the fight to play out in a way that results in his death, because that death is necessary.
I don't know where that divine
for
came
his
from,
next
but I'm
stage
not
of
asking
ascension.
questions.
And sure enough, immediately after being killed, he is resurrected. And Gazgul awakens into a far
Is it
more
worth coming down here
dangerous
to
and
kill all these
powerful
guys, too?
form.
Is
The
there even
text
more?
strongly suggests that
Or pretty much
Ragnar did
covered?
not defeat Gazgul at his peak, but rather a version of him who was consciously steering events towards his own rebirth. So he was pretty much trying to get himself killed, is what I'm trying to say. But to make things even messier, the author, David Annadale, states that Gazgul did
chromatic?
not throw the
Was it
fight,
chromatic? I almost walked right
claiming
by
that
that.
Gazgul and Ragnar were
You're a
equals
Gazgul.
in their duel. A statement that I think directly contradicts the framing and thematic intent of the novel
Come here.
itself.
Oh wait, I had to go over there to pick it up.
That contradiction really doesn't make sense, guys. If
Gold,
Gazgul
then we
needed
go
to
for the
die to
pouch.
evolve, and he does evolve immediately after his death, then the interpretation of getting through or at least permitted the loss makes far more sense than a clear loss. Because, guys, how is that even possible? Gazgul Mak Ura-Thraka is supposed to be the strongest orc of his
Come on,
entire
man.
race. And then he
Spawn the
loses to
boss.
some named Space Wolf? Like, come on, that just doesn't make sense, and it kind of makes me want to punch
Thank you.
through my wall. But where does that leave Ragnar? It leaves him in a really weird spot, to be honest.
Alright.
Even with that context, Ragnar still fought Gazgul head on.
We were trying to
He
knock the horse,
survived
though.
and even landed the killing blow.
You go home.
But because the fight is so heavily wrapped in prophecy, author contradiction, and narrative intent, it can't be treated as a straightforward Ragnar is superior to
you gotta
Gazgul
move
Mak
to-
Ura-Thraka. So that's why I'm gonna leave Ragnar here. His feats are awesome.
Terrace?
I mean,
I
the
don't
dude
remember
literally
which one
tore
Terrace
out
is,
a
but
Calidus
okay. You know what?
assassin's throat with
Just
his
remember
teeth.
something. I
His
think
ceiling is absurdly high, and his fit
I have
is
one
chef's kiss.
All Flame
It
Mystery
really all
box
depends
left.
on how you interpret the Gazgul fight, because Ragnar could arguably sit a few spots
Here goes
higher
nothing.
if you're saying that it was a clean 1v1 fight. But I'm
Oh.
going to say it wasn't and leave Ragnar
Where does that
here
go?
at 29. On to number 28, where we have our second Night Lord, Kol Rakhal, better known as the Death of Saints, the Chaos Lord of the Night Lords, and the primary antagonist
Okay, apparently it only
of
starts
Morven Val,
now?
Spear of Faith.
Where-
and I think
where does
this
it show?
placement is going to make some people very happy.
Where did it
Shout
go?
out to my Night Lord fans out there. The Death of Saints did not make the original Chaos Warbands video, but due to the sheer amount of support for this character,
slot is
I
it in?
had to include him on this list. And after going through his feats again, he definitely earns it. His life began
Tracking
as a
scroll.
mortal human, the twin brother of the girl who would
do
later
that now?
become
Like,
the
where does it-
Imperial Saint, Athanasia. The two were described as two halves of a divine
I don't know.
soul. Where she
Oh, wait, I forgot my
radiated
face.
Holy light.
Sorry.
Rakal was born with a hollow darkness inside him. That darkness eventually
Come
drew the
on.
attention of the Night Lords during a raid. And after murdering the abusive
Takes a
matriarch
sec.
of his orphanage in cold blood, he chose rebirth as an Astartes over death. From that point forward, he spent centuries waging the long war with this singular obsession.
Why,
Killing
though?
living saints.
There we go.
And before we go any further, let's talk about how powerful
There
a
we go.
living saint is. But in true 40k fashion,
Right.
though,
Guess that didn't
power
count.
level fluctuates wildly. On one end, you have Saint Celestine, who literally can't stay dead and has gone toe-to-toe with demon princes and evil demons. And on the other hand, you have a living saint who gets hyped up for an entire novel and then immediately loses their job to someone like Karn the Betrayer, even while severely injured. So there really isn't a clean power level for a living saint. They vary dramatically depending
there'd be a lot more
on
mob
narrative,
density on
blessings,
this.
and context. But what matters is this. Living saints are
I guess
the
I expected to be
manifestation
more.
of the Emperor's light, given human form. They are, by their very nature,
We're gonna kill as many things as we can with delirium on.
and the death of saints
Junk
spent
drop
centuries, maybe
normal
even
drop
thousands of
trigger.
years hunting them down. He even fought and ultimately defeated his own twin sister. In their legendary battle, she blinded one of his eyes with her power, a wound that never stopped bleeding. But he still ultimately decapitated
I don't know why I went for
her
that out
with
of
his
all
axe.
things.
But even in death, the Emperor's light surged through her body and forced her back, denying him his prize. That moment twisted him even further. From then on, he hunted saints and battle sisters relentlessly throughout
fuck
the
was
years,
that?
mounting their heads on his massive trophy rack fixed to his armor. And the novel, Speed of Killing, makes this explicit. Stating,
Yo, brother,
he leaves
bring
in
off.
his wake a trail of bloody footprints across the centuries. He has sent many faithful souls to the golden throne, corrupted countless others to his foul cause. There is none in this world more deserving of our hatred and wrath. So just like the text says, the death of saints has been killing saints and battle sisters for centuries. So much so that he is the most hated Chaos Space Marine by the Adeptus Survivors.
Whole bunch of stuff dropped and I
Now
can't
let's
even
talk about his
see.
most modern feat. His fight with Morven.
Oh man, everybody
during
dead.
the invasion of Ophelia 6. So of course, before we get into their fight, let's talk about how powerful Morven is.
Oh yeah, I forgot we had to go
Because
down
he
here.
is technically human, but
Never mind,
just
never mind, there's more people, there's more guys to kill.
baseline. Because her gear is insanely powerful. If you were to call anyone a gear merchant, it would be her. She first wields the Lance of Illumination, a sacred relic gifted by the Adeptus Custodians. It is said to lead humanity through its darkest days. So right off the bat, we have a Custodes team. It has been shown to rugged space marine armor and easily tear through them. She also pilots the Paragon Warsuit, her Jader Mirabilis, the finest of its kind ever constructed. Its energy fields can blunt incoming attacks before they reach its thick.
That like
plating.
build a space marine suit?
Durability makes standard Astartes armor look like a flak jacket by comparison. This suit of armor allows you to carry the Paragon missile launcher, a heavy bolter, and reinforced shielding said to shine with the Emperor's light. So yeah, in equipment terms, Val is
With
operating
the Emperor and all that.
and likely just below the stone, but not by much. And during their duel, the Death of Saints is actually faster and stronger than her.
I wonder how far I can get in delirium.
Possibly strong, stronger than any mortal has a right to be, stronger even than the
simulacrum
Warsuit itself. At one point, Val even truthfully admits she can't save them, and she can't win this fight. That is the narrative telling you she is hopelessly outmatched. And the only reason Val survives is because she fires a point-blank missile right at its face while he is distracted. And the most insane part is he doesn't immediately die. The blast obliterates his face, and he is still conscious, still attempting to. He was only executed afterwards by Val with the Lance of Illumination once he is maimed and unable to get up. Could he go
I guess
higher?
I don't need to go back for her. Wasn't anything good.
But unlike some characters above him, he lacks a wider variety of high-end wins outside of the Saint Slain niche. So the Night Lord fanboys get their champion at number 28. Oh boy, number 27. Here we find one of the Escharon, Telmacon Lyrus, a master swordsman and one of the founders of the Black Legion.
I can apply this shit directly into my.
And a veteran of both the
I don't know where I found the divine, but I like it.
Besides chasing after a Dark Eldar, what feats does this fella have? Well, one of his greatest feats is holding off the Ragged Knight.
Nice.
A very powerful bloodthirster, as seen in the book The Talon of Horus. Just for some context, prior to their fight, the Ragged Knight had no diffed 18 Emperor's children in seconds. The Ragged Knight was crouched among the dead, 18 warriors in all, with its horn-crested head tilted back to face the ceiling. Demon swallowed with gagging sounds, letting chunks of armored flesh run down its gullet without chewing.
Run down its leg.
Hands unbuckled bone, reach for its next portion, even before the previous delicacy had gone down. Then, Telmacon duels the Ragged Knight, as observed by a scanner camera. We charged into the chamber together, weapons in hands. I saw the enemy dead, clad in black robes, lying in pieces across the deck. The dining tables slumped against the curved walls. I saw the Ragged Knight towering its brass blade. And I saw Telmacon, the last warrior
Come on.
standing,
There you go.
Throne of Terra. I set up beside of him, a curse I'd left behind decades before.
Is that a movie?
I've already said that Telmacon's voice was beautiful. The words can't do it justice. The low, strong, honey-throated resonance of it, but it is nothing compared to how he fought the dead. That was true beauty. Poets will often speak of the warrior's grace, dance, and skilled fighter's footwork. In all my years of warfare, I had never seen the reality of it until I saw him duel.
I was a little scared for a sec.
Remember that this is a man I despise. We've tried to end each other's life 100 times, and more across the span of millennia. It grieves me to praise him at all. He matches the demon's height by standing upon the Tricklium's long table, deflecting the Ragged Knight's blows with a sword in each hand. He was beyond a blur, into something liquid and real. Both of his blades moved in harmony with one another. He parried, disengaged, blocked, and riposted with the swords in mathematically perfect unity. Kaon even notes that the Ragged Knight has every advantage in strength, reach, and height. Yet Telmacon was still able to hold his own for an extended duel. As Kaon himself admits, unbelievably against reason and rhyme, Telmacon was holding his own against one of the most powerful demons having the game. Telmacon even manages to wound the greater demon, but its blood dissolves his armor and takes him out of the fight. The demon then turns its attention on its master, Kaon, which ultimately allows Telmacon to survive this encounter. Kaon also believes that Telmacon is stronger than Liorvine Yurkus, a powerful World Eaters champion. Deluded or not, he most certainly was. If he thought he could outfight Telmacon, Lior was calming down.
Dude, he won't stop giving me these stupid ass belts.
That was all I needed for now. Telmacon also manages to land a blow on Horus Lubrical's purple club in that same book, The Talon of Horus, though he immediately gets knocked out of the fight. Because you know he is fighting right. Telmacon's twin swords first through the front of Horus's ruined breastplate in a spray of almost toxically rich blood. Without a pause,
pick up 85 jewels.
Telmacon could withdraw them.
Because you never
Horus
know.
grabbed the blades
You might get lucky. I've gotten lucky a few times. Oh yeah, let's go see what we got for our fractures.
And backhanded the swordsman across the chamber. So I mean, at least he did something, right? Telmacon is just a very cool.
First of all, we'll put all this shit in
here. And his
here.
relationship with the Dark Eldar character, Nefertari, is still a better love story than Twilight. But in all seriousness, being able to fight a bloodthirster that no-diffed 18 Emperor's Children moments earlier and still managed to wound it is extremely impressive for this swordsman. He's repeatedly portrayed as one of the best duelists in the entire setting. So all in all, I think Lyris is a very solid Marine, and his feats earn him the number 27 spot.
We're gonna turn these all into Reforge.
At number 26, we have another Grey Knight. This time, it's a pretty popular character, Garen Crow, Castellan champion of the Grey Knights Purifier Order and bearer of the Blade of Antweir, a demon sword that can't be destroyed nor safely wielded by lesser mortals. The interesting thing about Crow is that he never actually uses the sword's power.
Well, why not?
He's constantly fighting against its corruption, which kind of acts as a bit of an upscale for many of his feats. So what exactly does Mr. Garen Crow do? In the book Warden of the Blade, he defeats a Keeper of Secrets.
Dervish.
And I'm totally going to butcher this name. Mane Salath?
That sign can't stop me because I can't read.
But he was aided by his battle brothers until the very end of the fight. He also defeated.
Oh, this tab was empty when I started, so that means I'm going positive on map. Wait.
Crow was almost overcome by the mass dancing influence before the Adeptus Sororitas, under Sephno and Inquisitor Fira, disrupted the Song of Slaanesh. And even then, Crow was still partially held in
Use all my exalted orbs up real quick. Wait, I don't need to do that. We're just gonna corrupt them. Is there gonna be 8 mods or not?
With his blade. So again, he kind of needed help to prevail.
Fuck. Lost 2 of them.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Lastly, we have his fight against Skulltaker from the 5th edition Grey Knights Codex. First off, this probably appears like a pretty good feat, since Skulltaker is a pretty strong opponent.
Fuck it.
As according to the 4th edition Chaos Demons Codex, Skulltaker's tally includes felling a
one more. What do I want to be the last
one? During the First War for Armageddon,
Spider Lady,
butchering the Orc War Boss, Grimstag Yurik and his bodyguard, and killing 17 Eldar Exarchs. So yeah, he's definitely a strong combatant. But there's another issue with this
what
fight,
any of these are.
Skulltaker was actually weakened during their duel, as seen in the 5th edition Grey Knights Codex. Judging that no other Grey Knight has the skill to best Skulltaker, Castellan Garen Crow
are there any good maps on this end?
To single combat. This seemingly foolhardy challenge is in fact nothing of the sort. Crow has just enough time
Plateau
to
isn't the
consecrate
same as
the
Mesa?
chosen battleground using a vial of the Emperor's crystallized tears.
Well, let's just do this one.
To weaken Skulltaker just enough
Screw
to
it.
force a protracted stalemate. So, first off, just is kind of weird. How the hell did Garen Crow even get
trees may grow.
like the Emperor cries? That honestly kind of feels like a power. And more importantly, for power scaling, Crow is
I don't remember this one. I don't remember what the boss is in this one, but I remember this map.
Still, Skulltaker is a very powerful opponent, so even forcing a stalemate against him
Skulltaker
is
a pretty wicked name.
You also have to remember that Crow's power is constantly being held back because he is resisting the corruption of the Blade of Antweir. Speaking of which, we should probably talk about the blade itself. According to the Grey Knights' 2nd edition Codex, the Blade of Antweir is a mysterious and formidable weapon, first discovered by the apostles of the Blind King in the 37th millennia. It consequently corrupted one of the Blind King's followers, possessed by the blade. This individual launched a campaign which devastated Vindar, Terrain, and Dark Spiral sectors. Even though the Grey Knights defeated the Blade's forces and managed to escape, the Grey Knights were unable to secure the weapon for 3 millennia before finally capturing it on Tethys. Knowing that the weapon was too dangerous to be left on Titan, the Grey Knights eventually decided to safeguard it in the care of the Castellan champion of the Purifiers. Castellan Crow was chosen as the current guardian of the weapon. The blade constantly tempts Crow and attempts to corrupt him with its evil energies. It's also
believed
about
Pure
that the demon working within such a blade is more powerful than a greater demon, and potentially a minor warp god itself. Since you know it brought 3 sectors of space to its knees and required 8 brotherhoods of Grey Knights to stop it, as well as the fact that it's completely indestructible. But there is no direct evidence of that, so all I can say for fact is that a powerful demon lives within.
Cassia, shut up. I can hear you babbling all the way over here.
So balancing out his messy wins, the fact that he has to keep this demon sword chained to him makes me think that this spot is the right one for him. And finally, we reach the top 25. These Marines are all
a lot of extra fat in this map.
and are powerhouses throughout the 40 years. Most of these placements are going to upset you, but remember folks, these are all based on evidence given throughout the 40 war. With that out of the way, let's move on to 25. If you remember my Chaos Warlord video, I actually gave Cypher a pretty significant amp to his stats by counting
Pretty big
the
loot pile.
statements of Horsewang. Because I'm about 99% sure Cypher is Horsewang. I'm not going to go through my entire argument here in this video because it's already long enough as it is.
Didn't want those
If you want the full
oils,
breakdown on why I think this, go check out my Cypher the Hooded Hobo video, where I break down my entire theory. But beyond that, Cypher is honestly an enigma for power scale. Just like his character. If he really is Coursewayne,
light map,
he has
nice.
a ton of statements that upscale. And he clearly has the potential to be ridiculously strong.
Right,
the
so we're just
problem
gonna
is that in
go
40K,
back to the
we
boss.
don't actually see him
See when the ads are over.
much. He's basically the Megami of Warhammer 40K. A
The
character
who?
with insane potential that the narrative refuses to allow to go out. Looking back at Coursewayne's feats, he actually
he don't have the right plot armor.
who himself managed to hold his own against Lance Johnson, a primal for about 20 seconds. That might not sound like a lot, but surviving even seconds against his Primarch is absurd. Al Joseph himself had this to say in the book Savage Weapons. Was
Oh, I got a
also
challenge
one of the
completed too.
swordsmen
Nice.
of the First Legion, and had once lasted almost a full minute in a spar.
Speaking of which, I should check on my challenges.
Suspected the number of
Oh yeah, I got a weapon skin.
across all the legions. Ezekiel Abaddon
Or no,
of the
weapon
Traitor
effect.
Sons was one, Jubal Khan of the Scars another,
This guy,
and Templar
Oceanic
Sigismund
weapon
of the
effect. What's this
Fist
do?
definitely another, as was Sevatar. So Coursewayne defeating someone on that level already puts him in ridiculous company. That same book also places Coursewayne among legendary Marines like Raldron or Sigismund, praising his composure as a commander and his skill in battle. In fact, the
Oh, I
text
see it.
even
It's
implies that if the Dark Angels hadn't returned to Caliban after the final days of the Horse Heresy,
It looks
Coursewayne's
glowier
legend
like that.
might
I
have
kinda like
surpassed
that.
even those names. So once again, we're getting another potential statement. You gotta love it. The
Excuse me.
same source also describes Coursewayne as the greatest swordsman in his legion, which is another massive statement
all I
upscale
want
considering
for
the
right
Dark
now.
Angels were
Oh, yeah.
absolutely stacked with elite fighters
This
and
one.
duelists.
Okay.
And on top of that, he's
So I have
rumored to have
13 done,
defeated
and I
the
need
previous Cypher,
24 to get a
Zahariel,
new pet.
who is a powerful psyker in his own right, able to phase in and out of reality, enhance his endurance, and even see the weaknesses in all
Oh,
of his
vendor
enemies.
recipes. Yeah,
So if
that's
Coursewayne
amazing.
actually beat him during the fall of Caliban, that's another insane feat. And to top it all off, if you don't remember my Horse Heresy
Really?
ranking,
Wow, that must have been
I put
lucky.
Coursewayne at number 10. So he's definitely one of the top tier Marines from the Horse Heresy era. But now let's move on to
I don't think I'm gonna get
40K
this one.
and discuss
60% quality or
Cypher's actual
higher?
feats from that era. He killed an Orc war boss who had previously slain a Dark
Oh.
Angels Supreme Grand Master.
Just
He
do some more
survived
Abyssal
every
Depths.
single assassination attempt sent after him by the Imperium. And he has also escaped Belial on 3 separate occasions, which is no small
All I
feat
need to do, 5
considering
more hive
how
fortresses,
powerful
too?
Belial is. So all in all, Coursewayne is incredibly
Maybe I'll
powerful,
switch back to that.
and Cypher has a handful of strong feats.
Oh, see, I knew
I
that was one.
Coursewayne
But that one I'll
is
just do to get
definitely,
done.
as I remarked, one of the strongest Marines from 30K. But we all know that 40K Space Marines are generally portrayed as much stronger than their 30K
Welcome back from the
counterparts,
ads. This one we can do
which
one
I
day
know is a
too.
bit of
That's
a hot
easy.
take. What I'm saying is
More
after I
vendor
conclude
recipes.
this series, ranking all of the 40k Marines,
And he's
I'm
6.
going to
right?
do
Well,
a new
that's
series,
pretty.
or I guess one extremely long video,
in theory.
comparing 30k versus 40k. So stay glued to your seats, Herd, for that
Okay,
one.
we'll have to
But yes,
we'll beat
taking
Azaro
everything
and do that.
together,
Get that
Force
one.
Wing
I don't know who
statements,
these
the
other
applied
people are.
feats, and Cypher's actual 40k feats, I think 25 on my list is a good spot.
That's easy. We'll
for
just
Cypher
spam those
to
at a
land.
thing.
Before I name who got the number 24 spot,
I
let
gotta
me
do a
tell
whole
you,
bunch
this
of-
selection was hard. And
5
I
more of
really
these to
labored
finish.
about it for several long hours, pondering,
Ew.
thinking, changing positions, sitting
This is
upside
using
down
scarabs.
on the
Let's
mat,
get that
and
one after a
inhaling an
while.
extreme amount of milk. But ultimately, it all resulted in the same thought
Give me
process.
3. I don't know
At
what
number
pack
24 on
skill
my
is.
list, I have Asterion Moloch, chapter master of the Minotaurs. Yes, I know a lot of you are probably
24,
unhappy right now, but let me explain myself first. First off, Asterion Moloch has said to have slain several renegade
I know where the
chapter
King of the
masters,
Mist is,
along
and
with
I know
both war
Heiro
bosses,
is.
Corsair princes, and
I don't know who any of these
champions
other
of the
people
dark
are.
gods. So right off the bat, we know
map,
he's
get
definitely
that eventually,
above
just
a
running
standard
it.
Space Marine.
Or
On
they-
top of that, Moloch carries an arsenal of extremely powerful war gear. He wears an ornate suit of Tartarus pattern Terminator armor and wields the Black Spear,
and item
a
quantity.
deadly relic of unknown provenance that houses a powerful single-shot laser and is even rumored to have once been wielded by the Adeptus Custodes themselves. Yeah, so my man's got the gear and the baseline feats right off the bat. But now let's dive a little bit deeper, shall we?
30
Moloch
invitations. What
also
are
has an
invitations?
encounter with the Necron Overlord in Imperial Armor Volume 12, The Fall of Orpheus. While it wasn't exactly a full-on duel, the exchange still tells us a lot about his combat ability. Moloch manages to stab the Overlord at the back, and the two quickly trade blows.
Oh, almost to that. Well,
Asterion
halfway to
Moloch
that.
smashed the Dark Overlord off his spear blade, using Storm Shield to deal the blow just as the tomb
I
ship
don't know what dark
rocked
shrines
again
are
with fresh impacts.
in the endgame
By a warrior's
labyrinth.
instinct earned on 1,000 battlefields, Moloch reached
Pinnacle
before conscious
bosses? Well, I
mind
suppose if I get
detected
strong
the
enough.
leaping blade falling from on high, raising his Storm Shield as the Dark Overlord's blade
So
came
that's-
down. The ancient device blocking a blow that would have cleaved Moloch's head in two before it finally shorted and spat.
what are they called?
Quickly
Frickin'
coming apart
goobers.
under the repeated wild blows of the Necron's glittering glaive. So Moloch
scarabs
is
and
able
5
to react
Jeez.
and block a Necron
Well, that's gonna
Overlord
be an
strike.
interesting one.
Then their fight prematurely ends.
You only
when
have to
the
do
tomb
2.
ship rocks again, and Moloch is literally thrown out of the ship, ending their
Velka the
fight.
Tide Witch. And
So
he's
yeah, as you can see, it's
specified
not exactly a duel, but the
I don't
fact
know who
that
Velka the
Moloch
Tide
can
Witch
trade
is.
blows
Figure
with
out how to
the
work.
Necron Overlord and
Where's that?
survive its strikes is still extremely impressive, even if he never really gained the upper hand. Now with all that covered, we can get to the most pivotal part of Asterion Moloch power scaling. The moment where a Custodian
one's gonna be
isn't
rough.
sure he can beat him. This occurs when Valerian of the Adeptus Custodes confronts Moloch and warns him to stop
Mercenary
advancing.
scarabs
This
for
is from
warrant.
the book Regent's Shadow. No further, I warned again.
Infamous
tempting
mercenaries.
strike. The moment he took a step onto the podium stairs, I would move. To this day, I do not know what would have happened if he had done so. I suffer neither from doubt nor from pride.
Oh yeah, these ones
so
I'm
can
never
only
gonna get. Dude,
speculate
something
from
in
the
hardcore
evidence I
league,
had
never
before
gonna do
me.
that.
Perhaps I would have found a way.
Or range.
I
Yeah,
had
some of
felled
these
some of the
achievements
greatest
just never
warriors
gonna have.
of the enemy in
Anyway.
my time, including many who had most certainly had possessed the power to
I
best.
kind of want to switch
but
back
with Moloch,
to
I can't be
the
sure.
abysses and stuff
So right there in the text, we see this custodian does
because I
not
saw a
know
bunch of
if he
things
can
in there
beat
that I can
Moloch.
get.
So the
that
best
I had
way
to
to
do for
understand how
abysses.
crazy of a statement this is to quickly scale Valerian himself. As custodian, Valerian can punch straight through demons, react in microseconds, and fight enemies far beyond Space Marines.
Like punch
He
through
even takes
demons.
part in a battle against a massive bloodthirster. While we can't take a direct blow from one, as the demon breaks his leg, Valerian
What are you
still
doing?
manages
Oh, that was
to
10th
help
one,
finish
wasn't
off the
it?
bloodthirster despite fighting with that injury. And
Alright,
that
well.
bloodthirster was literally
might
ripping
consider
apart
a will,
space and
given
time.
your
When
line
someone
of work.
operating at that
Take
level openly
this,
admits that he isn't sure he can
and
defeat
this.
Moloch, that is an enormous upscale. Even with that statement, though, I don't think it launches Moloch
pop
into,
that,
say, like the top
and pop
20
that,
or the
and
top
we get
15. It does show that he's
boned. So
incredibly
let's go.
powerful and likely able to push a custodian to their upper limits, but the other feats we do have on him don't show that same level of consistency that would push him into the top 15. So please don't nuke my house Minotaur fans or, the guys in the Discord who are pushing so hard with his agenda. But all things considered, I think the number 24 spot is a solid compromise on the Styrian Bullock power scale. Oh boy, moving on to 23. So number 23 was never really, gotta admit. Like, genuinely, it's pretty awkward to place this one. Went back and forth in the spots more than I'd like to admit. And I ultimately ended up being convinced by the He-Stand agenda and placed Vulcan He-Stand at number 23. Shout out Crabzilla, DJ the King, and Lusty for that. If you guys want to take part in agenda pushing, fraud watch, or just docking to your favorite account, make sure to join the Discord. I'm pretty active in there, and it's always a good time. And back to the video.
That wasn't too bad at all. Didn't get absolute shit from it. Well, at least we got 2 splinters.
Trazyn the Infinite twice. Yes, twice. And that's
Wow,
kind of the sole
actual
reason
junk.
Vulcan He-Stand is here at 23. For some context on that, Trazyn is a pretty strong
Maven.
lord. He is essentially Ash Ketchum of the 40k universe, with the ability to freeze and capture entities and temporal shields, as well as the other capabilities of a Necron lord, such as regeneration, high durability, and the ability to process huge amounts of data in microseconds. It's also possible that this fight takes place before the book The Infinite and the Divine, so Trazyn would not have his Time Splitter cloak, which allows him to see briefly into the future. But still, this is an insane
Abyssal
feat
Pit and
for
Aerial
Space
spawn
Marine,
in Abyssal
because
Consort?
Trazyn really
I don't know
is
what
a
that
pretty strong character, especially as a Necron character nonetheless. In addition to beating a very powerful Necron Lord, he also is stated to be the best Salamander due to his rank as Forge Father. The rank of Forge Father came into existence soon after Vulcan's disappearance, and has remained a crucial position ever since. Only the greatest of the chapter's champions are considered for
those
the
two
role.
and these two.
Such is the determination, endurance, and focus required. So yeah, He-Stand by rank should be the strongest Salamander. He-Stand also wields 3 of Vulcan's previous gear. The Spear of Vulcan, which can burn Ceramite, Kisar's Mantle, a legendary Drakescale Cloak, granting He-Stand extra protection due to its strength, and it's stated in the 5th edition Codex to be impenetrable. The Drakescale Cloak, known as Kisar's Mantle, is almost impenetrable, lending its bearer great protection. And then third and finally, we have the Gauntlet of the Forge, an armored gauntlet
Just looking
that
for
is
a random
also a
one to
heavy
throw in
flamer.
here.
So his gear's cracked, he's beaten Trazyn the Infinite, and he's the strongest Salamander. But we have one more massive scaling chain. So, hear me out, hear me out. Tushan,
Guess we'll just throw
another
this one.
Salamander who should be weaker due to that statement I just discussed, basically solos, though he did have some help from other Salamanders, a third host, Bloodthirster.
I forgot I only
Third
have
host
4.
Greater
I can't
Demons
even use
are the
this one
same
yet.
ones that Valyrian fought. The one that I just talked
Can you use-
about in the Asterian Moloch section. And given the statement,
Strand.
He-Stand is the strongest
Oh boy, the
Salamander,
Strand.
and therefore scaling higher than Tushan, Vulcan He-Stand
Is there a way to make
do
mark
the
maps
exact
as
same
favorites?
feats and perhaps perform even better. You're welcome, Crab, Lusty, TJ the King, and the
I
other
fell off
Vulcan
the map and
and
died
Vulcan
once.
fans
I don't know
of
if you were here for that.
Vulcan
So,
lives. Say
I
it
got
with your
stuck
chest.
on something and then
Vulcan
I
lives.
threw me off the side of the fiery bridge in that one mission.
I'm not gonna lie, I originally had
You know the one.
32, but I was convinced that we should have this. And I think
I don't know what the
reasoning-
crystals do that spawn out of
Moving
the
on
hole.
to number
That make them harder
So
or
before I announce number
increase
22,
rewards
I have
or
to
what?
admit,
I don't know
this
enough
Marine
about
question is probably my favorite of this entire list. You've probably never heard of it. Wow, surprise, surprise.
What are these
But trust
called?
me, by the time I'm finished glazing the hell out of him, you'll probably know too.
What this is.
At number 22, we have Shotgun Bloodless, often simply called Bloodless. He was a World Eater's warlord whose butcher's
both
nails
died.
had driven him completely insane. A little bit more backstory on him. On the eve of the invasion of Terra, Shaka experienced
Bribery.
his final moments of sanity and tried to kill himself by cutting his own throat. But chaos had corrupted him to such an extent
Oh, an abyssal
that he
depths.
literally
I
could
feel
not
like I
die.
knew that was
And
going to
so he
happen.
simply joined the ground invasion because there was nothing else left for him to do. So now I feel like we should talk about his mutation and how chaos affects him, because it's kind of bizarre. So pretty much, no matter what wounds he inflicts on others, the blood will never stain him. Instead, it will simply slide off his armor and flesh, leaving him completely spotless. Hence the name, Bloodless. This even extends to wounds he suffers himself. So even when Shaka was injured, he would not bleed. Technically, he can still die, but the important part is that none of his wounds ever cause him to bleed. So in order for him to die, it has to be from a clean killing strike, rather than death.
Oh, that's boss battle.
Which you guys have to admit is honestly pretty good. So what feats does my man have here? Well, to be honest, they all come from Angron, which is Shaka's only appearance. But trust me, he doesn't need more than that because he's got to believe.
Nice.
First, he no-diffs 20 Chaos Space Marines, including 3 Chaos Lords. The book only describes the aftermath because Shaka completely blacks out.
That was cool.
Shaka bent double, hands on the crusted armor of his knees, and vomited up a welter of undigested meat. He was standing now, didn't remember getting up. In the wood and plastic debris of a table, he had no memory of destroying. He blinked and looked around. There had been 20 world leaders in the room with him. Now, there were none. Later in that same book, Shaka also fights and defeats Ocelots, the Sorcerer, who, if you guys remember, we put at number 54 on the list. And the funniest thing about that is Shaka isn't even
more abyssal depths for me.
For 10,000 years, he had risen, gathered strength, won favor, thought of planting his boots on Shaka's sneering face, showing his old captain how far he had climbed, never far from his ambitions. After the passage of so many centuries, he had assumed that death had cheated him of that dream. But the gods, as always, knew well the hearts of those. Holding his weapon two-handed, he hacked it across Shaka's belly. But Shaka was suddenly no longer there to receive it. Zack slammed the doors, shrieking through the metal as though in protest at being fed such cold, soulless fare, with a veritable feast of demon flesh all around it. Kostelak blinked in surprise. But before he could adjust, Shaka's ball crashed across his jaw. Lights exploded across his eyes as he slammed sideways into the bulkhead. Sparks drizzled around him as he shrugged his Terminator armored bulk out of the wall. Shaka flew at him with a berserk attack. Kostelak brought up his axe between them and he went there. Not to strike back with,
Aw,
or even to
man.
parry as much as defend the monster off. His former captain attacked the way a beast would, all flailing paws, gashing teeth, and acidic spittle. The maul in his fist as good as forgotten. Kostelak's armor shut.
I didn't even activate
giving
the
off
daggum mirror.
clicks of bone as he struggled to counter Shaka's strength.
Oh wait, I do. I
bared his
forgot to
teeth
switch the abyss
refusing
skill
to
tree. I forgot to
accept
switch
even
skill
after
tree. That's
all
why
this
everything's all
time,
fucky wucky.
he might still be lesser.
Alright, we gotta get out of here.
And folks,
Yes, I
the
am.
funniest
Thank
thing
you.
about that is Shaka's not even trying to fight Kostelak. He's trying to get through the door behind them to fight a bunch of demons. It just goes to show how
Alright, we're gonna
powerful
speed through the end
Shaka
of
really
this.
is. And Kostelak himself compares Shaka to fucking Corn the Betrayer, guys. An insane glaze, but possibly true statement. The Bloodless
I don't think it affects the
would go
hive
to rival
thing, does it?
himself. Kostelak would see him tamed, or he would see him broken, and he would be
I don't really
satisfied
know.
either way. And on top of all of this, the Karn statement, no diffing Kostelak, and defeating 20 Chaos Space Marines and 3 Chaos Lords, and Shaka
Where did you
also
come
defeats
from?
a Keeper of Secrets in a high-diff fight.
Lavish. I
Yeah.
like that.
My guy is something else, right, fellas? Right? As a side note, his death, though, is one of the saddest moments in recent World War's lore. As in later in the book, when Shaka is attacking an Imperial world, he manages to fight his way all the way to the heart of the Imperial defenses and witnesses a trap set by the Grey Knights take effect. The captured, corrupted astropath, used as a psychic bomb, bathes the entire world in the Emperor's psychic light. And as that light washes over Shaka, he is briefly cleansed of his corruption and madness. In his final moments of clarity, he realizes what
they're
he has
different
become,
shape
understands Agron never gave a shit about him, and finally sees the
Oh
horror
no, I
of
just went all the way
everything
around the outside.
done. In his final moments,
The
as
outside,
thousands
outside.
of years of wounds finally catch up to him, Shaka simply says, forgive. Gives the sign of the Aquila from the Great Crusade, and then his body explodes into red mist as all those wounds finally claim him.
It's some magical shit.
So guys, let me just summarize. We have a world eater who cannot be touched by blood, not even his own wounds. He's able to blitz and kill 20 Chaos Space Marines, including 3 Chaos Lords. He defeats Kosalax the Force Ring, a powerful Chaos Lord. Defeats a Keeper of Secrets, has a statement directly comparing him to Khan the Betrayer, and dies like an absolute G. Am I missing anything? Probably not.
Probably.
Enough said, enough said. Shaka, my sweet, bloodless king, claims the number 20 spot. At number 21, we have another
Number
one
Loudy
of my
one.
personal favorite Marines. He kind of appears out of nowhere. When I first started
Now he's
working
doing
on
like
this
the Joe from
list,
Family Guy.
he quickly grew on me as I dug deeper into his feats. So at number 21, we have Cthulhu, the Saint of Blades of the Iron Knights chapter. And the main reason he's on the list is because he fought Lilith Hesperax.
Who?
Yes, that Lilith for 6 straight hours.
I don't know who that
We'll
is.
get more into that moment in a second, because that's not his only impressive feat. According to the Index Astartes Champions, Cthulhu earned the title Saint of Blades for his unparalleled skill in arms.
No shit. Like, where'd you think he was gonna get it from?
To the ritual tournament
Like his
of the
chef
Feast of
skills?
Blades. For those who don't know, the Feast of Blades is a martial tournament held between the Imperial Fists and their successor chapters. So Cthulhu
Oh, it's like the Tournament of Power.
champions chapters such as the Black Templars, Crimson Fists, Executioners, Imperial Fists, of course, and many others. He represented his chapter 3 times, winning the first time he entered, narrowly losing the second time, and then on his third and final
winning the
appearance,
second time
he
too?
achieved victory yet again, becoming one of only a handful of Marines to ever win the tournament twice. So right off the bat, we know Cthulhu
think you
is probably
described
one of
that
the greatest duelists
properly.
in the current setting.
Either that or
later
I'm
he would
just too
face a
dumb to
Dark
realize
Eldar
what he
Archon,
actually said.
Gargale,
Probably the
on the
second
planet
part.
of Ormios, with his command squad and his own company champion
So I can at least try to
occupied by
see
the Archon's minions. Cthulhu ended up fighting by himself.
how to get out of here.
The Dark Elder Archon.
Oh yeah, this does one of those 40,
And even
24
the Saint
levels.
of Blades could not hold out against that many foes and was taken prisoner. Now, at first glance, that may seem like an anti-event, but when you dig a little bit deeper in the 7th edition Dark Eldar Codex, the Incubi are stated to be an order of faceless warriors who dedicate every waking moment to mastering the glaive, perfecting the art of killing.
Why would you
So
not
in
keep
many
the walls
ways,
up?
they mirror the craft world.
Funnels everything into the middle.
So realistically speaking, you could scale an Incubi to be roughly 1-to-1 with a Space Marine. And folks, Cthulhu held out against 12 of them, including Archon. Now granted, that Archon is kind of on fraud watch, since he later lost to Lilith in about 6 minutes, so I wouldn't exactly call him the biggest threat in Kamu God. But still, like I said, it's not. Now we come to Cthulhu's most famous encounter, his duel with Lilith Hesperax. This comes from the Dark Eldar 7th edition Codex. Yet Hesperax defeats every victim brought before her, carving down hissing tyranny hive tyrants, chopper-wielding orc war bosses, and righteously indignant Space Marine heroes with equal ease. Archon Cargyle of the Bleak Soul Brethren finally presents Hesperax with a foe that can answer a challenge. In an especially daring and costly raid, Cargyle has kidnapped Brother Captain Gadul of the Iron Knights Space Marine chapter. Known as the Saint of Blades, Gadul is an exceptionally talented swordsman who has twice been declared victor at the ritual Feast of Blades. As Hesperax beats his eye across the arena floor, she knows she faces a rare foe. With a predatory grin, the Belladonna of the Dark City goes to work. Her blades ringing against Gadul's sword and a blizzard of sparks to the battle will prevail. Duel lasts for over 6 hours before Gadul finally falls, leaving Hesperax victorious with but a single bloody cut across her victory. She then kills the Archon that brought her to duel in a mere 6 minutes. Damn, poor guy. All he wanted was a smooch. Considering Lilith's reputation, that alone is insane. She's arguably the greatest gladiator in Ra, and is often compared to Jazir, the master
Not that way either.
in a figure
Make it down here? Cannot.
Phoenix Lord. Jazir himself has casually slain 3 adepts.
Nope, not that way either.
Which should give you an idea of the level we're talking about here.
Oh, here we go.
In Lilith Hesperax, Queen of Knives, she's described as the greatest gladiator in the galaxy. And it was not the pain of others for which she had always truly hungered.
Yo, not that way, dumbass.
However, when it came to the clash of blade against blade, will against will, Lilith was unequal. She had spent centuries fighting the best the galaxy had, emerging not only alive, but largely unscarred.
Like the fucking wind, brother. Get out of here.
I mean, for those who are just not clocking it right now, she's killed 4 war bosses, 5 tyrants, Necron overlords, and has even defeated Hellbrick.
All right. Bunch of wound
literally
gifts.
just kind of her. Like, she's kind of her. I'm not even kidding. But, and there is a but, unfortunately, Lilith is said to kind of play with her toys. As in, she prolongs her duels to have more fun. We just don't know if she did the same exact thing with Gadulin, but I feel like the answer is no, she didn't. Or if she did, she realized that Gadulin was the real deal. He even managed to wound her, which is a pretty remarkable thing to do on Lilith, because that rarely happens. So Gadulin fighting an entity that scales above Custodes for
Oh man, I don't remember which one of these I need.
him the number 21 spot. And trust me guys, this was a tough placement yet again, but I think the fellas above him have even better feats and better scaling. Sorry my Buki and Gray, but the others have got you beat by the slightest of margins.
Go with courage.
Let's move on to number 20. Yep, we've reached the top 20. Can you believe it? I sure cannot. At number 20, we have another Emperor's Children.
Ew.
This time, it's Xanti, the main protagonist of the book Lords of Exodus.
Oh, that was the one I needed.
And let me tell you guys, he is quite powerful in his own right.
Well, I
Though he's a
can take
little eccentric
all 4 of
and a little
these.
unhinged, Xanti racks up a very strong list of feats across his novel. For much of the story, he is possessed by the demon Sajan, which grants him a significant demonic enhancement. These enhancements are extremely powerful, and of course, we are counting them here because Xanti retains these powers for a majority of the book. While under her influence, Xanti defeats a Genestealer Patriarch, which as we discussed earlier is a very powerful psychic and physical monster. He slays several Bloodletters, kills the Chaos Sorcerer, Corin Tal, and also defeats his Terminator Enforcer, Sarquil. Now, if we want to talk about the Genestealer fight a little bit more, I will say that when Xanti initially fights the Patriarch without Sajam's help, he is pretty clearly getting his ass
This price is almost empty already.
But the moment he lets the demon in, the fight
Alright, so we still got almost 4 days worth
The
of
novel describes it like this.
coin.
And then he lets her in.
I got a lot of
warm
business
and
to,
there's no pain.
find.
She wants to take his body, but she can't. Not yet. So they share it, joining their power. They are powerful. So very, very powerful. The Patriarch is fast, but they
just
are
saw the
faster.
time.
Remember, as I discussed earlier, a Genestealer Patriarch was keeping up with the Custodian. So, if Xanti empowered by Zajanth is faster than a Genestealer Patriarch, that may be direct scaling that he is faster and probably stronger then an Adeptus Custodes. Wow, he's off to a hot start, folks. In fact, during his duel with the Patriarch, he is honestly low-diffing it, breaking its arm multiple times and even beginning to torture it because the fight is so one-sided. What makes Xanti even more interesting to scale,
I don't know, man. I killed the Maven like 4 times today.
Because eventually the demon Zajanth leaves him and possesses another Marine named Torachan. And while possessing him, the demon fights a Bloodthirster of Khorne. And during this fight, empowered by Zajanth, he is able to block the Bloodthirster's blows, move faster than it, and ultimately defeat it. Their fight ends like this. Torachan savored it. He did not run, but walked slowly towards the prone Bloodthirster, raising Anguish like a ceremonial dagger. Together, Torachan and Zajanth drove the weapon through the crown of the Bloodthirster's skull, deep and true.
Oh my gosh, we're starting to fade over here.
Confusion as the monomolecular blade carved a perfect path through its brain pan, severing the connectors that bound the demon to the
He's been 6.5 hours
yeah,
already.
Zajanth empowering Torachan defeated a Bloodthirster. And that's important because it strongly implies that Xanti, while possessed by Zajanth, should be capable of a similar feat. If Zajanth empowering another Astartes allows them to defeat a Bloodthirster, then Xanti with that same demonic enhancement should reasonably scale to that level as well. Low-key, this number 20 spot should go to Zajanth because she's carrying Xanti so goddamn hard. Because it appears he's kind of a bum without her demonic amp. But hey,
well, these are
still
who
a
are the
Marine.
strongest.
Still a Marine. He's just taking all the credit for her doing all the heavy lifting.
Oh,
it's too bad Zajanth kind of dies at the end of this book and Xanti escapes. Damn, that's a pretty 40k way to end things. All right, on to
Why
the
are all my
bottom
auras
half
off?
20s, starting with
I must have time to gather my
Was I doing all that with my auras off? God damn it. I forgot I turned them off before so I could see. I'm such an idiot.
You make me sick.
Yeah, what he said. Erebus wields the warp with devastating skill. He's able to summon all 4 types of greater demons, form catastrophic rituals, and even regenerates from the worst wounds. On top of that, he wields the forbidden language.
Alright, it's August. That means soon enough it'll be cold, and then we'll be down here all day, all night.
Reality, such as collapsing walls, killing Astartes, and controlling demons without packs. In addition to that, he wields an anathema, which also grants him instant travel through the immaterium and further reality-bending effects.
I already took him.
And it's not just like Erebus is a sorcerer hiding behind his spells either.
Thank you.
He's actually a very skilled duelist.
Just took him.
I ranked him at number 8
You're right on time.
Horus Heresy ranking video, and he is able to take on the entire Lord of All, as well as multiple World Eaters. Like truly the only people we ever see him lose to are monsters like Lucius the Eternal or Karn the Betrayer.
Shut up.
You're a poop nose.
Yeah, he's kind of cracked. So you're probably wondering why he isn't higher on this list. And to explain that, let's circle back to Annuncia. So yes, Erebus wields Annuncia, and it's kind of a big deal, because the language itself is described as, by the power of words alone, the fabric of reality could be changed, transformed, controlled, manipulated, reshaped. It was a fundamental device of creation. And we actually see him use
I don't want to play
Annuncia
Minecraft, but I kind of want to
Part 2, when he wrecks the Perpetual Hit Squad.
I don't know what's going on with me this weekend.
The word of power, a cluster of unholy phonemes, dredged
Got
from
me
the
all
warp
wibbly wobbly.
is meant for all, but Litu is in the way. The Astartes is hurled backwards by the impact, knocking John flat, post spinning from his hand. He hits the crumbling copestones of the wall and doesn't get up. Erebus is already intent on Ol again. He has other things to say, and most of them are lethal. Ol lunges at him with the knife. No, Erebus says, just no. Ol realizes he can't move. His hand is extended, shaking, clenching the knife, but he's frozen. His body obeying the other's demand. Erebus smiles and reaches through the rain towards Ol's throat. He's also shown to be able to stop a large crowd of word bearers with nothing but a single word. Abaddon has been holding back the word bearers for over an hour, with every ounce of fury and firepower his companies can muster. Erebus stops his brethren in their tracks with a single word. However, though, and here's the big but, it does appear that
Big
Erebus
old
has
booty.
limits with his Annuncia. He isn't able to outright use it on the Adeptus Custodes or on the Blood Angels, who have fallen to the Black Rage. Turn them back, Abaddon snarls. Ezekiel, do it! They are not listening, Erebus shouts. They are not hearing. To me, this implies
there's an
that
eye.
if you are strong enough, Erebus' somewhat amateur use of Annuncia won't necessarily affect you. So my reasoning here for putting Erebus here at 19 as opposed to maybe the top 10 or the top 5
Rick
is
sakes,
that
there's still 2 hours left in this video, and we're just broke the top 20. Holy shit. Oh, man. I think it's time to call tonight. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I don't know. I've been kind of wanting to play some Power World. Maybe go find a place to build a base. Maybe a couple days off of PoE will do me some good. What? No problem. Well, hi, Rose. Thanks. Okay. Not sure what you're talking about, but I think I'm gonna call it a day for this. It's almost 7 hours. Yeah, I'm good. For a Sunday, chill. It's the weekend. Regularly scheduled program continues tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Same as always. So see you guys there. Maybe some Pal World. I don't know. I kind of feel like playing Marvel Rivals. I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe I'll get out of this funk a little bit. I hope. It's almost like writer's block for going through the day. That doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Check the schedule. It's tomorrow Monday. All right, we got one more day of peace before Anxiety Attack Tuesday starts. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think I've said that like 6 times already, but I already forgot. It's okay. Like always, nobody told you lately. I'm proud of you. I think you're doing a good job. So keep it up. Come back and tell me about it tomorrow. I hope you have a good Monday, and I hope nothing stupid happens. I'll see you then. Night, guys.